renovated the place with the help of my lovely partner, the mysterious Gemini man I'm always referring to. I'm really excited because it changed my end, and now I've changed your end, and now it's all been changed, and I am. I guess I love the concept of feng shui. Don't know much about it, not my culture necessarily, but I like I like to rearrange a lot. I like things to shift more than anything. Gotta like spin the room around a little bit. So, added some of my album artwork, the original cover that I made for the cover album, and my special thanks page I never posted because I didn't really like it that much, but maybe I'll post it. The thanks is pretty much to me and just a record that I didn't actually write or perform the originals of those songs. So, anyways, oh man, is this like, did I disconnect? I never understand Twitch. I'm gonna roll an ad anyway. BRB, 60 seconds. All right. How are we doing tonight? See, I like it a lot. And then I can lean this way. And then when I lean close to the computer, my face isn't in the camera. It's like over here now. It's nice. I think it's a little higher up, but honestly, it's more interesting. And then you can't see as much of my bong, so I feel less embarrassed about how much weed I smoke. I still looked over here to look directly into the camera, so we're gonna have to get used to that. So far, really great. Got nothing on the agenda and a lot on my plate, so thank you. I had so many thoughts in my head, and I considered writing them down in the business book. That was my intention the other day when I was like, wow, this could be like buzzing from the angels. Write down the things that I think of throughout the day. Didn't, though, at all. Even though I considered it, thought about it, I just totally failed to actually do it. So I guess if I think of anything, it's here. And in the meantime, I got nothing for you. Oh, I did promise we would do a twin flame reading tonight. Because I was like, dude, I'm over it. I don't really give a fuck what's going on. And somebody was like, please, not many people do twin flame readings. Please, Lily, do it. And I'm like, fine. Tomorrow, when I'm replenished, relaxed all day today. Promised myself I would think about it all day. And I forgot until this moment. Tarot cards are a mess right now. I need to sort them out. So we're going to use a mystery deck. I was really digging the shadow work. That feels more... not only my lane, but more important than silly things like love and romance to me right now. So, like, at the core, what's my fucking problem? Not anybody else's. I don't give a fuck what their problems are. You can either tell me about it, and I can help, or you can not tell me about it, and I can fuck off. Right. So we are going to do a twin flame reading per request. Can't remember who it was. Maybe it was the thirsty lady or the queen baby. I can't remember. Something like that. I think it was new. But that being said, I'm going to wait a little while before I get to the twin flame reading so people have time to realize that I'm streaming because I don't schedule shit. And they all showed up pretty late last night. So we will get to this, but the mystery deck is never the opener anyways. We can do stupid zodiac lists in the meantime if you want. I am also debating, do we start with the pink deck love reading, basic love reading, analysis of the current 3D love life as the precursor to the twin flame reading, or something completely different? I like ending with the cosmic deck of initiation. The Thoth deck's been really cool and very lovey-dovey. Halloween Oracle's nice, but I don't really want to do it with the mystery deck because it's a late night anyways. Don't know. Could do demons, but feels kind of irrelevant. I should probably just do the love reading with the pink deck. Oh, hey! We are going to do that twin flame reading I said I would do, but I'm not doing it yet. So, about to do a love reading. Not sure if you really want to be here for it. The mystery deck is at least channel messages and extraterrestrial connections. Okay, cool. The pink deck love reading is very 3D human, happening in real time love life reading. So, before we get to the divine extraterrestrial bullshit back and forth, first we may do this and remind you that you are probably somebody's karmic, not somebody's twin flame. Okay. Feels the same, looks different. You're looking like a karmic, okay? Cool. Oh man, organization just feels good. Transition the seasons, and also usually I just rearrange my shit so much. Cool. So this is what we're gonna do, and then probably end with initiation later. You know. Oh, get this, you guys! I promised I was gonna learn Twitch a little bit better, and I learned about extensions. Now I'm still really struggling with it. I don't know if it's the internet that I'm using or if it's the extensions that Twitch is offering. If you know, let me know because I am so hard trying. But I found out that there is copyright-free music that I can play in the stream. Can you believe that? When I literally said yesterday, wow, I can listen to whatever I want as long as Twitch doesn't hear it. Now I can just play music for everyone. Nice meditation music in the background. How good does that sound? I think it sounds so nice. But if it's too much, gotta let me know. I like to overstimulate a lot of the time, and other times I like to sit in silence. So hit and miss for everyone. I get that. But I want to try it out. I also put up a merch store with all my old merch, but I don't think it's there because, once again, not sure if it's my internet or if it's the extensions. Hopefully there's more to come soon. I'm doing a lot. I'm doing the most. Getting to work before, that mixtape inevitably drops. Right. Let's see about this music. So we have 8-bit and dubstep sounds a little too intense. Okay, let's see. Acoustic cornerstones to coffee shop. Adventure too exciting and pro. Ambient sounds. It's a 4-hour playlist. That sounds pretty good. Chill vibes. Sounds good. Lo-fi. 7 hours. Sounds good. What do you think? Synthwave? Could be cool. What do y'all think? Do we just chill vibes? Well, let's think romantically. What would be the most romantic? The ambient soundscapes, maybe? Is it like too meditative? We were also doing a meditation last night, so I feel like the music would be a beautiful compliment. Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't have I can't just play anybody's binaural beats, but I have an extension and I can play royalty-free music right now. So, once again, chill vibes, ambient soundscapes, or lo-fi. Pick one. Or synthwave. That might be too much, though. Oh my god. I know there's a lag. I gotta not be impatient with people. I've been very impatient IRL also lately. Big apologies to people who deal with me, especially when they help me do stuff like this and support me doing stuff like this. So, who's an asshole? Usually me. No, I literally just gave you the 3 appropriate options. Everything else is literally way too intense. I'm just gonna start with a short one. Well, with a long. There's like a 14-hour fucking chill vibes. 13-hour. Like that's so kind of funny. Or ambient soundscapes. I've never listened to any of them. Oh, okay. Um, how does this work? Can you hear that? Whoa. How loud is that? How does this work? How are we doing? Do we like it? Is it obnoxious? Is my microphone picking up the music from the extension? Is it echoing? Do I need to turn it down? I thought it would play within the laptop. Is it cool? It's a little creepy. I'm not gonna lie. These ambient sounds are kind of creeping me out. I think we're gonna go with a different one if we like it at all. We're gonna go with chill vibes. That just seems more like us, I think. Okay. The next track is Stay Woke, but it's not Childish Gambino. Okay, as long as it's not vocals, I guess I'll give it a chance. It seems so much louder. Okay, chill vibes. Are we vibing? Do we like this? Can you hear it? Is it echoing? I can only play royalty-free music or my channel will get flagged. I have 3 options. What? Are you not kidding about it? No, I'm sorry. I'm being very fierce. Bad. LOLs. I'm not always nice. Why did I click this? Jazz hop. Yeah, jazz hop's not an option right now. We got vibes. Is it too much? Should we? Does this suck? I was like so stoked, but the music is shit because it's royalty free music. I mean, it's cooler than nothing, right? Or is it not cooler than nothing? Why is it so loud? Like, is it distracting? Or is it a nice compliment like it is when I listen to meditation music? It's too hype, isn't it? Why would you even say that? I don't even know who it is. I don't even know who I don't even. Maybe I did. Maybe I have today. Who knows? I. Whatever. I think my twin flame wishes he could give me a hug. Oh, I thought you just said you don't know who it is. Yeah, well, one of the last things he said was, that was a good hug. Yeah, fucking weirdo. And I'm the creep. Yeah, both probably really creepy. That's the point. How about synthwave? Let's check synthwave. This Matt Wigton is wigging me out. Okay, yeah, we're gonna stick with the synthwave, I think. Okay, okay. We're all in this shit. Let's get on with the fucking reading, okay? Cool. So once again, this is a 3D IRL love situations. We're not always with our twin flames, nor do we always choose romantic connections with them. So we're saving the twin flame bullshit for the mystery deck after this, a little bit later in the evening. And I guess I was debating, how would you represent a karmic other than maybe, maybe, because it's spooky season, and I have a rule that the demons are allowed to give any advice on any topic during spooky season. That's just between me and them. I let them roam free for a month and a half or 2, usually through until Capricorn season is when I'm like, spooky season's over. I don't know. Sag season's up in the air. Sag season's up in the air. Sometimes it's spooky, sometimes it's not. So basically all of November. Basically, Libra, the start of Libra season through the end of November, demons are allowed to do whatever they want. I don't think I made up that rule, but I apply it to my deck. So maybe we can do a karmic reading with the demons in between. We'll do soulmate reading, right? 3D, IRL, people who outwardly, physically, and like truly love you. And we'll do a demon reading for karmic situations, which sometimes can be 3D, sometimes aren't, right? Sometimes it's reminders, flashbacks, especially. Oh, hey, are you the one who wanted them? Were you the one? I'm sorry. Hello. Nice to see you there, ma'am. I wish that I could be so less stupid. Dude, I fucking knew that this shirt made me look like a goddamn prophet. I literally, every time I put it on, I'm like, I look like too much like a cult leader. At least it's giving Jesus and not Jim Jones, so thank you. And we were talking about Jesus last night. I just needed something warm, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god, that's funny to me. So, anyways, hello. When's your birthday? I can't remember if you told us your chart, star sign. I'm sure you know your chart though. You can drop as much as you want. We love it around here. You might get roasted though, be careful. So first 3D soulmate connections, because soulmates can be very like this deck I do restrict to like romantic love, partnerships, relationships, etc. But in terms of soulmates, your soulmates don't always have to be romantic. They can be platonic or familial. That being said, I think it's a specific romantic soulmate, okay? Because we can get into that before we start the readings if we want like a little bit of a rundown by what that means, because I guess there's a lot of new people on my channel, so it's like okay. Actually it's like 3D 45D 3D soulmates, people who are there to help you along the way, help you learn, heal, and grow simultaneously on journeys together, right? Being by your side through it all. That's why a lot of people end up with their soulmates, because soulmates are the best for you. They're the best for your soul. The best people to you. Karmics, man, if you're not paying attention in life and you don't appreciate your soulmates, you don't stick with your soulmates, you get a fucking karmic dropped on your head, right? That's 4D. I think 4D is a technological dimension, but algorithms definitely play a role in matchmaking these days, right? If they play such a strong role in advertising that you can have a thought and it will be readily available to shop on your phone, then I'm pretty sure your phone knows if somebody's into you, if somebody's stalking you, if somebody's looking at your shit, if somebody like is thinking about you, your phone's gonna be like, listen, get over this dude, or by the way, they're thinking about you, right? Algorithm knows. So 4D, karmic shit. The like mimic and mock phases, you know, teaching a lesson. Listen, you can't ask God. It's extraterrestrial. We've been over that. So very 4D, very caged, very boxed in, very much like reflective and ping pong kind of energy. And it's like getting out of it, right? Even if you get it in the first place, try as hard as you can to be content in the 3D with your soulmates, man. That's the key, you know? But if you get stuck in the 4D with a karmic, right, you got to get out and then you achieve 5D status of twin flame or whatever. So see that, know the difference. So we're going to do 3D soulmate love reading. This is going to be your most healthiest relationships, most likely. So if you're going through a hard time, even if you're meant to break up, it's probably the person you're with, right? We're gonna do karmic demon readings. Maybe it'll stick. I don't know. I do sometimes feel bad. People usually don't want to know about their jobs when it comes to tarot. I like them, and it seemed to do okay. And actually, no, it never really did that well on YouTube either. So I think I do need to let the demons be more free, but it does make people uncomfortable. But I guess, like, if we're talking about karmics, demons, a lot of them are, right? That's like the point. So we can keep that. And then we'll do the twin flame mystery deck readings. Okay? And remove the keyboard. Sometimes I like it there for comfort. Sometimes we need the room. And we're going to do them in that order. It's basically like a, you know, lineup. Whatever. Mystery deck's the opener. Or I mean, the closer. And love deck's the opener. Okay, so the first card that I just saw or revealed, I guess, was the Empress, by the way. So heavy in the feminine energy already. Okay. Actually, let's roll this ad before I get into this and get pre-rolled. Okay, BRB, 60 seconds. Hey, wait, nobody answered the question. How do you feel about the music? Can you even hear it? Is it annoying? I forgot it was on, and then I was singing a song in my head, and I do tend to burst out in a song a lot. Is it too conflict of interest? What do we think? I feel like I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, is it too okay? I don't know how it works. I thought it was like an in studio player. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's like my mic has to pick up the sound, and that's maybe why it's so quiet. So it's like kind of loud for me. Do you hear it though? I turned it up a little and it feels like so much louder. You don't hear it? Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I followed all the steps and it says, like, yeah, it's a thing. Do you hear it? No? You don't hear it? What is this then? I don't get how this works. Do I like, wait, okay, so I'm gonna X out of that because I cannot have it any louder. It might be that my mic's not picking it up, but my mic's pretty good. And it'll definitely, if I'm like in the room talking, it's like, are you trying to say something? What if I add it as a layer? I might get disconnected doing this. Is that how this works? Because I have extensions now? No, probably not. No, I don't think. Whoa, that's cool. Didn't know that was a thing. Media? No. No, I don't know. Maybe it. Oh, not trying to end the stream. Woo. Okay, so fuck the music. I'm just gonna burst in a song randomly like I usually do. We tried. Maybe I'll find another way to do it. But for now, oh well. Back to the reading. Sorry for the sidebar. Okay, so once again, 3D soulmate, most likely partnerships or healthy connections, things going well, whatever, good people, soulmates, the ones who carry you through life, essentially, right? Spun that one around before I put it down. That's funny. Or not funny. Staying out of contest sounds not good. Okay. I'm feeling like a message kind of coming in at this juncture, but like it's hard to. I don't hear anything as much as I feel something, and it irritates me. Could be the PMDD, it could be aliens. Doesn't really matter. That's not the point. Okay, ask away. I got a lineup of cards here and a stack here. Okay, here's the whole thing. This is what I learned from doing the twin flame readings, which, like I said, I use my fucking alien deck for the twin flame readings. So it's a lot of it's channel messages. So a lot of what I know or say about twin flame connections come from the readings that I do. Like, I didn't learn outside of them, I learned through them, right? So I would agree that twin flames can be toxic individuals. But the whole point of the twin flame journey is that you may meet each other. It's like the bump elbows, just touched, just met, just missed connections vibes, right? You know, remember when Craigslist did that? It's like you are so close to getting together and never do. You have those little moments and then you don't see each other. It's like this. So separately, individually, yeah, totally can be toxic. That connection in general, that back and forth, will they, won't they, and never do energy can also be kind of toxic. The whole point of the connection, though, is once you get together, you're two completely healed people. And that's why a lot of twin flames never get together, because it's rare that two people will actually take the time or be patient enough or not give up on love in that process. Because you have to deal with the road of soulmates and karmics that lead up to it. And you have to heal individually or you can't come into union. Because, yes, twin flame unions are pretty much perfect. That's like the whole point. But you're supposed to basically become the person you need to be without them. And most people, very normal, and just like what relationships are is two people helping each other on their journeys, helping them become the people they want or need to be, right? Whereas the twin flame journey, you learn who you are without them. Right. And I started vibing with it too. That's why I continue to do the readings, but I got fed up with my own personal junctures in the matter and gave them up for the past 2 weeks. Two what? You want number 2? We already read it. So, I'm shuffling these face up for some reason. Oh, good. Okay, so, okay. All right. Bottom of the deck, 3 of Pentacles. I'm sorry, I'm so used to the camera being on the other side. I literally just changed it 30 seconds before my stream. Top of the deck, peeking out, Ace of Swords. It's all about having the knowledge now. It's all about allowing what you know is true to be true. It's about trusting not only your intuition, but what you have like cold hard facts of, in a sense, where you have to stop denying it at this point. 3 of Discs, it does all work out. It is all happening. It is all going to work out. Everything is, balancing, okay? I have this pile here. Okay, Scorpio. This was the bottom of the deck, but then I was staring at it and I just wanted to shuffle, so instead of it being the bottom of the deck, it actually came out in the reading. Death, sure, maybe breakup because this is a love reading, but also I feel like it's more likely Scorpio season. If you met someone and you're like feeling, especially if it was during Leo season, because the fixed energy seems to be very prominent in the readings, but there's been a lot of hype around Scorpio season. So if you are talking to someone and it seems to be going really well and you're wondering why it's moving so slow and you think they're losing interest, I think it's just like once we get to Scorpio season, they'll be more confident in the connection and they're trying not to fuck it up. I don't know. That came through like liquid fast. Where like be patient. Scorpio season is when like the real fun begins. Libra season is when we find out a lot, especially in romance. If it's like someone you're talking to, find out a lot about each other during Libra season. This is the time where things are being revealed to us, things are being shown to us. We're seeing how our work has paid off or not paid us. In the past 6 months, the first half of the zodiac year, right? Libra season is the start of the second quarter, second half. I wish I could say second quarter, third quarter, second half. So here we go, right? Be patient with that. It'll feel more sexy, more sensual, more less than friendly, and lusty, romantic again come Scorpio season. Okay, just like let people be patient. They're a little sketched out, retrograde, maybe figuring stuff out with their ex, getting closure. Let them. It's not that serious. If it's in a relationship already, right? If you're already in a relationship, a situationship, something like that, same thing. If they gotta figure some stuff out with their ex, maybe their ex texted them, "Hey, remember when we did this? Why do you think it didn't?" That doesn't mean they're into it just because they're like, okay, let me just explain, right? Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with being supportive for someone that you cared about for a long time or at least wasted their time to give them that closure. Like, it should be less of a big deal. Y'all are still very much putting yourself in toxic relationships if people get that angry about you talking to your exes, right? I've made friends with a lot of my exes. Granted, most of them, okay, I wasn't really with or in real relationships, but still, that's not the point. You should be able to be friends with the people you are with. Otherwise, you're probably not dating soulmates. You're dating karmics. And if somebody gets that jealous and possessive over you and thinks that if you spent X amount of years with someone and you should just be completely okay and willing to have no contact, even if they come to you desperate for closure or asking questions or going through something that you've influenced because you spent all this time together and it's a retrograde season, come on. You're still doing karmic stuff. You're still doing toxicity. Stop it. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? What is this? King of Swords and Queen of Swords. Hello. They came up the other night, and one of them was on its side. So, ultimately, if you're already in a relationship and there is a strain, you see the Queen of Swords kind of pleading with the King of Swords, and the King of Swords looking straight on. He's kind of like, nope, not fucking with it. And the Queen's like, why not? Let it go. Understand that people are going to react the way they do. And once again, maybe if we weren't so uptight and we weren't so chronically monogamous, we'd understand why people can change or adapt the way they feel about their exes. People that you are intimate with, we should maybe see it as like a positive thing rather than a negative thing, in a sense. Barriers have been crossed in the way that you don't think about it. There's no fantasy behind it, I don't know. It just shouldn't be that big of a deal, I think. And I don't know why that's resonating so much, other than you got to be able to discern. Hello, good eve. Bro, it depends on who it is, but the person that I've thought it was for a long time, it was really awkward. Like, in-person conversation, straight up 4 years ago, but even weirder text conversation 3 years ago. Yikes. Yeah, no, love to see the return so fast. Okay, so yeah, no one's at peace with the situation. Two of Swords kind of in reverse. I don't know if I like unconsciously flipped that upside down or if it fell out of my hand or what happened. I didn't think it was upside down and now it is. So it could go either way. Make peace with it or don't. It's like one person has peace with it and the other person does not, right? And that's the thing. It could even be the femme being like, it's okay if you need to figure things out with your ex, and the masculine's always, well, now I'm going straight for the ex. And it's like, cool, do that. Who gives a shit? Page of Wands, figure out your feelings. Come back when you got them, right? And this is the soulmate connections. These are the easy relationships. So if it's already like, that's the thing. Even in an easy, good connection, you might still have your tiffs. You might still have your issues. That's like life stuff, right? Just like you do with coworkers, friends, family. It's the same with your relationships, no matter how good it is. Okay, so let especially masculines in the dynamic, figure their shit out in that way, because it's an emotionally stunted situation where, like, without that closure, in a sense, they never get to grow up emotionally at all if they cannot recompense. If they can't be like, damn, I really fucked you up, huh? You're still thinking about this. Okay, let's talk it out. I'm not saying that you should let people cheat or go back and be like, well, they needed to fuck for closure. Like, no. If that's out of bounds of your relationship, then that's out of bounds of your relationship. Ace of Swords. It's about getting the knowledge. It's about having the conversation. It's about, you know what I mean? Just figure that shit out. It's not that big of a deal. And Temperance. Sagittarius energy. So if you're dealing with Sagittarius or whatever, maybe you are Sagittarius. Sag is masculine because it's fire. Temperance is all about taking breaks and sobriety and stuff. So maybe it's time to like cool it a little bit, whatever that means. Okay, so you want this line or do you want the stack first? A lot of y'all didn't even really see me do tarot last night, so it was kind of funny. Totally different universe, right? Totally different attitude, totally different everything. What are we thinking? This line or this stack? I feel like I could get through this line in 5 minutes. I could not get through this stack in 5 minutes, and I'm going to have to roll an ad in 5 minutes, so I'll go with the line. Because the lag, nobody decided anything. This is the rest of my Peach Blossom line. Been drinking it slow. Alright, so the Empress was the first card that came out. Flipped out of my hand, if you recall. Feminine energy, sitting in her throne, sitting in her power. What the fuck is stopping her from living the life she wants to live? Yeah, it's my Peach Blossom Sunshine. It's like a wine elixir I made for a potion the other night to transition for the autumn equinox and Libra season. Took me 3 solid days to drink it because I pretty much was having like a glass and maybe a half a night because I don't really like to get drunk, but I like to make potions, and alcohol is really good for spirits. 3 of Wands, longing. That's what's stopping the Empress from being in the moment, being happy, kind of dwelling on the past, getting caught up in the emotions. And also, like, 3 of Wands in my deck is virtue, okay? In the Thoth deck, not my deck. It's virtue. And so to see this is such a longing, pining feeling of looking back, looking to the past. So it's a definitely different energy, but also, like, wondering who you really are. Said what to someone? So it's kind of like it's almost like unfinished business, but it's almost like unfinished feelings, like needing to finish out or close out, stop looking back and whatnot. Because when you turn around, boom, the Fool. That's you, femmes. Water signs, earth signs, femmes, women's, females, everyone, cats. Yeah, exactly. The journey is ready to start the minute you stop looking back and look forward. What's going to be the blockade on the journey? Nothing. Straightforward moving. 6 of Wands is victory. Look, he's moving forward. It's like, the journey begins and boom, he's on the path. There's like literally, if you get past this block of looking back, there's no blocks moving forward. That's crazy. That's great news. That's like literally incredible. And we got the reverse Knight of Wands, King of Wands. I mean, fuck them if they don't want to come. Fuck them if they don't want to come in. You don't want to fucking present yourself, be passionate, fiery, come in hot? Then don't. The femmes don't stop. The Hierophant's right here, especially not I. Hello. Hierophant, do you. Stick to your plan. Stick to your goal. Stick to your whole mental, spiritual process, purpose. Stick to it, Hierophant. Taurus energy. Beach. The fixed signs, I'm telling you, it's been coming up a lot lately. That fixed energy. So, sit in your throne. If it ain't a fuck yes, it's a no. If it's nothing but games, it's a blow. More like go, not blow. Damn, I fucked that up. Okay. And then, look who comes back when they see you doing good, doing your thing without them. The fucking Knight of Wands. Cool. A downgrade version of you because you're desperate. Instead of you being like, well, I'm too fucking good for you, so fuck it. Then you come back like, wait. Yeah, nobody's got time for that. So if you're like having a dilemma, here's the thing. Think of it this way. You're in a good relationship. King of Queens. And my eyes are getting weary. My back is getting tight. Yeah, you think I don't know? I'm sitting here in traffic on the Queens drawbridge tonight. And I don't care, cause all I wanna do, that's Kevin James, like OG, is drive my truck and ride right home to you. Whatever the fuck. Yeah. I feel like once again there's like a situation with like an ex. It feels like if you're in a relationship, the Queen and King of Swords came up together. There's clearly a disagreement. And this was definitely the femme journey of seeing that the other person really isn't worth it and knowing it, and that's part of the closure. And knowing that they came back with like a fake offer, they're gonna come back with like a real offer, and it's just not gonna be as good. So cool, get over it. Everybody will. Awesome. Oh wow, like totally freaked me out. I mean, right on, because Taurus sure is number 1. Okay, actually number 2, but it's just a time of season, right? So we have the Ten of Swords. Yeah, ruin. So this is when I get this in the thought readings, I think of this as everything around you falling apart and basically 2 steps before a tower moment. But in this deck, it feels more like betrayal. And I would guess that because the couple in question came up as the Knight and Queen of Swords, that the swords is indicating the masculine, like this. Oh shit, we gotta do our ad before we get into this. So the first part was the feminine. Cool, nailing it basically. Not falling for bullshit. If it ain't a fuck, yeah, it's a fuck no. This will be the masculines in a little bit of a tougher spot. So be right back on that thought, and we'll get into it after 60 seconds. Why is my mouse off? I've been using it this whole time. When did I fucking turn my mouse off? I've been using it the whole time. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you? I'll be right back. Okay, had to light some incense. LOL, popcorn and Bob Ross, I guess. Okay. All right, you're saying some creepy shit the last few days. You need to stop with the Zans, man. Anyway, so this is going to be the masculine side. Seems like everything in their life right now is going to shit. Everything's falling apart. They feel stabbed in the back. They feel weak. They feel weighed down, weights on their shoulder, too many conflicts, too many challenges, not keeping up. Page of Pentacles. Maybe it's not necessarily financial issues, but it's maybe a redirection of finances for this person, the masculine in the situation. And it's so funny. Page of Pentacles. You give a mouse a cookie, they'll bake you a dozen. Okay? 10 of discs right after. Page of Pentacles. One little offer, and you get it back tenfold. You're masculine. What are you talking about? Stop. You need to just listen. Okay, and then boom, Queen of Wands. Right? Being passionate for their person, for you, masculines, right? Meeting that energy, matching that energy, okay? So then we got 6 of discs. So I'm seeing like money will really turn everything around for the masculines. Like part of the reason they're so stressed is probably actually financial, but they think it's these things going on in the relationship when really it's something as simple or trivial as money, okay? We've got some face down cards for the masculine. So these are we're going to think of as challenges that are coming ahead or stuff that's coming up that is affecting the way that they can handle things, okay? What are the blocks and challenges to come out together? We have the 5 of Swords and the Emperor. So the masculines are kind of doubting whether or not they can live up to the Empress's standards. Like when they are barely feeling like they can be the Knight of Wands or the King of Wands, when they can't even show up as the King of Wands and they come back a desperate Knight of Wands, they're not really sure they can measure up to being the whole ass Emperor, whereas the Femmes are showing up as the Empress, the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Swords, like literally continuously showing up in their full form, kind of ready to go, kind of like very knowledgeable, very open minded, like very loving. And the masculines like, I don't even think I can keep up. I'm trying. They're trying to move away from this mindset, hence why I picked them up together. And you can see the Five of Swords looking away, but also it's kind of like seeing the masculines showing up as the Emperor, but also like looking towards this side stage, being like, fuck, dude, what about this and that? Looking at their worries and woes, thinking, can I maintain this? Can I measure up? Am I passionate enough? Am I strong enough? Am I in control enough? Am I stepping up enough? Strength. It's going to take all the strength you have. Leo energy. So 3 out of 4 of the fixed signs came up in this reading. The only other zodiac card we got was Temperance, as far as I'm aware, which is Sagittarius fire. So interesting. But Leo, all the strength that you have. I think of that Peter Gabriel song came to mind immediately. Well, it takes all the strength in me. From the deepest place I grieve. I'm losing such a central part of me. I can't let go of it. And you know that I need it. Knight of Wands, don't know why. King of Wands, I don't know why I cut the deck. I don't even know what song that is. I think it's the same. I think it's on Up. What song is that? It's not the song I Grieve, but he says I Grieve, and I think it's on the same album as I Grieve, which is Up. 2002. 2002. Y'all, I know nobody else cares about this, but what the fuck is that Peter Gabriel song I was just singing? Come on. It's only that one part repeating in my head. What is that fucking song? You know I need it. No, I'm not gonna think of it. There's no way I can even get past. I can't get forward. I need to. That's like the end of the song. I need to get to the first part. Maybe it is I Grieve. You know what? It might actually be I Grieve. I don't know. Okay. I guess I have to move on. I'll look it up on my next commercial break if I remember. Okay, so what else is coming up? Ooh, the devil. Yeah. Capricorn energy. So it's funny, I just said something about zodiacs. The devil, inevitable, right? Could represent a lack of self-control, addiction in general. Could be a Capricorn. It could just be Capricorn season where you're not really feeling strong, capable, or comfortable until then. Challenges along the way, dealing with feelings of possessiveness, okay, because that's something that comes up. It's a big challenge during retrograde, and when people do come back from your past and you have to question the shit out of it. Why? So many questions. Go with it. Deal with it. Just let other people be people and have faith in your connection, right? And if you don't, recognize that, okay, maybe we need a break. Maybe we need to do something else. Maybe we're not on the same page. And sometimes that's how you get to the same page. It's just by stating the fact that, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's whack. Oh, maybe it is whack. Maybe I have been indoctrinated into thinking a certain way about relationships and monogamy in general. Okay, maybe I do trust my partner enough to let them fucking have a conversation with somebody. Jesus, fuck, what the fuck? You know? Get off the chokehold, you know? That's what that devil energy is. It could be addiction, but because this is exclusive to romance, I do feel it's the possessive quality that comes up with the devil and Capricorns in general. But we got the magician. You can always ask for better for yourself, masculines. You can always step up and create the world you want to live in, essentially. And you can decide for yourself, not necessarily who's worthy and who isn't, but if you don't like the way things are, if you're not doing great and it is messing up your relationships in a sense, then of course you can always just do something different. Manifest a new reality in a sense. As above, so below. Be the person within as you are without. Be the person you see yourself as in real life. Okay? And then Queen of Cups. You'll get that nurturing partner, motherly energy that you want. Not necessarily motherly, but like maternal energy in the sense that if this is your partner and you want a family, literally like the motherly energy that you want, if that's what you're looking for in your feminine. Um, Even still, you want that nurturing dynamic of the paternal figures, right? So Queen of Cups, Knight of Cups, like, if you do what you are meant to do, or know what's good for you, and realize that that's also good for your partner, and then boom, you get to that loving, nurturing, compassionate, genuine, and understanding perspective from your femme, right? And boom, the star. By Aquarius season, everything's worked out. Love it. Especially, I think, if there is financial woes, because there was a heavy emphasis on the discs in the beginning of the reading. But the star is Aquarius energy, so we got 4 out of 4 of the fixed signs. Okay? Some fixed ass energy. It's not even a fixed season right now, but Scorpio season is coming. Okay? What? I have had streams with aliens. Unless you mean like of another living being, sure. Yeah. Or my twin flame, right? That's the whole thing. It's like an extraterrestrial connection. Cool. I think that was a solid love reading. I'll draw like 3 more, and then we can take the next few minutes to kind of talk about it. If you have any questions or are just concerns, I don't know. Yeah, I do it all the time. That's that mystery deck. Last night was people, though. We were using the Halloween Oracle, but the shadow work stuff is like, I don't want to call it the Illuminati, but it ain't not like that. No, we're not really getting into the conspiracy. I'm trying to learn to pace myself so I don't get super exhausted during readings, so I do want to take until this next ad break to just kind of chill. I was going to pull 3 cards. There we go. We got 2. They are in reverse, though. We get 1 face up, or... No? Okay. Bottom of the deck is that 2 of Wands. More pensiveness, more kind of looking back, but looking at the facts. And in reverse, we got the Page of Wands and the 7 of Swords. So no more futile efforts into fuckboys, basically. You've turned a new leaf. Congratulations. It's finally happened. You're over the shit. Good for you. LOL. I thought Pico made that last comment, and I was like, Pico, what are you talking about? You've been on the stream so many times. That's so funny. So for you to say, oh, I feel like, yeah, wait till you see it when it actually happens. It's so funny. They like to communicate in music most of all, is what I've noticed. Okay. I like to shuffle before I put them away, and of course now they're getting messy. Like I said, I want to take a few minutes in between and move on to the Demon Karmic reading. Wait, what was this one? The Sun. It all works out. That's why there is no final draw. I have to just shuffle them and put them away. That'd be fun. Oh, yeah, me and Joe Rogan going toe-to-toe. Just kidding. I know. I hate that we have the same kind of energy because I am so not into it. I feel like he's literally me for men instead of like the gays and them. But it's okay. It's like not okay with me, but it's like a certain kind of Rick Sanchez energy that none of us are proud of, but all still love to be, huh? Yeah. Oh, that'll be cool too. Love that. So yeah, taking the next 7 minutes before our next ad break to just talk. If you have any questions about the 3D IRL love reading we just did, soulmate questions, love connections, we're kind of staying in that zone tonight. I named the stream Checks Out because I couldn't remember what we talked about doing tonight, and my went black and white makes metals checkers. I just called it Checks Out. It has no relevance. I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, nor do I really care. I guess I did just say we have 6 minutes to kill, so I'm not like overdoing it on my readings. But yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up. So, ooh, yeah, Squidward and Janky Doodle. That's what I speak. I don't know whose language it is, but it's Squidward and Janky Doodle, and I can write it sometimes. It's like not Outer Rim tongues, you fucking perv. 23-year-old fuckboy. Just kidding. But nah, we talked about this last night. So, yeah. I think that's on Duolingo. You're the best. Fake Sign's got that dry ass sense of humor, and I love it. Including me. Always have. So, if you're kind of new on my channel, my my demon deck is pretty much my least used deck because I restrict it normally to financial, labor, career work oriented readings because I understand how people feel about demons and hell in general, so anything you would associate with that. Okay, money related issues, right? It says Demon Tarot, but it's really more like Oracle. It's just each card is individual. There's no suits, Major Arcana, or anything. So I just do call it my deck of demons pretty much. During spooky season, if you miss this little memo, I like to just let them kind of give whatever advice they want. Usually it's channel messages, advice in the general sense, more life, kind of like Thoth vibes. But tonight I wanted to do, I determined that we were going to do the Twin Flame reading with my mystery deck because that's how I do Twin Flame readings. And I wanted to start with the Love deck, Love Tarot, because it's very much the hands-on, in-your-face 3D relationships and true love, right? So we established it as soulmate connections. So I wanted to fit in a karmic reading in between the soulmate and the twin flame so we can see where it gets fucked up, where the bridge is messy, and why some people will settle on thinking their twin flame is their karmic and never want to work things out with them or work out why that didn't work because they just say, oh, it's my twin flame and twin flames are toxic, to come back to that point that someone had made earlier. So when I read the demon deck, it's literally like it's 67 demons and like 2 witch cards. Okay, the Sabbath and Brooms. So I just read from it. We interpret it. Sometimes, very rarely, I do channeled messages with the demons, but I don't really love to do that because there's so many of them, they literally don't stop at a certain point, and 2, sometimes I talk to ones that aren't even in the deck. It's a lot. It's a lot. I didn't ever do it on purpose. I just one day noticed I was channeling while shuffling that deck and was like, oh my god, I'm channeling demons now. Kind of cool. We will definitely, I don't know where Merlson is. We will definitely probably do some channel demon readings deeper into spooky season. Probably waiting till October because that's the month where they truly do roam the earth and not just the connection via people who are connected to the spirit world. And so at that time we can do some channel messages. They'll be a little more etiquetted, if you will. But for now, I'm going to try to just stick to the little reading the mantras, getting good advice out of it. But for the first time ever, because I like to evolve when I do these. Before I did the streams and I just did personal readings, I kept all my decks. I had less decks, but I also kept them all to their assigned whatever. But because I'm on here almost every day and I use these decks, multiple times a day, in a day, every week, it's not that it gets boring, but it kind of does. That's so true, but I honestly just feel like pets are familiars and familiars are soulmates, but I get it. I guess if you're in love with your dog, sounds like something a dog person would say. Are you a dog person? I'm such a cat person. I'm like a no pets person, but like cats all day, you know what I mean? Okay, so cool. I'm actually looking forward to this. So it evolves. That's what I mean. Like this is meant for my channel messages with the galactics and whatnot, turned into twin flame readings. These are my hellish, laborish career money people turned into karmics. Like it just evolves as we go. That's part of the yeah, I knew it. I think it's a Taurus thing, and my Scorpio rising is like, we hate dogs, we love cats. Shut the fuck up and get a reptile. Bitch. Silverfish? Oh, amazing. Okay, let's stop being creepy, roll the ad break, and come back to the karmic reading. LOL. I am literally cracking up right now. Listen, you're hilarious. I love this energy. I think it's very fair to think that parrots are reptiles because look at those, like, underneath the feathers. What the fuck's going on with birds? What the fuck's going on with birds? Why are mammals so drastically different and take up so much of the planet, and yet the stuff that flies in the sky and swims in the water are literally like next level? You would never actually find anything like that in the wild. You only find it up top and down below, and that just seems like aliens coming from the, crevices that lead to the depths of space and dropping down from the heavens, kind of thing. Like, and like, is that really so outrageous to think or believe? I become disenchanted because it's like, is anything not possible? You think people weren't like Isaac Newton, please stop wasting your time with these goddamn apples. And he was like, listen. And now I don't even know when he existed, 17th century or 1700s, I don't know. Isaac Newton, was he older than that? I don't feel like 17th century is ringing a bell. What if I channeled someone like Isaac Newton? I never even know who to talk to. That's why I wait for people for suggestions. Yeah, I'm just saying, okay? I guess, yeah, that too. That's so true. I'm just saying, though. It's like the drastic difference. Humans do almost go in way with mammals, but still are like, nah. It's like alien bred with mammal. Gross. What the fuck were y'all doing? These weird experiments, Neanderthals. I can't. Um, Probably. I see Tesla coils all the time. I got this whole thing with energy. I'd actually love to talk to him, but we're gonna stick to the menu tonight and do the love readings. If I'm up and go, if we take these nice like 10 to 15 minute breaks between readings, I might be able to sustain to get to a Tesla reading tonight. Otherwise, we'll do it tomorrow. Tesla coil, but Tesla Coles would be an insanely good drag name. Holy fuck, you're good. Right? No, I did it wrong. No, Tesla Coles. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Tesla Coils is even funny because it's like testicles. But yeah, I love this stream too. All right, let's do the karmic reading then. And we'll try to get to Tesla. We'll write that down somewhere. By the way, listen, the Peter Gabriel thing that no one cared about, that I was like, really, I can't think of the beginning of this song. It was Love to Be Loved on the album Us, 1992. And the song that I thought it was, because he used the phrase I grieve, which is like very basic, was this album Up 10 years later. And I think that's really cute because it's like he foreshadowed himself, and I fucking love time travelers, don't you? Okay. Karmic bullshit. Let's go. Stupid karmic. I think my twin flame that I thought was my twin flame could be a karmic. But then, like, I don't know. Depends. We'll see how everything happens, I guess. We will find out Libra season who is who, I think, is what we've been waiting for and patient for. What is the karmics trying to teach us, though? How long are we making this reading? I usually restrict the demons to like a few, mostly because it's not that interesting to dive into your work life unless it's a personal reading and you add it to, like, I don't know, I usually do like quarterly forecasting for people who get demon deck readings. This feels like enough. That feels like nobody else is even trying to jump out. I will honor a Gary's at the bottom of the deck because I don't usually do that with this deck, but I've got a lot. Especially because keep this in mind. If you're at the point where you've already dealt with your karmics and you can't figure out why they're coming up, showing up, whatever, it's retrograde, you're thinking about it, could be flashbacks if they were really toxic or abusive, because a lot, like, karmics are, right? Just know that this might just be a reminder of what you learned, what you've gained, where you've been, rather than something you're consciously or actually dealing with. If a karmic connection comes up and you relate it to someone in particular, that does not mean that they are in your energy to look at a karmic reading, because this is more deciphering what karmic we've served in a sense. But if there is anyone, you'll know it. Okay? Okay. Do you know what necromancy means? Because what the fuck? Is your karmic dead? I'm pretty sure you're meeting up with your karmic in the Balkans in like 2 weeks, but okay, buddy. I wish you the best of luck, you stubborn ass, uninvolved, young fuckboy Leo that I love absolutely so much and have so much fun with. Thank you for letting me rag on you all day long. I think you low key love it. You probably owe me money. Okay. The Gary's, bottom of the deck, center, karmic, okay? Focus on direction and guidance. Literally. This is literally basically, like I said, you could be dealing with your karmic now. It might be someone you are gonna meet still if you haven't had those, whatever. I guess karmics are really like romantic relationships, but also if you're with your soulmate the whole time, it's like karmics can even just be temptation. So mind you of that too, where you don't have to be physically intimate with someone you have a romantic connection with, okay? They're just here to teach you a lesson. So at the core of this reading, and when you are dealing with a karmic situation in general, this is the vibe. Focus on direction and guidance, bringing allies and helpful items closer and pushing enemies and destructive influences away. If you are going through flashbacks, if you are reliving the trauma of an abusive relationship or something like that, if you are dealing with a karmic now, if you are questioning whether or not you have a karmic, what you need to do here is bring around people you can trust, talk to people you can trust. Even if you're taking advice from someone like me who's like in this, right? Helpful items. Get yourself some amulets, some new stuff. Go buy a necklace. I do it all the time. Not all the time. I actually do it very infrequently because I'm working on my budgeting. Not budgeting, working on my income. My budgeting is great. I'm a Taurus. Come on. I'm a triple fixed sign. Great with money. Don't have any. So once in a while I cave though, and I need to get a new amulet. Like I bought this necklace that doubles as a pendulum, and my niece picked out the rock inside of it. Adorable. I needed this. I love the way it feels in my hand. If I need to center myself, right? And if you're constantly looking at this thing they got you or whatever, then get rid of it, I guess. So you gotta like recycle, replace the items in a sense. And you're laughing because you're like double or triple fixed, right? Yeah, you're double fixed, but Scorpio moons probably do have some spendy habits, don't they? I've noticed. But maybe when you get more involved, you understand how to manifest more than manipulate, and that's the best part about having that placement. Okay, pushing enemies, so anyone who associates with your karmic, anyone who you maybe even met through your karmic. Sounds harsh, but if you're having a hard time getting over it and you're not dealing with it anymore, or if it's coming up really hardcore during retrograde, at least take a break from those people whose faces remind you of them. And destructive influences, so like, oh, I love that. Love that. Soft as fuck, but thirsty. That's why you went with that, because you probably give bomb ass, fucking sexy ass readings. But also really give a fuck about people with that Cancer moon, even if it's like so watered down with, I bet you are pretty manipulative, but you're learning to master it and do the manifest more than the manipulate. It's a Scorpio thing. You serve no karma, lucky bitch. Just kidding. You're not a bitch. I'm sometimes ruthless with my tongue, but something I've been working on long term. Yeah, destructive influences like social media, and when I say social media, clearly we are on a social platform on the internet, so this is kind of basically social media. We get that. We know I'm talking about pseudo bot Instagram toxic positivity accounts and random Facebook memes and, organized marketed algorithms, not real fucking people that you talk to, right? Like there is a difference. But that would be destructive influence, alcohol, just drugs in general, destructive influence, right? So just try to cut everything off if you need to see the clearest picture that you can, and take the guidance and go in the direction you're pointed, right? So that's Gary's reminding us as we go through this. This is a lot, all right? So we're going to start with Alistair. Some of them like to show themselves on the camera, and some do not, and some I think are not allowed. Where Alistair, I was like, not gonna pick it up, and then it was like, come on, pick it up, and I'm like, yeah, you're not allowed. I can tell. Focus on liberal sciences, including observation and charting. Okay. This is going to sound a little bit, it's a Gary's. I love you. You're so cute and funny. That's a good pun. He's Gary now. Every time I see him, I'm going to be like, oh, hey, Gary. We can show him on there. He's a little shy, but he's feeling the confidence. Gary's. Okay, Alistair's not allowed on the camera. Focus on liberal sciences, including observation and charting. While this may sound like an unhealthy activity, retrograde has people thinking of their exes or thinking of past situations in general. It's not necessarily a tie to a person as much as, like I said, if you were traumatized by one of your karmics, then you can be having flashbacks. You can be just in those moments and being like, fuck, man, no wonder love is so hard. What the fuck? If that's the case, this is going to sound a little unhealthy. But I think it's a good coping mechanism for retrograde. You cannot just continuously, obsessively, follow up on this. But because the first thing is Alistair here saying, focus on liberal sciences, observing, and charting, it might help you to look at your exes or these karmics, these temptations. If you look at their chart, if you look at love compatibility between your signs, if you read into the connection and see oh, it is supposed to be passionate, but of course I was learning a lesson. If it helps root the problems that you had and help you see why you attracted in the first place, I do feel like looking at this person's chart or your karmic's chart will help you understand it enough to be able to move on. Okay, Oribus. I named my snake Oribus. Not my real snake. It's a scarf, but he's really cool and kind of a purse. So, Oribus. He wants to be on the camera, and he's allowed because he's my buddy. Oribus. Focus on honesty with ourselves and with others. Be honest. Why did you fall for it in the first place? What did you do not to deserve it, but to have that lesson? Right? It's not that we deserve to be treated badly. It's that we get treated badly for a reason, mostly to show us how badly we were treated prior without realizing it until it was in our face to the point where we can't deny it. And also just unfinished business from past lives, if you will. Karmics are going to be the ones who trigger the flashbacks to those past lives, too. I think maybe twin flames do it, but I don't know. That's what makes me think my twin flame is my twin flame, because I don't get past life visions. I get future visions. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That checks out to the whole thing. But with karmics, it's like I know who they are at the second I lay eyes on them, can't stand them, fucking hate their guts, and then shit gets all lovey-dovey romantic. I'm seeing past life, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so act a fool, do whatever, act like a karmic. You're just trying to do this again next year, next century, you're bullshit, But I don't really believe in cutting cords or closing doors necessarily, because honestly, even as people, we get bored, let alone in eternity. When we come back, what are we coming back for? What can you really do? Okay, nice. Hey, all right. So focus on honesty with ourselves and with others. What part did you play? What did you let other people get away with that you didn't let this person get away with? You're supposed to break the cycle for yourself and see, hey, I deserve more. But who else hurt you? Not just this person, And how was that person hurting, and how did you hurt them in return, etc. You don't have to take the blame for your abuser, but I'm just saying, be honest with ourselves and with others, especially if they reach out to you and want to talk about it. Some people do change and grow and realize, oh my God, I have to break my karmic cycles and learn lessons just like you do. You can't just write them off because, they're men or they were abusive, blah, blah, blah. If they're genuinely trying to change, even if it's a retrograde motivation to reach out, if they are willing to talk about it and address their behaviors, then I think it's okay to help them figure it out, as long as you're feeling strong in yourself and you have a way to cope, like comparing birth charts and understanding even on an astrological level why it was supposed to go this way, right? Unless they were really bad and there's restraining orders and shit. Nothing too crazy. Okay, so we got Barbados. I think he's just chilling. He's listening to music, nature sounds. Barbados is a legit just trail man. Kind of gives me Tiny Tim vibes, right? Barbados. Focus on closeness to the natural world and understanding of plants and animals. Yeah. Get back to your own roots. Get grounded. Find your comfort things or beings, right? So that you can handle these conversations or even if they come up at all. Okay. Be prepared. But that preparation includes getting grounded and staying focused. Okay. And nature sounds, yeah, that's actually great, 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 great. Gotta just stay with that natural world. Focus on what's happening now. Gang of Grandma, she does not like to be on camera. I think it's a he, but I always say she, and I think it was once a she and became a he, and that's part of the hell thing, and that's why they don't like to be seen as this like ugly male figure. Beware of excessive pride, bragging, or not judging a situation or knowing all of the facts before getting involved. So, if you do decide to talk to this karmic person, right? Because it's retrograde, maybe that's why this is coming up. It seems like I was like, you might not be dealing with this person. It sounds like you might be dealing with this person pretty quick. Um, Beware of excessive pride, bragging, or not judging a situation or knowing all the facts before getting involved. So before you agree to meet them, don't sit there and be like, I'm gonna tell them how good my life is. I want them to hurt. I want them to know I'm doing better without them. Blah 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 blah. She's gonna come back with another karmic. It's not gonna be that one. It's gonna be the next one. Like, don't be petty. Don't go down that road. You know you're doing better. You know they're doing worse. You don't have to rub it in their face. Why stoop to their level when the whole point is you broke it off to get away from that level, to rise up, right? Um, and don't judge them for not having it all and realizing that they were toxic and wanting to talk, because sometimes it's hard to realize that you've been a terrible person, and usually the way we realize it is we see how many terrible people are around us and we're like, oh my god, that must mean I've been terrible. Cool. Gotta go. Ribosol. He's like, doesn't care if anyone sees him, so we're gonna show him off. He's kind of cool looking. I like him. Beware of excluding emotions for the pursuit of logic or genius. Take care not to invest so much in learning as to become cruel and unfeeling. If you are talking to someone just to get dirt, fuck you, honestly. That's just it's not even, it's beyond petty. It's like immature. It's kind of gross. It's so unevolved. Don't be the karmic that you're avoiding. Don't be the karmic you already learned a lesson from. Do not talk to people just to see what's going on with them in a negative way. Just be there for them or don't be. Understand that people still have feelings, regardless if you agree with them or share them. Whether or not the feeling's mutual doesn't really negate the fact that people go through emotions, okay? Michael. Beautiful. Focus on opening yourself up to greater power and reputation. Rise above. Go to the next level. There's no reason to get caught up talking shit, being petty. It's not gossip's okay if you're concerned about someone, if they are in really bad shape or like unhealthy or like harming themselves, then it's okay to gossip with their local community or mutual friends and family and be like, hey, like I'm concerned and want to reach out. Do we think this is alarming? Have you noticed alarming behavior? That's what true gossip is being able to communicate with your peers and determine what is and is not acceptable amongst the group or for the group in regards to the individual, right? Talking shit, different. Starting rumors, different. That's not the same as gossip. Gossip gets a bad rep because people don't want their reputation talked about, but sometimes we need to protect ourselves from predator, right? Right? The gossip of outing someone. Yeah, of course, gossip's going to be frowned upon. You don't even get the concept, do you? Fucking dumbass. It's not tabloids. Gossip is not tabloids. It's two different things. That's just talking shit, bro. So, don't, whatever. You don't have to keep your mouth shut if something's wrong, but it's also like, yeah, greater power and reputation. Rise above. Do something different. Okay, we're doing our 20-minute ab roll, 60 seconds, and I'm getting to the second line here. That was literally perfect timing. I got through this top row, kind of prepping for what's ahead or conversations that might come up during this retrograde, which I think ends October 2nd. So, be back in 60 seconds. All right. Had a little snack, big small little clips. Is this not so cute on the aesthetic? I should hang this. But I need it for my makeup. It'd have to be removable, which would be hard. Oh yeah. Anyways. And then if I'm doing all my makeup, I can just look over at it. What do you think? I've never hung this mirror up in all the time I've had it. That might be nice. Alright, now's not the time. Ooh. But I'm fucking around so we can find out. I love that. Cool. Anyways, back to the karmic shit. Zafan. He seems innocent enough. Zafan. Ironically fanning something. Beware of being swept into a mob mentality of taking disputes and protests to violent or disruptive actions. Okay, so here's the thing. Maybe your ex was shitty to you, but you know that maybe they weren't so shitty they deserve a fucking mob hunt, witch hunt, and they're like reaching out to you like, dude, do you really think I was that bad? And you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna like tear this person down, fuck them. If it's worth pursuing, then pursue it. If they were really hurtful and like harmed you violently and physically, whatever, if they were just like a younger, immature version of themselves and they're genuinely trying to figure out how to be better and they are indoctrinated into the mainstream culture of like what we see in movies and porn and learn in school, like, and they are really trying to better themselves, maybe avoid getting involved with like people who are digging up that dirt from the past. It seems like, I don't know, just like, just says beware, okay? And then we got Ukabak. He's cute too. He's kind of got the same fire thing going. Oh, I love octopus. I didn't even realize that's what we were talking about. Yeah, I don't think I missed anything else. I just used them. Yeah, octopus are great. Beware of taking workers for granted. Non management workers in retail, construction, service, and other industries may sometimes seem invisible, but those individuals are essential to a smoothly running society. Closer to home, take care to appreciate those individuals working under your leadership. Please recognize that sometimes in the workplace, even if you are not available, there might be a sexual tension that comes across as someone being mean to you. It is simply them trying to respect the boundary that you are unavailable and trying to do their damn job. If they have this kind of attraction to you, it's very likely that they are your karmic. However, once again, you being unavailable means that they can't act on it. They are trying to respect it. Please carry it lightly. Do your best to laugh it off, be mean back, or kill them with kindness. And understand that the depth in which they want you is intense, and that's why it's fucking rude sometimes. Okay. Witches round. How much fun! I like that they came up. I said brooms and Sabbath, but I forgot about Witches round, so I guess we're down to like 66 demons, which would make a lot of sense. I hope it is actually 66. My Cal might not be. Oh, she was a witch, not a demon, but she counts as one of the demons, I guess. But also one of the witch cards means 65 demons. Doesn't matter. Witches round. Witches round. We do know the alphabet, right? Yeah. It's right here. Focus on celebration and performance, creative routines with fellow professionals. Okay, so celebrate how far you've come. You're finally done with karmics. You're finally learning your lesson. You're finally over these shitty connections. You're breaking your toxic cycles of abuse, whatever it is. Congratulate yourself. Have the milestone. Feel it. You know what? If you just got divorced, throw the divorce party. How fucking cool. We all went to the wedding. Let's fucking party again, bitch. When was the last time we partied? Probably your wedding. Have the divorce party. You know what I'm saying? Have the breakup party. It sounds stupid, but sometimes we have to just really realize how bad things were and allow ourselves to have a moment to realize that our growth is just as important as getting a damn job or a house or whatever the fuck ever. Right? Performance, creative routines, fellow professionals. So immerse yourself in work, immerse yourself in the creative process, and yeah, and just be happy, grateful, and pour it into. That'd be really cute, by the way. Pour it into something. Okay, whatever. Chill out. I feel like I'm someone's third ex-wife and I got 6 husbands. I don't want to divorce any of them, but if it happens, it happens. Anyways, I might just be a lesbian. There might just be like the one woman in the world that satiates all my needs, and until then, I'm just going to be a polyamorous pansexual weirdo or something. Who knows what my arc is other than my name is Earl, and I'm just trying to serve up this karma and do better, okay? I'm the fuckboy that I preach to. Focus, right? Make art out of it. Cacrinolas. This is about secret telling. He can't go on the camera, I don't think. Oh, he's cute. I feel like it's a trap. He's not going on the camera. Bad dog. Focus on learning the secrets of others, but beware of using that knowledge to harm others. That's exactly what we talked about in that last card, where it's like, don't learn stuff just to be an asshole. This is saying that again. If you're just trying to brag and like judge people's situation for being shitty after the breakup or whatever, this is a reminder to like just, if they have no one to talk to, they relied on you for X amount of years, like they're trying to open up, they're trying to work through stuff. They maybe have a therapist and you're like, all right, you still need a friend. I can be a friend for a second because I'm just glad that you've changed for yourself, not for me. Fuck me. I don't even care. You'll never fuck me again. Just glad you're doing well. That's good energy from you. Okay? But don't just, once again, rumors or whatever. No, it's unnecessary to talk shit about it just because someone's vulnerable with you and trusts you enough to have that. No matter what they did to you. That's not the test, right? The test is how you handle it. Astaroth. Pompous dick, but no rules. Beware of milking a perceived wrong or victim status to the point at which others begin to lose sympathy and avoid the complainer. Yeah, so once again, don't be talking too much shit. Don't get too involved in the relationship. Don't start bringing it up like you did when you first broke up or whatever. Don't get like spiraled out into it or let your retrograde season be that. You have to take the lessons and run. You have to like be there, pat them on the back, and go. It can't be like, and another thing they said, I couldn't believe it, because you don't want to vent to them because you know they're going through something, but then you turn around and vent to someone else about it. Don't do that. If they're willing to talk, you got to hear them out and respect the Hippocratic oath. It's hypocritical. It's hypothetical. Hypothetic oath. Okay. And then we got Uranome. No, Uranome. My best joke ever. I'm so glad you make that every fucking time you have to see this card. It's so fucking, you're so dumb. Wow, they're like lots of twinnings on here. Okay. Beware of holding on to things past their natural end. Focus on allowing grief and loss to run their natural course. Move on to a new cycle. Right. So if you're still hung up on your ex, don't do all this stuff about talking and blah, 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 blah. Yes, exactly. That's why I need to be protected. And everyone's like, you can protect yourself, you psycho bitch. And I'm like, no, only Tyler Durden for about 6 to 12 days. Usually more like 6 to 8 days can protect us. The other times of the month, I'm extremely vulnerable and most likely crying somewhere or have really bad anxiety. So, okay. Beware of holding on to things past their natural and focus on all that. So that's really going hand in hand with that last one, where it's like if you're still complaining about your ex, still complaining about your past relationship, like people don't want to hear it anymore. Breakup's been long enough. You chose to talk to them. Don't do that. You're over it. We know it. You're just frustrated by it. Whatever. Reiterating it. Let it go. It runs its course. I think you are over it. Just you're being tested on whether or not you react to it. You're supposed, like, retrograde's going to make you want to react because you get too caught up in the past. And like I said, it can come as flashbacks. So if the person really traumatized you, you're going to realize it by it coming up again, seeing them again, talking things out with them, whatever it is. So you got to be able to like not go back on your process of grief. You have to like continue with your progress of moving on. And Belphegor. He seems like an angry Uranome, honestly. They look a lot alike. Belphegor, he's like, good ideas on the shitter. Beware of inspiration that seems too good to be true and ideas that seem like easy money with little work required. So, okay, if your ex is like not a super trustworthy person or this karmic, whoever it is, and they like try to get you in on a scam, they're like, I can pay your money back. You just got to take me to this place, help me with this thing. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's a scam. Thanks, Norby. I thought you've been here before, but that's happened a lot lately where some of my old followers just like randomly started refollowing me. Am I wrong? I thought you were here before. I recognized your name. Um, maybe it was someone else. Either way, cool. Maybe. That was good. That was the karmic portion. Oh my god, 22 people? This is the most hello, Lias. It's literally the most people I've ever been raided with. Oh, they brought peace, love, and good vibes. Peace and blessings, you guys. Thank you, Solitude Spins. Holy shit, I've never been raided by so many people. This is legit. 30 views is the literal biggest my stream has ever been. Thank you guys for choosing me. How did that even happen? You know? What the fuck? I know you probably maybe came here for tarot and there's like some demons on here, but I don't really want to, I don't even want to do demon karmic stuff right now. You guys are so cool. How are you? The stream is great. This is like, it was already going really great, but what a delightful little treat to be rated by so many people. Maybe, I feel like with all these sick emojis, emotes, things that you guys have, first of all, super jealous. That is the vibe of this channel, and I suck at being a fucking Twitch stream affiliated fit, because I don't know what I'm doing. We love that, but it is reminding me of the angel mandala aesthetic, and I feel like before we get to the twin flame reading headliner, I feel like we should pull at least one of these for this crowd. It seems like the crowd for that. Peace and love, peace and love. Like, yeah, let's get a mandala or two out. Or we can just talk, get to know each other. Hi, I'm Illuminati Miss Dex, and I got lots of decks, and sometimes I don't want to use any of them. Tonight, we're in it. We're focused on love readings because it's who I am as a person. I put the romance and necromancy. How you doing, ladies? Okay, chill out, Jesus. I don't think I'm Jesus. We just think my outfit resembles his. I do have a lot of thoughts on Jesus. Catholicism is witchcraft. It's not my fault I grew up Catholic. Okay. So, bottom of the deck, universal freedom. Everyone's free to come and go as they please. That's why in literally 30 seconds, 7 people were like, yeah, no thanks. I respect it, understand it. Universal freedom. You don't have to listen. But if you're here, take a message. I don't do personal readings. I don't do lists or whatever. If you come by this video, then you're hearing whatever you're supposed to be hearing. I'm wearing fuzzy socks, actually. But universal freedom. Everybody's free to go and come as they please and do what they want and be who they be. We've got evolution. This is the card that came out, the only card that even wanted to jump. This is about your evolution. This is a transitional period. We're going from Virgo to Libra season. We're entering fall. We're becoming veil thinned out, one with all, right? This is a very, very, very crucial time in evolution on a personal level and in the sense of revolution even. And to think, when we talk about evolution on a scientific level, we are looking at species that existed millions of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, and now. Okay? Obviously, right? But I think we fail to see or think or apply the fact that the whole timeline was the process of getting to those major points that we see in evolution. And so, whether we realize it or not, as individuals, of course we're evolving. As a species, we are also evolving. Like, that's been the whole human timeline. And so if you feel different, if you feel things are changing, if you feel like some of the norms or the look or whatever it's true. Like, it is becoming what it's meant to be. Evolution is a key part in understanding what's happening, not just in 2022, but moving forward throughout not just this next decade, but the next few hundred. It's like the golden era, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Um, I think in a way it is. You know what? An interesting thought. I just wanted to pull one of these. We'll do more at the end of the night. I usually close with these, but I want to take like a brief break in between. Yeah. See, and last night he was on some whack fuckboy shit. Tonight, more back to his wise, normal self. Taking the lessons. Something I wrote on my board, and I think it's not like well known, but you'll get a lot of parents who are like, my child says creepy shit about past lives, or kids having active imaginations. Thank you, by the way, to the pumpkin hats. I didn't notice you followed. Um, Babies will kind of stare at nothing like cats do, which is really creepy, or um, think they see ghosts or talking about people who they don't know, whatever, just stuff like that, right? And I was thinking about it, and it's like, if death is more of a place or a plane or the other side, as you would put it, a reflection of this world, anybody who's once in this world crosses into this one and it exists side by side in a sense, right? I had this whole thing. I guess that's what Libra season's for. But, okay, so kind of like, if that's the place, it's sort of like your souls are in there and you're like, I'm going to go back in, or I'm going to go out, right? And you go back in, hello, you're in the womb, being created, being born. When you come out, it's almost like you were just dead in a sense. Not like dead, because if you don't believe in reincarnation, you don't have to. But it's almost like the movie Soul, if you've seen it. The newly born souls are in the same place as the recently deceased souls, right? Like, that's kind of the whole premise of the movie. No, that's not even a spoiler, I don't think. And I was just thinking that maybe the reason babies are so liquid, creepy, and kind of connected. So, have you ever just felt like a baby was reading your mind? I talk to my nephew all the time. I'll be on the phone with my best friend, and she'll have her headpieces in, so he can't hear anything. He's like a basically newborn, a couple months old, and she'll be holding him, and I'll say something that he definitely can't hear, and he'll react to it. He'll make a sound, he'll laugh, he'll cry, and it's just like it literally syncs up with the conversation that we are having. And babies can be so attuned, and it's like, oh yeah, liquid creepy for sure. It's like, it's probably because they are closer to death than they are to life, because life is that middle part, right? Just like once you get old and you're dying, or if you get sick and you're dying, you're close to death again. But when you just came out, you were just in the place where the dead people were, essentially. Like, once again, watch Soul. It's Disney, so it's on Disney Plus. Um, it's just interesting. I put it on the board, and I don't remember what we were just talking about, but it seemed relevant in the moment. If y'all want to still do the twin flame readings, I do my little 20-minute increment app, right? So we don't get pre-rolls to disrupt us. But since we're going to strap into the mystery deck, it's probably going to be a little more intensive, a little more in-depth. Channel messages, but twin flame reading. So if you're sticking around for that, it's happening pretty much within the next few minutes. I'm just debating on, I think it's good for all of us to replenish real quick. I have to hit the bathroom. I have water. Get yourself some water. I'm going to probably light more incense. I might have a little snack to hold me over, because it takes more energy to do channel messages, and twin flame readings can be intense and extraterrestrial influenced. So if you're interested in this twin flame reading / seeing my mystery deck, which is honestly like, it's a cool deck. I think it's the coolest deck I have. I got it used from like a little hippie shop in Colorado last summer, so it's one of my newer decks, not my newest deck. I took to it immediately. Gorgeous. Didn't know what it was until somebody found out for me. It's absolutely beautiful, but When I first learned it myself, I usually go for the decks without booklets because that's how I learned tarot in the first place, or that was my first deck I found, and it's just a thing for me. So, I learned it by spending time with it, communicating with it, practicing with it. And I knew out the gate that no one is touching these cards and that they are reserved for channeled messages with guides, gods, goddesses, and galactics. Extraterrestrials, aliens, yes. So about that. If you are new here, listen. It's like my whole life plan. I can't even. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Unless you want to go there, because I can talk X-Files all day, but I do not like spoilers, and I do not care if it came out in 1993. Some of you probably didn't even come out in 1993. You want me to spoil the rest of your life? Because I can. No spoilers on this channel. Unless it's really bad and really dumb, and we just never gonna watch it. Kidding. I have no exceptions. No spoilers. Unless it's a fucking notice that there will be spoilers, okay? Anyway, yeah, so maybe if you're sticking around for the twin flame reading, it's going to be really intense. Once the stream ends, which will probably be hours from now for being realistic, you can go back and watch. We did a soulmate 3D love reading. This demon deck that you came in right after or at the end of was our karmic situational 4D readings, and now this is going to be our twin flame 5D future kind of thing. And we're going to connect with anyone who wants to tell us about it. So, like I said, do a check. Make sure you're not super hungry. It's more energy consuming for me, but you get sucked in, and it might be a while, and you'll be like, whoa. Whoa. And if you inherently connect with your twin flame easily, then listening to a twin flame reading will connect you, and that shit's draining too. So, get yourself some water, go to the bathroom, get a snack, light a candle, light some incense. Maybe I'll light a candle. Shit, it is twin flame after all. I haven't lit a candle in a while. It's fall. Get all that going. I am going to roll an ad, but this is probably going to be longer than 60 seconds. I'll be back soon. Okay? I love all of you. This is going to be cool. 15 minutes tops. I will start the reading in 15 minutes. If I come back, we'll dilly-dally. I will answer any questions. Yeah, it's a mood. We're doing a lot of twin flame readings, but they're exhausting. That's what I was saying is like, if we want to be able to talk to Nikola Tesla later, we got to be able to maintain our energy through the night. Or otherwise, we're going to be loopy. Like last night, we were like going fucking hard. Or I was before you got here. And then we just got off topic on the conspiracies. That shit is like, we were a mess. We were a mess by the end of the night. We're avoiding it tonight. It's Saturday, and we're going to treat ourselves correctly, even if these karmics never did. Even if our soulmates are still learning, even if our twin flames have yet to have the chance, we're going to do it for ourselves. So let's hear it for the girls. It's not really about the girls. And also, when do I age out of the phrase girls when I'm referring to women my age? I don't know. It's something I've been really struggling with lately. Anyways, cool. Get your stuff done. We'll be right back after these and other messages. Alright, y'all. I'm here. Not fully back yet. Gotta catch up on some messages. Um, Pretty sure I'm also going on my little checklist, making sure I got everything. Okay, let's see what's going on. Hello. So we're back. Got that, my every 20 minutes, so my 2 hour mark would have been an ad, but we got it out of the way already, so we'll have a solid 20 minutes. So, I told everyone 15 minutes, so we got like the next 2 minutes. I'm gonna catch up on the chat, and then we're gonna get right into Twin Flame stuff. I'll give people a second to filter in if they want to. Now that I'm back, I'm gonna get this out of the way, but we will do some inspiration after the Twin Flame reading, hopefully. Just a couple cards like we did earlier. It's almost like a tarot cleanse in between readings. And if we're up for some Nikola Tesla, we'll try to get to it tonight, honestly. So let me catch up on some messages here. Dun-dun-dun. Okay. Holy shit. Liquid creepy. You remember this. Get more grounded. That's good. Meatball. Electric meatball people. What the fuck? A mood. Okay. Intense. Good idea. Lavender oil. I've been using lavender oil because it's super Libra to me. Lavender just reminds me of Libras because my bestie is super into lavender. Everything about lavender too. The scent, the taste, the smell, the color. It's all, oh wait. It was here for this. Okay. Twin asshole. I don't know. Getting real. 1010. Okay. LOL, yeah, 1111 is a twin flame portal. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be late, or probably long, but I'm back. Yeah, I do night owl on this channel. Nobody's ever here during the day or evening hours. It just seems like I attract the creatures of the night, or people in really different time zones than me, because like it's late for me too. Yeah, see, 1010 is a karmic. 1111 is the twin flame. Get it? Ending. Cycles ending. Karmic cycles ending. 13-year stay. Ooh, big move. Big move. Oh, thank you, Couch Buddy. And by the way, Rainbow Phoenix Rising, thank you also. Noticed you did that when I was gone. Wow, that's so great. Honestly, congrats. Kind of want to do the same thing. You'll know. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we're starting. If you're still here, still down, sorry it's late. Right on time. Okay, it's called divine timing. I'm kidding. It is late. Yay! We're doing it now. Cool. Just want to catch up on your messages. It's 2 hours on the dot. When am I ever on time for stuff? Unless it literally is this shit. Spirit time, divine time. Has me late for my jobs. On time for my stuff. Okay. Twin flame reading. Cool. I'm gonna just put that there. It's mostly for me, not for y'all, I guess. Not even like. Oh, I guess it's kind of a nice warm glow. Yeah, I feel that too. Okay, so that's kind of like what you're supposed to be. The thing is, if you're still 50-50, you're probably not ready for each other. Like we talked about briefly earlier, part of the twin flame connection is that you're not there for each other during your growth, during your change, during your most tragic and traumatic times in life. You're there at the end of it. Like once you go through all that stuff on your own, that's when your twin flame union can happen. You'll meet your twin flame along the way, but it's kind of like if you have been with them and you're not with like sexually or relationship wise, like going on one date and then oh shit, parting ways or something weird like that, not a big deal. doesn't can still be your twin flame. But if you like had a full blown relationship with the person already, it's probably not your twin flame. It's more like your karmic, or just a soulmate that it didn't work out with, depending on the level. That yeah. See, you get it. Some people are like, oh, is this no? Yeah, exactly. An online situationship, never really met, definitely feelings. What is it? Maybe you met, but like, right. Yeah. So totally get that. That definitely would be a point of adversity, which is also a key defining factor in twin flame relationships because some people cannot get over the adversity. Diversity could be interracial, international, interspecies, intergender. I don't know what that means. Age gap, weird, anything that is brings judgment. Those are like key factors of twin flame connections, right? Or noted things, right? Yes, points of adversity. Because that's the thing. Some people are like, it's not even worth it. I'd rather not. I'd rather just enjoy my soulmates. Like, I came here to be happy. I didn't come here to learn lessons continuously. I want to just grow at my own pace with the person that I love by my side. Twin flame shit is like karmic shit is forcing you to trigger and grow if you are avoiding the work or avoiding soulmate love. Or if you like need the lessons to be served via another person, that's total karmic. And it's so that you do grow and accept soulmates and accept moving on, right? That's great. Twin flame is when you're both done with your processes and you get together at the end of it and you're both healed. And that's why twin flame relationships are sought after but very rare. And people who give up on their twin flame simply did not want to put in the work. And at that point, if you already think you're on the journey and met them and you settle for less, it's because you're literally not doing the healing work. The whole point is like, yes, you both have to do it. But if you're not both doing it, then neither of you are probably doing it. So you just, thank you. You just give it up, and that's super common too. And that's why people are like, oh, twin flame connections are bullshit, toxic, etc. It's because they didn't want to put in the work or they got confused by a karmic. Got stopped dead in their track and said whatever. And soulmate connections aren't settling, but if you already start on that journey where you deal with the karmics and stuff and you know your soulmate isn't your person and you've met your twin flame and you don't continue the journey, that is settling, right? But if you actively try to put in the work and not focus on the person and whether or not they're doing it, but doing it for yourself, then once you're both done, once you're both at your full evolution, you have like a very easy, loving relationship because there is no more growth to be triggered and blah, 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 karmic cycles. It's crazy, right? Dude, tell me about it. But don't or do. Yeah, it's especially because I'm at the point in my life where I recognize when I'm an asshole. I even have my reasons why I'm an asshole now where I didn't before. And so when I interacted with this person or several hundreds, everyone I ever met, had no idea what was wrong with me, just was crazy and was like, well, spirit's moving through me. I'm slapping the shit out of you. Boom. Like, what? No, it was PMDD. It was not the fuck. So I feel apologetic about things. I want to reach out and say, hey, want to apologize. We don't have to talk, I guess. I would love to give it another chance because now I see from a different perspective of my own self, my own life, my own growth. But if the other person's not ready, that's what the no contact is for. And like I said, they may never be ready. Right? It's complicated. I think, well, that's the thing. I have so many situations going on. It's like, my name is Earl Ark, buddy. Are you a Taurus or what, Couch Spuddy? I said buddy, and I could have just said Spuddy the first time. I love that. Are you a fan? Are you a Taurus? April person? This is my name is Earl Ark. I'm very concerned about my karma. Unfortunately, oh yeah, no shit. Same diff. Not really, but that's hilarious because that checks out. Yeah, I didn't make a physical list, but I've done this before in the past, and I just periodically work through my karma. My name is Earl Arks. But it's the gravity of Pardon me. The gravity of my behavior situations and just like another thing that's happening with an odd factor. It was kind of all started before retrograde, but now I look like the douchebag ex, even though these aren't my exes. That comes back during retrograde, and I'm aware of that because we're fuckboys in recovery, right? I'm the leader of the fuckboys. I'm like Peter Pan for fuckboys, okay? Um, Amen to that. Something to nurture, not something to conquer. Men are so toxic. Um, yeah, that's great. That's great, though. Glad to hear it. Um, cool. So, yeah. Um, they're intense connections. They're not for everybody. But if you are, especially, that's the thing. If you're like, again, points of adversity, the whole channel of growth. And like I said, I already did the soulmate and karmic reading. So if you're more interested in that, wait till the end and you can watch those readings. You don't necessarily have a twin flame if you're not seeking that kind of growth, or if things come to you naturally and you kind of know who you are from the start and you don't have the traumatic experience that some people do in life. Everyone experiences trauma on some level, but once again, some people have the means, resources, and support in their life to work through it, and others don't. And that's usually the type that gets the twin flame stuff. Karmics want you to do them first and you later. Twin flame wants you to do you first and them later. Thank you. I don't know what that song is, but yeah, it sounds like you. Cool, yeah, for sure. So I said go to the bathroom before. Just kidding. Oh, it's kind of, we already started. I got 2 cards on here. If you want, we're doing an ad break in 10 minutes. I don't know how much you can hold yourself. Um, like I do ad breaks every 20 minutes. So if you want to get started, okay. The 2 cards that are on here, and the reason that I was saying these things is because we have the 4th position Earth. That's how I read these because they're my intergalactic cards. So it is just like traditional tarot, but it's different. Do you have a major Gemini placement? Because I know that every Gemini I know just like cannot hold their pee. They pee all the time. It's like, I don't know if it's anxiety or they literally just have small bladders. I don't know. But if you have a major Gemini placement, I would not be surprised, even though I know you're big 3 or whatever. You're like Cancer rising, or is it Gemini rising? If you don't know your birth time, it's just a guess. I don't know. LOL, fair. 4th position Earth. We don't need to talk so much, but I literally have a picture of me on a toilet right here, so it's appropriate. 4th position Earth is, okay, before we get too deep into this, know that your connections are going to be, well, I said I was going to start at the 2-hour mark, and everyone had 15 minutes. That's okay. No, just kidding. The lag on the chat makes the conversations keep going. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to like drag it out. It's just funny because I know you were responding like before I said anything, and then I got it after. But just like for clarity before we really start, just remember that like the masculine elements are going to be fire and air. So wands and swords are going to represent the masculines. We could also see the masculines in our dynamic as the men, male-bodied, male energy. If the elements don't align, but it doesn't have to be true to it. But instead of saying masculine and feminine, you might notice I slip into he and she. Same concept, still the same thing, right? You'll know which one you relate to and which one the other person relates to, but most of the time in twin flame connections, they're relating in the same way and reacting differently to it, right? So, mind you that the illustrations also have clear depictions between masculine bodied assigned dog at birth versus feminine bodied assigned cat at birth, people or beings on them. So the reason I'm explaining that is one, make it less complicated, and we're queer as fuck over here, kind of obviously, so no genders restrictions. But in terms of tarot and energies in general, it's just a very simple way to help keep track of things and just the dynamic of the two, right? And we'll get to 4 later, right? But right now, gotta get to twin flame before you can get to the whole candelabra, right? I'm like, what? Takes a village, doesn't it? Okay, so you'll see stuff like this where 4th position earth is a feminine element, but you see the masculine body. And so this is indicating the masculine leading into his feminine energy. Okay? Like the divine masculine leading into divine feminine energy. He's trying to hold it up. He's trying to build the foundation. He's trying to be supportive. He's trying to lean into those feelings, those vibes, right? On the other, it's the same plate here. We have 3rd position air with a masculine body, or non-binary, but we'll go masculine for the fuck's sake. This is all about knowledge, learning, acquiring knowledge, not just Ace of Swords, incoming of knowledge that you suddenly have a realization of, but seeking knowledge, learning to understand, like doing your research, doing your homework, whatever it is. Not necessarily about the specific person you're dealing with, but the whole concept of fucking life for all I give a fuck, okay? Learn something. It's coming up super masculine where it's like, yeah, okay, femmes have been in the lead. There was a brief time in like March, I want to say. I think the twin flame reading started the Valentine's Day, I would guess. And it was like, yeah, femmes are like way ahead of the game, blah, blah, blah. Masculines need to catch up. A month later, it was like, okay, femmes hit a little rock bottom, got a little too cocky, got a little too out of control, whoopsie-doo, reining it back in. And all of a sudden, things felt like matched up. But I think people didn't even realize what was going on. Come April, it was like, holy shit, a lot has happened, right? And then by August, you got your whole Lionsgate thing, which the Leo season is Lionsgate. Leo rules the heart in the zodiac body. It's fire, passion, wands, masculine energy. And the gate opens, and a lot of people were like hoping for their twin flame connections, I think. And if you and your twin didn't have the same wish, then neither one of you will get it, right? And that's kind of the whole concept, the whole tease of it is like, if you're not both on the same page or at the same point in your growth, you'll never come into union, even if this is the time union is meant to come. Because the whole point of the twin flame journey is that you are done with all the other journeys, all the other lessons. You broke the karmic cycle. You took the L's, which L is not a loss, it's a lesson. So yeah, I'll take an L. I don't care. Even if you think I'm losing, I've gained an invaluable knowledge and a sense of wisdom that I hadn't had before. And I've always been wise. I could always use more, right? I love life. I love experience. It's who I've always been. So excuse me while I focus on my pockets, right? Mind me, I got this. Femmes have been in the lead. But there's a lot to be revealed this Libra season, and we've been saying that. We've been knowing that. Both. Your divine energies within are one with the universe, and therefore they are in tandem, guiding your human vessel to have the experience it needs to have so that it can become the soul, right? Of earth, of life. Youth. Eternal youth. That's exactly what that is. Yeah, okay. I think I was like, maybe I missed a message, but I think yeah, we're good. So it's a lot, right? It's a lot. And that's the thing, your twin flame is not an ex. If you've already dated this person, that's karmic, and then you have unfinished business with, it's not your twin flame. This is for the connections, the misconnections, basically. Bottom of the deck, 14th position, air, king of air. This is definitely a masculine heavy. It's kind of like, because in the previous twin flame readings, it almost was like an outside perspective, and it was very much the feminines being in the lead, so to speak, like being like, okay, balls in your court. I did everything I needed to do to honor this connection, but also stay true to myself and focus on me and my life path. I still would love to meet you there in the end, whenever you're ready, because now I am. And the masculines were MIA, no contact. Like, oh well, okay. So the femmes moved on. We took a break from the twin flame readings and everything, and now it's coming back heavy, right? People asking for it, even trying to find them, coming up by request, whatever. And whereas before it did feel more neutral, femme leaning, unbiased third party reading, this is like, gosh, this is just the masculines kind of like talking. Oh, you're okay. We're kind of in. I have the cards on the table, but I haven't gone through too many of them. You can always watch the replay and see the other two readings. But your destiny, you're right on time. Yeah, welcome back. So yeah, this is heavy on the masculines, king of air, so double masculine. That's how you know it's the masculine, and he's in his masculine form. He's coming in saying it was destined. Cool, but if you don't say it, doesn't count. Thinking it, your twin flame, you may be able to fucking share thoughts or whatever the fuck you cock ass believe, but like, doesn't count if you can't say it, right? That's like the whole thing. So, well, no, you're probably not. I don't think you are at all. You're like, told me that you're she, her, and you are Taurus, Scorpio, Cancer, all femme signs. Or water. Those are the feminine signs, so no, I don't think you are. I think that you're being too hard on yourself, and the other person not being ready is making you overthink whether or not you are ready, and you're getting in these situations of, listen, as the femme, cutting off contact because you are like trying to not get caught up with them because you're focused on yourself is not the same as like no contact. They made themselves unavailable, so if you had to cut contact or cut ties with the person, is because they went no contact, and like more like no comment, and that's how you get no contact. You know, God, hearing that out loud makes the like, God, I'm dumb sometimes. Dumb. Goddamn. Kinda can't. Yesterday, I was sending voice clips with my friend. No, we're doing a commercial break. Subscribe if you don't want to hear the ad and want to hear the stupid shit I said. Yeah, so if you're like not watching an ad, literally said, my gay I can't ass. I don't know. It's something goofy. It's just like a perpetual state of being. I just can't. Gay I can't ass. That's what it was. My gay I can't ass. She was like, that's amazing. I don't know why, but it's so true and relatable and a mood. I don't know if you can hear me right now, so I'm going to wait to comment on that. Okay, so I'm back. I do want to get back to the reading, but I want to make sure that T made it to the bathroom and back before we like get back to it. I can't ask. Yeah, well that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like if they leave you with like I don't know, mixed signals, dodgy fucking this or that, then like you have to go no contact. It's like the polar, what is it? Polar resistor dynamic, where like the resistor might still make a move because they're being pulled to, and the polar thinks the resistor because they're not doing anything except having like obsessive thoughts and shit like that. And look, we got two, 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 two. Yay! Perfect. So let's get into this because now we got cards on the table. So this is basically not just a masculine reading, but this is like, and I hate this shit, trust me. I hate this shit. A message from your person. Listen, a message from my person comes out their fucking mouth, or at the very least from their fucking hands, okay? Like, fuck no. This ain't no fucking, don't talk to me through tarot. Don't talk to me mentally. Don't have a conversation with me in the 5D and then be too scared in fucking real life if this is how you fucking feel. If it's gonna come up this obviously, if it's gonna take up the whole attention of the reading, of the whole point is to be an equal part dynamic between masculine and feminine in a balanced union, then do your part to balance it and leave me the fuck alone. And I think that's just like basically, we all been fucking ghosted. Except me. I don't give a fuck. I'll haunt you before I ghost you. Okay, so I don't use the block button, whatever. Ooh. And if I do, God, you had to really fuck up. Fuck me up. Anyway, I'm emotionally mature, but I'm still petty. I still get hurt, I'm not perfect. I just know how to handle it if that happens. Okay, so this is very much like a masculine message. And pretty much if you are a masculine, then know that this is your sign that you need to speak up and just tell your person how you feel instead of holding back and trying to be like, maybe they'll understand mentally and come towards me. Your stupid polar bullshit. That's exactly it. It's no longer the runner chaser, right? You were the runner. We were the chaser. We stopped chasing. You stopped running. You turn around. We're not paying attention. You start thinking about us. You're pulling us in. You're using your energy. You're using your magic. Pull, pull, pull. Not saying anything. Pretending like, oh, I moved on. I don't even care. No contact. Pull, pull, pull. What do you think happens when you think about someone nonstop? And guess what? You can't manifest human beings. The whole thing is free will, universal freedom, however you want to look at it. Manifesting a person backfires every single fucking time. Okay? Just gotta stop. Gotta stop. Gotta stop. That's the polar, the masculines. And so the femmes are like, God, I'm over this person. Why am I thinking about them? Why is this coming up? Why is this even on my mind? Why are they in my readings? Why is this? They have not said shit to me. I thought the whole point was to move on. Chalked it up to a karmic lesson. What am I supposed to give a fuck? Oh, because mentally, 5D, I'm with you already. Like, bitch. Shut the fuck up then. Be shh. If you're not ready to say it, you're not ready to think it. Okay? That's like point blank, period. If you can't say it, don't think it. If you can't be it, don't imagine it. It's okay to say don't be it, don't dream it, be it, right? But if you're not ready, yeah, no, I know. That's usually what happens with twin flames is you ghost and come back. And it's like, evaluate each other. Are you ready? Nope. Still scared. Still terrified. Still can't speak my feelings. All right. We'll give it another go another time. Probably 3 years from now. Right? 5 years from now. Well, how much time you got, bro? We never know. We only have tomorrow. No day but today. Okay? Like, it's literally that simple because it's a waste. Everybody is ready. It is that time. It is that 2022 goddess year. Fucking, who thought we'd be here? 30th anniversary. Who cares? It's a birthday. It's mine. Okay? Fuck it. Right? It's not my birthday. We already established I'm a Taurus. Don't ask what I'm talking about. It's easier if you just ignore it. So, we're still gonna read the fucking cards. But just know that that is the feminine half of the reading. Is we're over it, don't want to hear it unless we hear it from you. What? I just literally said Taurus. And it's Libra season. So where are you at, bro? Where are you right now? It's been Libra season for like 2-3 days. Come on. Get with it. We did a whole thing. You were here for it. Remember? We gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. Yeah, yeah. So now to this masculine side, they want to like hear me out. But I'm not gonna address it, talk about it. I'm just gonna hope they get the message mentally by thinking about them obsessively 24/7, writing it in my fucking diary. Cool. I'll write songs about me and shut the fuck up. Think about something else then, sir, or ma'am. Masculine doesn't matter. Okay. 8th position, water. Feminine energy, masculine body. The thing about the elements, okay? Yeah, I love that song. The thing about the elements and the, I don't want to call it gender, energy alignment, okay? Is it's almost like a scale. I think of it like this, kind of. Maybe it's full circle, but not necessarily connected. I feel like there's another half to it. But you think like the polarities, fire and water, those are going to be the super extreme feminine and super extreme masculine. And then you have the polar opposites that are like less intense and more almost neutral, leaning towards a more almost kind of like non-binary status of the earth feminine and the air feminine, where they're not so extreme opposites. They work better together. Not necessarily better together, but you do get the hot and cold effect with water and fire, and the extreme masculine in the ego, self-centered energy that you get from fire signs. Not even in a negative way. Some people need to focus on themselves first, and that's okay. It's just a masculine trait that we see in the extreme masculine element, right? And then, yeah, that's not the point. And then the extreme feminine, right? And we know what of water signs. We know they're manipulative crybabies, okay? And sometimes the feminine energy can really play victim. And so that's like, the dark side of it. But we also know that it's nurturing, caring, and compassionate before you get to that point. So the extreme feminine, it's like, yeah, it's like that where they're very polarizing. So to see the masculine in the extreme feminine energy, oh, look, I'm getting aligned. I'm being like you. I'm bossing up. I'm doing my shit. See, it's like a mocking thing. Like, he's got his chakras aligned, but that base is like so mischievous. And it's water with the masculine. So it's kind of like when the masculine gets petty about his feminine energy and kind of like overdoing it in the sense of like mocking it, right? Not great. 9th position, fire, realizing that that's not how you treat feminine energy. Finding the compassionate, passionate, fiery warmth of the masculine energy instead of the egocentric side. Seeing the rose delicately cradled in his hands and him wanting to protect this world of his, right? So it went from this extreme shift for them where they were like acting like this ferocious, petty, feminine energy and like being like, is this how you want a man to be? And then realizing like, oh no, this is what you meant. I'm stupid. And then love. Yeah, they're in love. Cool. There's this song by Spiritualized that just like fucking every time I hear it, I'm like, God damn, is this that song? And every time it's that song, it's like the first time I'm hearing it. Every single time, I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love. Or probably just hungry. I don't know any more words really. I just love that line. It's a great song. So it's like hitting the masculines where they're like, oh, when I stop like making fun of this person, I realize I'm actually in love with them. That is like so fucking cruel when I say it out loud like that. Were you just making fun of me? Is that what the whole thing was? Because that's how it felt at the time, right? Looking back, I see the clues. I'm like, oh, this is kind of sweet. And that's what everybody meant by he liked me. And now I see how obvious it was. But then this is like, sorry for making fun of you. And it's like, were you making fun of me? Because that's the impression I got. And then you played the victim and said, oh, I just had a crush. I don't understand. Yes, you did understand, mind game motherfucker. The fuck? I didn't call myself a mind fucker, though. So, of course, I met a fucker with mind games. Like, yeah, twin flame stuff. That's why I never fucking worked. And I was just very young. So, it doesn't matter. fuck yeah, you got a fucking masculine inside you. I think PMDD might be reincarnated men trapped inside women's bodies who come out once a month screaming and begging to get out and get so inclined with rage to try to escape the flesh form that they were cursed to be in. Yeah, that's Tyler Durden. We've talked about this. Anyways, big reveal. What is this? Second position, Earth. Look, the juggler. They're like, yeah, but ma'am, these masculines are like, of course I want to confess my love to you, but you've got a lot going on. You've got a lot on your plate. You're maybe even juggling other people. You're kind of a queen. You're standing in your own. You seem so prepared. And I just don't think I'm even on that level. So what can I even do? And other blockage would be self. Yeah, you just don't want to. You're seeing them and seeing, if you're intimidated by that, if you're intimidated by the fact that they don't need you or don't want you, and you still love them anyway, but you can't admit to it because it's like possessiveness and control goes out the window, intimidation factor. It's kind of like on you still, and you need to reflect on why you're intimidated by that. Or like you fucking up and thinking that's not what's going to happen, but also realizing that this person has the capacity to forgive you is even more crazy because you're barely even sorry and haven't said anything yet. Crazy. That they're trying to say sorry too. And you're acting like a fucking weirdo douchebag because, oh, what if they have someone else? Who gives a fuck? Take a risk. God. Yeah, I know. This is why I was avoiding twin flame readings. And it's like, listen, I don't give a fuck what the cards say. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, it is so it. It's just like, what the fuck? What a lame ass excuse. Go measure your dick. Tell me with a ruler. 5, 6 inches, maybe like 2.5 circumference. I can't even, that sounds too big because this would be like a 1/2 inch circumference, and that's what I would imagine is like this kind of energy. You feel me? I'm sorry, I've always been a size queen, and we all know that, so I can guess that that would be really intimidating too. Listen, nobody gives a fuck, okay? Good, I'm glad I did. I'm glad you're finally hearing it. I think I'm in love. I'm probably just hungry. And then whatever, yeah. So cool. Other blockages. 10 of Wands. Here's the thing. There is no other blockages. Look at this motherfucker be aligned as fuck. Double masculine energy, masculine form, but transcendent non-human form, right? Low key, they've become the person they need to be for you. But now they're like trying to let go of that last 3D form of ego where they're like, I am ready. Why am I so intimidated? What is stopping me? You know, the femmes have made it obvious. It's like Skater Boy. Can I make it any more obvious? Yeah, you probably could, but it would be a disservice to the work that they need to put into this connection. Right? If you make any more attempts, it's like, nah, fam. It's their turn. 3 of Wands. Or they can get fucked and sent packing. I think this is more them starting that journey, emotional growth, moving towards you. But like moving towards us, it's been like 3 straight years of moving towards us. We could care less, bro. This ain't a board game. I got shit to do. I got people to meet. I got places to see. You're either going to be here or you're not. You're running out of time. I know that. Okay? Maybe sometimes the thing is like, you know, I said points of adversity. We said interracial, international, intersectional of some sort, right? Or what if it's just terminal, right? And it's like this person's like, oh, why would I put that? Because they love you. Because they love you. Because they love you. It's literally that simple. So just do it. That's like the overall message. And if they don't, then they weren't worth it. If it ain't, what did, who was that? Siren? If it ain't a fuck yeah, then it's a no. Thanks. Anyway, bye. Okay? It's fine. No hard feelings. Just, right? Just blowing out the candle. No big deal. Find another connection maybe if you're lucky or ready sometime. Who's to say we don't have more than one twin flame? We could be triplets. Fuck you. Maybe we're quadruplets. Maybe we're sextuplets. Who gives a shit? Octagon Kate mom. All right? Yeah. Fuck yeah, spicy. Go to the Balkans. Be honest. Share your feelings. Go to Amsterdam by your motherfucking self. I've been telling you that for like 3 days, bro. Gotta go to Amsterdam by yourself and have solo trips and figure out who you are and shit and not let a woman hold you back, quite frankly. You're 23 years old. She does not want to be in Amsterdam with you, bro. You're going to be looking at the red light district like, holy shit. My young mind could have never fathomed that this is even real. And she's going to be like, I can't believe you brought me here to look at other women. And you're going to be fighting on the streets of Amsterdam, killing the vibe, killing everybody's high. Fuck no, dude. What the fuck, bro? Tell her what you're doing. I'm going to go to Amsterdam and find myself. And I think it's better if you stay here with your cousin because I don't trust him anyway. I gotta go. And she'll be like, thank you for being honest. You know, you'd be like, I have no intention of making you jealous, but I'm very curious and I have no, desire to partake in anything in particular, but I want to see where the journey takes me and I want to be alone. And she'll be like, cool, I was hoping we were just going to link up on the 10th. And then I'm going to have my vacation in the Balkans. Like, sorry, yeah, I have plans with my cousin. You'd be like, great, going to Amsterdam, bye. And it'll be great. It'll be great. Quick thing. But you got to talk about things. You got to talk about your feelings. And you got to understand that you're probably in a karmic situation if you've already... and let it go at that point. And because you'll be in Amsterdam and be like, damn, I didn't even think about her one time, did I? Nope. Okay. Duh. Anyways, journey. It's a journey. I have 5 straight here. This is the feminine, though. These are all femme cards. Except this one. The masculines are on a journey. Dark night of the soul shit. Look, shadow side, light side. It's a balance. You have both your whole life. But we can see clearly that the masculines are on this journey and they're coming towards the unsuspecting femmes. Dun, dun, dun. Cliffhanger, because we got to do an ad or we get interrupted. You know how it is. Every 20 minutes if you haven't caught on. On the hour, 20, 40, 420 is what it is. Okay. 60 seconds. Okay, I was sitting here the whole time, and in that 60-second break that I should have taken for myself, I typed that comment. And I was thinking, okay, I do need to find my singing bowl, you're right. I moved a lot this year for the first time in a while, so all my shit's everywhere, to say the least. Okay, yes, your chakras are activated, and that's what was so funny to me, is like, that's kind of what the reading is about, and what showed at the end is that the masculines are way actually ready, and that's why this bit of no contact, no comment, oh, I don't know, what do you got going on? What do you even care if I care about you? Because you're busy with so-and-so. Be more confident than that. If this is the connection, you have no competition, right? So just, get over the ego. And, sorry, but Venus had Vulcan and Mars. I don't care. Thanks, Jade. Get over it. Sometimes soulmates are meant to be there, and hi, not everybody wants the same fucking bullshit you want, so if your person's worth it, they're worth it, and if they're not, they're not. Point. Blank. Period. So, femmes, right? Look at this. We have a 5-card layout, and the masculine, this journey card, coming up on the feminine, right? She's got her back to him, doing her craft, working on her magic, investing in herself, seeing her own beautiful, radiant reflection, minding her goddamn business is what the fuck that is. Here comes this fuckboy. No, kidding. We're supposed to be twin flame journey, grown out of the fuckboy into the divine masculine. Coming back. Coming back. He's like, I'm doing my dark night of the soul. I see everything at a different light now. That's what that journey is. Oh my god, these cats going crazy. Gosh, cats are fighting, so there could even be like an internal battle situation of two different belief systems or people, or maybe there's a third, like a actual person adversity or something. But the masculine is on the journey while the feminine is in thought, sitting pensive, resting, reflecting, enjoying the retrograde at ease with leisure and kind of going with the flow and minding their business once again. That's what this card represents. Totally with their back to the masculine, not even fucking paying attention. But the future self, the higher self, you can see she's looking, right? This third position cups is looking at the masculine's journey and keeping tabs. But in the 3D world, she's like, nah, I don't give a fuck. This one's in for the ride. These kids are going at it, bro. I never really hear them fight like this much. That's like so kind of funny. And bad. I don't know. They can be mean to each other sometimes. Three of Cups is like strap in and get ready for this roller coaster ride that we're seeing come. But the femme's higher self, right, is like, I'm ready for it. While the not lower but human self, right, 3D self is like just not even aware that anything is happening. No idea. And then we have 12th position Earth. Double femme, because it's a femme presenting being. Once again, more non-binary, and you get that with the Earth cards, right? And the air. But the Seneschal is like basically a probation officer, so think of it like like a decider or a gosh, I don't even know. Kind of like not evening the score, or keeping score. What would you say? It's like what is the Seneschal? I think somebody said it's like a old timey probation officer, like a glorified probation officer. I think is the conclusion we came to. It was like months ago, though. I don't think any of you were watching my readings yet. Can't remember what it is. Kind of like a bailiff. I don't know. Something. It's not the judge, but there is like a connection to judgment where they're the enforcer. The sorcerer's orphans. No. And we know why we fight, right? 12th position Earth is like making the call, basically the femme stepping in and being like, I will fucking fuck you up mentally if you play games with me, but in the 5D only, like not being petty in real life kind of thing. But at the end of the day, 5th position water. The femmes are actually praying for this connection low-key. They have their back to it because look, both of these, like, not paying attention, minding their business, but also low-key, secretly in the corner praying for it, both looking in the other direction. And the higher selves, or the, whatever, one's looking towards it and one's looking forward. But the feminine right now is stuck in this energy of like, I'm not paying attention, I'm going to do my own thing, but also bummer, and nothing feels the same. It's all whatever. 5 of Cups is disappointment in the Thoth deck. So she's literally sitting there praying for something to change, praying for a ripple in her water, basically. Dun, 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 dun. If only I knew how to fucking play guitar, right? No thanks. Honestly, not interested. Never. Couldn't. Yeah, so cool. That was a good couple runs. I think let's take a breather. We could talk about it. Any questions? Any comments? I will definitely pull more. We can go more in depth. That felt really solidly good, though, didn't it? I feel like that really covered everything. It was maybe a little aggro, but it wasn't so aggressive or violent that it came across as rude. I don't think at any point. You're so welcome. Please come back anytime. Okay, that's what I feel like. We can also play around with this deck and channel messages, but I think that will conclude the Twin Flame reading. I think it was awesome. Bottom of the deck. Final note. Final note. 8th position air. Double masculine. You see the masculine? Old as fuck. Weighing his options. Holding 2 swords. One is hurting. He's bleeding. The other is ready for battle and in position. You need to fucking flip that sword around. Understand self-sacrifice and quit bitching. Or drop it. Grip, right? They're balanced. It's like, weighing out options, but clearly one is weighed terribly compared to the other one. It's weird, right? Something tying him down. And then look at this. 3rd position, Earth. The femmes, but with the masculine energy, right? Planting. Even though it's harvest season. Kind of like too little too late. Maybe next year, but probably not. So, anyways, yeah, that was good. That was good. I always shuffle the decks before I put them away. And just now it was like, cut it a couple of times for these last, But yeah, I think they're done. I think everybody wants to be done with that. Yeah, I like a lot of these cards. That's what I'm saying. I'm obsessed with this deck. The minute I looked at it, I was like, oh, I need it. I know I need it. And then I looked through it and was like, yeah, I'm getting it. And I was like, maybe? No, yeah, definitely mine. So yeah. Ooh, 7th position air, too. Coming at you with the knowledge, bro. Some masculines are like ready for their full Joe Rogan experience. They're like, listen. I'm like, all right, sure. That was good. That was really good. I wasn't like clapping for myself. There's a lot that goes into these readings. It's not just me, Cool. Next on the agenda, I'm going to at least do some inspiration, and then we'll decide if we're still trying to do Nikola Tesla. I can't even remember who asked for that, and if they're still here. But I think let's take these 10 minutes until our next ad break to discuss, talk, chill, so that I'm not overloading myself with tarot, so I can sustain longer, better nights. We did like an 8.5 hour stream this morning, yesterday morning, whenever the fuck that was, midnight mornings, hours sometime in the past in that days. And we all admittedly we're pacing ourselves tonight. Let's take a break. Let's just sit. Maybe I'll put the chill hop back on. Dude, I was trying to play music on here. No idea how it works. I've been trying to mess with the Twitch extensions. I like renovated this whole thing going on. And try to like incorporate extensions, whatever that means, because none of them worked. And I was like, yo, Twitch Reddit, is this my internet connection or does this shit suck? Nobody got back to me before the stream, so I'm trying to make it more fun around here in a Twitch way, and I don't know how. So I hope my vibes are enough. I hope my readings are enough. I hope you're still having a great time, even though I don't know what the fuck, how to emote. LOL. That's the only one we got. So, hi, LY. There is. Sorry, there is. Let's see if it works. Hold on. What? I can literally do it right now. It's just kind of weird that they're making it like this right now. Oh my gosh. LOL. As of release, there is a bug in the beta that leaves gifts displayed after they play. We love that. Thank you, Twitch Studio Beta. You suck so much. It's been a rockin' good time, actually, because I love a good challenge and some adversity, right? Okay, I think I get it, though. Let me do this. Okay. Whoa. Edit. Layout. Where is browser source? Are you guys still there? How does this work when I'm editing like while I'm live. Where is browser? Wait. Browser source. Got it. Add. What is that? Okay, so basically, hold up. There's not a super good way. Maybe it's a good thing I moved the screen, or I mean my backdrop today. This actually is kind of perfect that I'm like, it's so low, but it'll make sense. I think if that's pretty much sit back here, I might lean, yeah, cool. Hopefully this works, y'all. I'm not a tech person. Do you have the capabilities to do GIFs now? Check. Do you know how? I know, that's what I was thinking. Good night. Thank you for being here, Scorpio Tarot. T Queen. Love you. Good night. How do you test the GIFs? I put it there. Is it LOL? It didn't work. It should pop up like right above my head. I may have done it wrong. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm like so not into technology. I'm just into fucking spiritual shit, and they tell me stuff to do, and I'm like, I don't know how to do that shit. And they're like, yeah, you don't have to know how. You just have to do. Okay, so do I have to like get my own gifts? Okay, wait. Oh, I think. Wait. I think I totally fucked it up. Hold on. I'm literally really kind of so dumb sometimes, but at least I figured it out so quickly, right? Now try something. LOL. They're like, yeah, we did give it to you, but honestly, don't care. Cool. Try it, the gift thing. I don't know how to do it. Do you know how to do it? You're the one who said, oh, give us a. I was like, I got that one. I didn't use it up until this point. I literally got it earlier today before I streamed. Like I said, I was really trying. Just wasn't working. Linked my fucking Teespring store to my Twitch, even though it's merch I made like 2 years ago and I have better merch on my website. I was like, fuck it, I can put it on here. That's cool. Some people might like my stuff. Damn, that sucks. What shows up? If I do that, I think I did it right. Unless did I not save it? Browser source. Maybe I didn't save it. Hold on. Dun dun dun. Nothing. How do you add a gift to something? I don't get it. It doesn't say anything else except for exactly what I already did. Okay. So, I don't know. Wait a second. No, yeah. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I just picked really shitty extensions. Like I said, I have no clue how Twitch works. Wasn't on here before I started streaming on here. I just had a couple friends who do it, and they're like, yeah, Tarot's a thing on there. And I was like, oh, YouTube sucks, so let me just try Twitch, and here we are. I love it, and I love all of you, which is why I want to make it a more fun and interesting time like y'all are used to on Twitch. You could see this. I put in effort. This is how I do it. I don't know anything about all the fancy stuff on the computer and whatnot. And I apologize because I am genuinely trying to learn. You know, you have no idea how much I set up today, and it was just like it would just not load or like whatever. And I'm like, are these shitty extensions? Why would Twitch offer them to me if they didn't work? Maybe it's my internet browsing connection. I don't know what it was. I'm really trying to learn though. I am. So what's happening? I'm just kind of chit-chatting for the next couple minutes here, rolling an ad break, and then we can move on to our next part. Oh, hello, DJ Spice. Um, this is water, not wine. I'm like the Antichrist, so I drink the wine and replace it with water rather than turn the water into wine. Right? I'm the Antichrist because I turn water into shit, actually, but it's okay. Chit-chatting. Yeah, that'd be cool. No, this is cute. This is what I used for my Peach Blossom Sunshine. I just felt like I saw her and I was like, ooh, that's big Libra vibes. And then a few days later, for the transition day, I went and bought it. Yeah, I love Prophecy wine. I hate, so many of them. So I think next move is up to y'all. We can go back to tarot. I want to do the Cosmic Deck of Initiation. Someone who said they were interested in Tesla. Did they leave? Because I'll wait until they come back and say, hey, we never did Tesla. We can probably still fit that in. I'm feeling all right. It's only been 3 hours. We're pacing ourselves this evening. So if we want to like chit chat about anything, yeah, exactly. This is wine, but I do. It was you. Okay, so we can still do that. I can't remember if it was you or I don't know who. Yeah, and literally energy. So yeah, and I would love to tell you about my meditations about Tesla coils. It's really funny you would ask. I never even thought to try to talk to him. I must have been channeling him before I was like super into the realization that I was channeling. And maybe we'll talk about John Lennon too. So yeah, can we hang for a little bit, talk, maybe read some poetry, and then I'll pull some Cosmic Deck of Initiation cards, like one, and then we'll get into Halloween Oracle, and that'll be like its own spectacle. We'll do Tesla, and we'll do John Lennon, and we'll do the experience. I'm gonna be busy, I think, for John Lennon's birthday with way more important things than John Lennon. Okay, so, um, yeah, get started early. I think Libra season, the revealing of information is me revealing information. Incidentally, I'm a dumbass for not recognizing it sooner until I was like, yeah, 11/11, I'll tell you guys the story. And it's like, nah, I'll be busy then too. We'll do something else for that. Gotta probably use Libra season to reveal things about my journey so that I can explain how I became who I am because I have no other credentials other than my literal experience. And yeah. Ad break. BRB. See you in a few. Hello. I'm back. I probably ate too fast. So many funny things to catch up with. So, first things first. I think I'm caught up in the chat because I was reading along for most of it. I decided impromptu poetry thing, even though I forgot to turn the mic on so you couldn't hear the click clack, which was half the fun for some people with the poetry readings in the first place. But it was funny because I was like, oh, I'll just type a poem real quick. Let them read something while I eat and let them know I'm still here. And I remembered that I'm a Vocal Plus member. So it's like this vocal.media website. And there's, you can write stuff, but the members can participate in challenges. And you pay for it. And I did for a minute because they gave me a free month here and gave me money there. So I was like, okay, I like them. I want to support them. And after a while, I was like, whatever. It's not my budget. Didn't win. Don't care. And they offered me 4 months free. And I was like, cool. And they have a challenge up. And it's poetry. Love poetry's challenges. I wrote that impromptu for you just now. And they were kind of lame challenges. Where I was like, a poem about comfort? Ugh. But just now when I was going to do a random poem, just off the cuff, I decided, let me think comfort. And that's where my mind went, was to the kitchen. So I'm actually going to enter it in a contest is what I'm getting at. Because I am fuckboy, douchebag, psycho, ass, whatever. What was my thing? Manic psycho fuckboy. That's me. I know you think you get a manic pixie dream girl, but it's really manic psycho fuckboy. I'm trying to change my ways. How do you copy? Is it Control C? How do you copy something on the keyboard? Do I have to retype this whole poem if I want to? Can I not copy and paste? Is it Control C? Control V is paste. Is it Control C to copy? Or it is. Cool. Yeah, so before we get too far down the chat, I'm going to just put it in my notes. Submit it later. I got till the 30th. So I'm really glad I wrote that poem. 2 birds, 1 stone. Making money on money, you know what I'm saying? Blah. Why did I go to my email? I need my drive. Okay. Let's do this. Where is my... Shut up and drive. I'm confused. Where's my doc with all my writing in that? Oh, because Google Docs, not Google Drive. What am I doing? Who even am I? There goes them sugar. Here we go. My bad. This is taking forever. I do apologize because I'm not even halfway done. Whoa. That kind of looks cool. We'll leave it. Do this. Boom. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. Halfway done. And I feel like I should edit it, but worst case scenario, if I run out of time, I don't even really need to edit it, which is kind of nice. Because it did come out good. I liked it while I was typing it. That's what I'm getting at. The endings of my poems always need work because I feel like I can always just keep going and I just pick a point where I'm like, just stop. You're making it corny, whatever the case may be. But I may change the ending. Cool. Thanks for putting up with me, y'all. Dun, dun, dun. Really happy I just got that done because I was like kind of not beating myself up about it by any means, but I was very uninterested. And it's like, fine, if I'm gonna write a poem, I might as well think comfort. And then it's like, oh, that's actually a lovely poem. I kind of see why they made people do this. Yeah, I think it's really easy to sound corny when you're doing poetry and when you rhyme. And so if you write rhyming poetry, it's tough. It can be really tough. I noticed that I kind of talk in rhyme and I just naturally rhyme stuff, even if I'm not intending poetry or freestyling. Like, I literally just start rhyming. I'm a fucking legit bard, you know? Didn't choose this life chose me. Or I just was into it as a kid. I always liked poetry and rhyming and stuff. I don't know. Maybe it was too many Disney movies. The songs rhyme. It just is like a natural. It's annoying. Just be talking and then it's like a rhyme, 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 and I sound like I'm reciting something. You know. Shut up. Right? Anyways, I I was about to say I'm kind of tired, but that means the channel messages are coming in because that was the intention. I gave myself, this was like a 30-minute break we just took, which is nice because I need this. I appreciate that because I do try to see it as raw talent because I have zero refined skills when you think about it. And I love that about myself. That's the thing about jack of all trades. I'm not going to be the perfect professional, such and such, but I do a little bit of everything. And when I do it raw, and it's still pretty great, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not up to date or technologically whatever, it's still just that raw talent, baby. Same with my voice. That's why people listen to those tracks that I did, and they're like, "Your voice is so raw" or whatever, and it's because literally it's unedited, and you have not heard pretty much any of your faves sing on a track unedited like that. There was like no touch up, no backup, no filters, nothing on those vocals. And so that's why, I mean, and then when I sing live right now, sure, a rawness that is an impure voice like any other, right? And not raw, but somebody said something yesterday, which was, I took it as a very compliment, like ancient or something, that vibe. Sure, but it's also like y'all are just so used to hearing overproduced shit that you're like, oh, a real voice, a natural voice. Holy fuck. Yeah. It really does. In all kind of art forms, really, but especially music, it feels like, because music was always the most authentic versus TV or even movies. I think movies are actually like the wave of independent movies has not died out or it's never ceased to exist. So I think we're doing okay in movies, even though box office and Marvel and blah 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 is all kind of over the top. Music feels like it's the most lost because it was always our underground, you know? Like it was always what unified counterculture, but we've decided the internet is more important to counterculture. How stupid. I literally making memes last year. I was so just angry about stuff. Wouldn't even know how else to explain myself. Angsty, really, like a teen. And I was making like these memes that I don't think I ever even downloaded to my phone from my free sketch app on my LG Android. Cool. It's like not even hip. It's like literally I like don't know where I am sometimes. Like, what? You're telling me it's what? Okay, sure. Sure. And I sign up for whatever the fuck this shit is. Don't care about it. That's not why I'm here. Um, that's why my music sucks. So, either way, very fixated on stuff like that. You know, ban vapes. Bring back Salvia. Salvia was legal in Michigan up until like 2010. So when I was in high school, we'd just be like, let's get fucked up, go to a smoke shop, get some salvia. You could just do that. And that's not even like K2 shit. Salvia 1 is natural. Oh, yeah. And 2, it's like a more, almost like DMT if you do enough of it, right? It's like a hallucinogen, but it only lasts 20 minutes, much like DMT. Yeah, I only tried it like once or twice and I did not trip. And I had a friend back in high school who literally backed his car into a brick wall in his 20-minute experience on salvia. So I was like, I'm probably good on that. I'm gonna do some real drugs. Not that it's not real, but we just upgraded pretty quickly after, you know. It's just so cool to me that it was just fucking legal. And it's like, listen, while I was on this break, I thought about the fact that back in like 2000, I guess it would have been 2011 or 12. I was like, I bet you in 5 years Michigan will have Florida's climate. I said that to one of my coworkers at the restaurant I was at. And she believed all of my predictions and prophecies. We don't talk anymore. That's probably why, because she was like, "Oh God, Grandma Death." Yeah, it was notorious for it. I think she was Capricorn too. Anyways, hope you're well. It is mild DMT, and it was fucking legal to buy at smoke shops in Michigan up until 2010. I don't think people realize how quickly things got so grossly out of control, over micromanaged, and like technified in such a short period of time. We've already seen the rise and fall of vapes since then, and it's been 10, 12 years. Essentially a decade, a little more than a decade since that happened. Flavored cigarettes, actual DeJarm cigarettes. I like clove cigars, but god damn, I want a clove cigarette so bad. Do I need to literally fly to India to get one? This is ridiculous. Why can I not smoke a clove cigarette? I am an adult. Like, and now the smoking age is 21. Literally watched it all build and fall so fast because of technology. We don't even realize it. So, it was so funny that 10 years ago I said in 5 years, Michigan is going to have Florida's climate. It doesn't. Global warming has definitely had its effect on the climate, or just like the general fact that we are rotating towards the sun for eternity also has its effect on climate. But it was a realization now that Florida political climate definitely seems to have taken a rise in the state of Michigan over the past 5 years. So I think, 5 years ago, we became very red. As I recall, I'm out of loop. I don't participate in the political system. I'm an anarchist. I'm sorry. Why would I participate in your games? Third party is an option. Non-voting is an option. If everybody's doing the same thing and saying, lesser of two evils, and then you're like, why are we stuck in this shitty situation? And then you shit on people for not participating and saying, we must find another way, that is simply not good enough. And you're like, well, it should be good enough and you should help us. Bro, you should help us. Like, what? So I don't want to hear it. You should blah, 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 blah. Fuck off. I ain't doing lesser of the two evils. I am chaotic good. Okay? So, even if you think they help, they don't. Even if they help in some ways, they hurt in others. Law of frequency. Do your own damn thing. And soon everybody will be doing that thing you're doing. Learn that the hard way. Have my head down doing whatever, trying to fucking change who I am because I never fit in and I always feel so outcast and isolated. And then I look around and everything looks like I do. And it kind of pisses you off because it's like, oh, we're all on the same wavelength, blah, blah, blah. But no, that's how fashion is. You got innovators, you got your early trendsetters, you got your late trendsetters, you got your laggards, you got the trends in between. But it's like, yeah, no shit, is that years later, yep, looks like whatever. Doesn't matter. Not being petty about it. Blame Tyler Durden. Blame Sarah Paulson. I don't give a fuck. Blame me. I'm just saying. Law of frequency. Stay true to you above all things. Okay? Ooh, Trinity. Love this, because we were talking about black holes a couple days ago, because Pico, wait a second. So many things are coming up. Okay. One. I was hanging out with this chick from California, and we split like we basically microdosed, right? And went for a walk immediately in my Michigan suburb home at the time, 5+ years ago. And she goes, wow, I feel like this shit is really kicking in. And I was like, really? I don't know if I'm even feeling it. And she goes, yeah, well, I don't know. I just keep seeing these like flashes of light. And I was like, whoa, bro, have you never seen a lightning bug before? And she's like, you're kidding me. And then I just caught one and was like, yeah, dude, it's a firefly. And she's like, no way, I didn't think those were real. She had seen pictures of them, right? You know, those pictures are like saturated with bugs. But she just thought it was some weird Photoshop thing. Like, she lives in essentially the desert. Like, most of California is desert and it's not humid enough. Yeah, we catch them all the time. Where are you at that you don't? Dude, you clearly don't live among them. No? They're everywhere. They're so easy to catch. They're super slow. I don't even think they mind being caught. As kids, we used to like do really fucked up shit because they're cool. We'd put them in jars and then leave them out in the sun, but they're essentially nocturnal, so they would just burn. And we didn't mean to burn them alive, but that's like essentially what we would do. Stupid. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Fireflies, super catchable. There was a phase where I'd rub them on my tennis racket so I could see in the dark. It never worked. A masochist, sadist, whatever. Sick. Um, Now I just catch and release. Oh look, firefly. It's fine. Um, should not have confessed all my war crimes on live, but at least I'm not George Bush, right? I kind of feel bad for that dude, but I don't even want to go in that direction tonight. We're trying to stay on the path of the Halloween Oracle, and I don't just sympathize with colonizers, but I do sympathize with people who are born into families that are complete terrorist regimes before they even walk the face of the planet and have a predetermined destiny, right? Like, that I can sympathize with, especially when you get out of it and you're like, I just want to paint portraits now. Like, okay, buddy, what did they do? Lobotomize you? No shit, you went along with everything and fucking destroyed half the world. You probably had no idea what's going on. You went from cocaine and strippers to political leaders. What the fuck? And now recovery. Yeah, traumatizing family. I get that. Crazy, you know. Blood's still on your hands, but it's really your mom's, isn't it? Just kidding. Probably your dad's. Anyway, it's not like a political stance. Yeah, it's like, what happens? It glows. Like, imagine being at a rave and you're just like, ah, eating fireflies. Ah, rubbing them on your eyelids. I'm pretty sure we've done that too. Real bold stuff like glow in the dark makeup. Fucking idiots. Crack open a fucking glow stick. We're not the brightest kids on the Christmas tree out here, but it's a good time, isn't it? We're getting a little sidetracky, and I'm getting a little too personal with these stories where I'm like, God, this is just embarrassing. But honestly, that's the thing. I have no problem being vulnerable and no problem showing emotions or admitting to the past actions I've had. And also, I have a photographic memory. So, something comes up, I basically pull up every fucking file I've ever received on the subject, and it can be very annoying and distracting. That being said, we're at ad time, so when I come back, I'm going to talk about these two initiation decks, and then we'll bust out the Halloween Oracle for a little while. We're thinking Tesla. What else were we talking about? I said Shakespeare. I doubt that. There was something else that we were like, oh, that's a cool discussion. Don't remember. It's ad time. Get the popcorn, you guys. Let's go. 60 seconds. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. Time after time, those fanatical minds try to rule all the world. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Telling us all it's there. Who's in charge of it all? Bum, bum, ba-dum. I gotta drink down magic stick. It's a lighter. It's ASMR stoner style. Yo, 3 a.m. Witching hour. Would you guys be offended? Okay, let's one thing get together. Thank you. My bong? What's up, stubborn? Listen, several things going on in my mind, in the reading, in life. Okay. We're gonna do a lesson in black holes and trinities. Let's not forget about that. That's what the cosmic initiation's for. But before we get too deep, witching hour, there was something, a comment that somebody made, crispy noises. Joe egging you on. I guess that didn't matter. Maybe it was nothing. Weed, stoner, ASMR? Should we just talk about black holes? I was singing something. I think it was all irrelevant. Kind of feeling confused. Stubborn. Are you feeling confused about something? Is that why when you came in, I was like, wait, what was I doing? You're a little upset about 3 a.m. Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Cosmic Deck of Initiation happening now. And Halloween Oracle next. Dead people can give really good advice if they want to. Some of them want to talk about themselves. And most people watching the readings, it's like 50-50 if they want advice from people who already lived or they want to hear stories from the dead, right? There was someone else. I thought we talked about something else that we were like, oh, we should ask the oracle something. Maybe it was shadow work. Maybe it was just about gifts. It was like too long ago. I'm not scrolling up in the chat. It was Tesla and someone else. But kind of maybe there will just be something. Are you? God, yeah. See, remember I got confused. I forgot. This is what I was gonna say. I noticed how many different time zones we seem to be in. And I was curious, even though all the extensions that I've tried on Twitch, right? And it's so funny that we're going back to this. And true, but that would be Mystery Deck, and we already put that away. But if it comes out, it depends on how late we go. So if the extension worked, would it like offend any of you to have like a where you are in the world map? Like, do y'all not want to be revealed? I don't know how detailed it is. I haven't even configured it yet, and so far I've struck completely out on the extensions. Can't figure out if it's my internet or if it's just shitty extensions. Don't know enough about Twitch. Working on research, asking the right questions. But so far, no answers. So if I were to be able to put a world map of where we were watching from, is that kind of cool? I think it would be cool. I've always loved global kind of, it could be weird, but cool because we're all kind of friends here, but I hate revealing my location. If they revealed more than like the general US, I don't know if I'd want it on there for my personal self, even though anyone could really find out where anyone is at any time, right? Like creepy, but it's true. It's just like too much information and it's all online. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's kind of what I want to do. I think it'd be fun because people tell me where they're from. And that's the thing. Some people don't say in the chat and some people do. So it's like if I had the counter, it's like, oh, some people are down for that and other people haven't said anything. Okay, I'm working on it, I guess. Not really. I'm moving away from the cult stuff, but I'm a Taurus. I was made for the cult stuff. What do you mean? Come on, I'm a cult classic. Incredible work, honestly. I'm literally 10 out of 10. I'm probably 11. Yeah, nice. I think you mentioned that. Visiting hours are from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. is like the most Canadian thing I could possibly think of. Sure. I think matching robes sounds on par. I love robes. It's sickening to me. I look in the mirror. It's not like I like comfy bathrobes either. I like fucking flowy. You've seen my fucking collection of robes. Then I wear the shirt. It's just like a men's shirt that my partner gave to me years ago and I almost got rid of and decided to keep. And then told him I put it on and I always feel like, holy fucking fuck balls, the fuck is that? Excuse me for a fucking moment. This huge, what, where did it go? Okay. It's not fire, it's a bug, and I'm not afraid of bugs. I am literally in awe. It looks like a giant mosquito, and it just came up to my ring light, and I've never seen one of them, especially down here. I saw a moth the other night, but this, I don't even know what it was. So I need to catch it. I don't know if I need to kill it. I don't know where it went. I don't even know if it was real anymore. I can't. Are they? Oh, it hid from me. Where did it go? It literally buzzed itself into the corner of my desk and now it's gone. Crazy. I literally felt like I was about to fight like this flying monster. Where did it go? Just stay out of my fucking tarot box. Where did it fucking go? Because my ring light, they're like attracted to light, right? I never understood that about bugs. Dude, me and my mom a few years ago sitting on her back deck and she had a bug zapper. And I was having like I think maybe I was still vegan at the time. And I was having like a moral dilemma about it where it was kind of convenient that the bugs were away from us, but I felt really guilty. Like, why? I mean, it's sick that we do it, but it was hard to truly sympathize because why do they do it? Like, do you not see all your homies dying before you? Like, do you not how do you not have any sense of danger? It's not like you deserve it, but like, how the fuck have y'all not caught on as a species, or is this like a fun thing? So I'm bringing this up to my mom, and she's just like, maybe they think it's the big rave in the sky. Like, what a beautiful way to die, you know? Cheers to that. Cheers to that. I'm a little shook up, though. The fact that I have no idea where it went, didn't see it fly away, and swear it flew into my desk where my makeup bag is sitting and it's just gone. It's just like, weren't we just talking about aliens and stuff? My mom is definitely a G. First of all, she's a Sagittarius. Second, she's got a Pisces moon. And third, she's a Virgo rising. She's like a boss and a G. Yeah, trust me. I know. Holy shit, I don't know. I can't even deal with the bug thing. I mean, I guess it's gone. I'm flattered that the aliens would choose to spy on me in that way. Where the fuck did that thing go? Just like in and out of dimensions. Okay, cool. They're just taking a pic. Ching, here I am. I mean, I'm streaming this. You didn't really have to send your little satanic flies in here. What the fuck was that, y'all? A mosquito eater, cool. But it was just so random. And where did it go? It was just like, came out of nowhere and disappeared into nothing. The fuck is that? Okay. So okay. Anytime stuff like this happens to me, I like to look up the spiritual meaning of the thing that happened. Not gonna lie. See a skunk the other night, look up skunk. It's an omen. Shit stinks. That one killed me. But mosquito and mosquito eater. I doubt that I could be like spiritual meaning of mosquito eater. So do we just go with let's see mosquito. Spiritual mosquito. Spiritual meaning of a mosquito. Okay. Why did I say it like that? Is that like a Spanish word? Did you hear that? I said it with like the perfect Spanish accent for literally no reason. It was subtle, but it was there. I spoke Spanish long enough to know. What the fuck was that? Mosquito. Okay. This is beautiful. Divine fucking intervention. Thank you, Satan. Just because it's satanic doesn't mean it's bad. I'm just like I said, flattered. I'm literally on the internet right now. It just seems like you don't even need to use such obvious methods. But where the fuck did it go? Where the fuck did it go? I literally didn't even see it fly away. So if the mosquito, the spiritual meaning, oh, this is so exciting. The spiritual meaning of a mosquito symbolizes survival, persistence, and perception. Okay? That to me is very interesting for so many reasons because I grew up, a little bit. But it's like angels, it's like the extraterrestrials and the angels are very similar energies. because there are divine beings not of this world, and so we are not talking archangels like Michael and Gabriel in human form. We're talking like mandala, bug-eyed, warrior winged angels. That's the angels we're talking to. So if you consider them aliens, yeah, kind of the same shit. But to see that this is about mosquitoes, mosquitoes are unimportant and temporary things, okay? So if that's the spiritual meaning of seeing a mosquito, and we just saw a mosquito eater, well, I just saw, there's literally another person in the room, and he's sitting next to me, but he has headphones on, and I was like, not trying to scream at him on the stream, but I wanted to get his attention, and before I could even wave my hand in front of him, it was gone. But I know I saw it. Oh, thank you, darling. See what I'm saying? He's right here. He's just got headphones on, so he didn't hear what I was saying the whole time. And it happened so fast, but it was directly in my ring light, which is right here. And I'm telling you, it went in the cove of my desk and disappeared. Like, I guess it could have flew away, but he didn't even flinch. It did not fly by. I don't know how to explain this to y'all. It could have went in a crack or something, or like went in my tarot box. It's very bizarre. I'm trying to cope with the moment, honestly. And when weird shit like this happens, weird shit has happened, by the way. I like to look up the spiritual meaning, but I doubt, I'm going to try to search spiritual meaning of mosquito eater, but I doubt there is one. But what I would say is if the mosquito represents things that are unimportant and temporary, if it represents survival, persistence, then I would say the mosquito eater would represent removing those things. The thing about being in survival mode is that it's painful. It comes from a place of pain. When you are if you have PTSD like I do, it's like PMDD is basically a period with PTSD. So like if you've been through that, then you understand survival mode is like a turn off. Like it's not about rise and grind, gotta survive. It's like your brain doing what it needs to do, which is often really irrational shit to survive. It's not good. Survival is not good energy. It's like we built lives of luxuries as human beings and like worked our way up the food chain, I guess, theoretically, but not really. We just weaponized ourselves to have an experience where we could enjoy things and actually thrive and like heal mentally and emotionally instead of focus on physical survival, right? And the fact that they put us in mental states of like poverty on purpose, like withholding resources. And like I was just complaining about the lead in the water yesterday and how everybody knows Flint, Michigan's got lead in the water, but it's like, dude, it's the whole state. Flint's water's brown. The rest of us got a notice on the fucking water bill saying, well, there's lead in all of it. Okay, it's still clear, so I guess we could use it to shower or brush your teeth, but don't cook with it, don't drink it. Like, that's crazy. They keep us in the state of survival because it makes you more selfish. It makes you think out for yourself. It makes you more prone to fear. It's an oppressive tactic. So to see the mosquito eater is to say we get rid of survival. We go into thrival. We're thriving now. To be fair, I ripped the shit out of it. It was not just my microphone. Persistence. To be persistent means someone's resistant. No, thank you. We're letting that go. Eat it up. Suckers, we're done. Perception? Yeah, had the wrong perception. Let me perceive something different. Eat that shit up. Eat up the old perception because we're stepping into a new vision, right? So to see the mosquito eater, right? I know, sorry. It's like so, yeah. Amen. Mosquitoes really are hoes, for sure, that suck us dry. Sorry. I'm catching up. I didn't even realize I was missing messages because this was like such a moment. Like y'all watched my little, like I have these moments all the time. Like silverfish. I looked up spiritual meaning of silverfish and there wasn't one. So I wrote down, I was talking about Pisces actually. And I love Strunk. I didn't want anyone to think it was any other Pisces in the entire world. It was Strunk. And we decided what it meant because we were on the phone talking about something when I saw the silverfish, and I explained this very thing to him, that I like to look up the spiritual meaning of shit. I don't need that. Oh, thank you. Sorry. So, one more. Oh, I had one. I thought you were gonna take it. Love you. So I wrote something down and ascribed a meaning to it, because it's exactly how spiritual meanings come up, is whatever you're talking about, you get that confirmation. And the silverfish was about renewing, I think, because it was really close to New Year's 2021. I don't know, something like that. LOL. That's the physical meaning of mosquitoes, stubborn. Crane fly, thank you. Vampires, time to thrive, fleck the system. Good, man. Yeah, so good. Okay, so it's a crane fly, you say? Let's take the path. So, mosquito, okay. Spiritual meaning of a mosquito eater. Dude, one time I was literally driving. Okay, I'm not gonna say. Listen, we're gonna take an ad break, and I'm gonna debate if I'm gonna tell this story about a bee. BRB. Okay. Okay. I know y'all are just gonna encourage all my bullshit, and that's part of the reason I love here. But we were talking spiritual journeys. We did a twin flame reading. I've been talking about who I think my twin flame is, or which one's the karmic, which one's this and that. And we've been talking about bug situations, and I thought of the craziest thing I'd ever seen about this bee. But then I realized that was the last time I saw my twin flame, and I did capture that bee moment. And so it's like very fucking on point with the evening. But dare I be so personal? I know. It's literally irritating. But then when I went to go, someone stopped me unknowingly. I had no idea what was going on. It was just like, I hate witchcraft. It's like, cool, yeah, I get it. Go be Christian or whatever. I'm kidding. Don't give a fuck. I get it. It's scary. I am very terrifying. Listen, so spiritual meaning of a crane fly. Listen to this. This is why I was, oh God. I said the bee thing, and then I read this, and I think I have to just tell you about it. It's crazy. It says reason, creativity, equilibrium, introspection. You need change in your life. You need to understand astral travel. You need new knowledge. ... Didn't even have to click the link to be like knocked out of my fucking mind, right? So crane fly. That's what just popped in and out. Astral travel. Yeah. Okay. Congratulations. I'm on the internet. Is it necessary? No, not at all. Can you stop? This feels like it's just sometimes this stupid shit is not stupid at all. I love it. It's spooky season. This is just life now. It's like as soon as Libra season hits, life gets real spooky. I'm the necromancer, and they are so much more visible and obvious during these times. It's intense. I don't see full blown apparitions because I asked a long time ago before I realized I had the power to talk to the dead that I never really wanted to see ghosts. Thank you, Philly King. But I kind of just, it's like a mind's eye thing, so it takes over in a sense, and it can be very grim and dark in there, but I have high spirits, and I know that I'm doing the work, and helping people, even if they are dead. Kind of a lot. Yeah, it took some time because it's a lot. God, it's a bunch. Yep. Big old black gold buzz. So the bee thing, okay? First of all, I know that they probably thought of this in tandem, and I don't know if it's from the same source, but when we look back at the mosquito, it was survival and perception. What was the second one? Does anyone remember? Survival started with a P or an I? Can't pull it up. I can only see the other two. And perception, survival. It was something like no one remembers. And perception. I wish I typed down so I didn't have to look it back up. God, I'm so stubborn sometimes because of my memory. Like that Peter Gabriel song. How did I not know "Love to Be Loved"? But the ending is so different from the beginning of the song, and I was so tripped up and his own foreshadowing in his lyrics 10 years prior that I could not remember what the fuck song or what time it was made, and that is fucking an incredible feat. What an Aquarian. Gotta love it. 10 out of 10. Love Peter Gabriel. What does that have to do with anything? Just my photographic memory curse, such as Fox Mulder. Libra season. Okay. I don't remember. I'm gonna look it up. So I'm gonna type this. No. It's gotta be in order. It's crazy. It's like y'all are watching me have epiphanies or whatever. And I know it seems like a lot, but it's like it kind of goes with the job. Especially in the angel cards. Persistence and perception. I knew it had an I in it and it started with a P. That's so annoying. That's why I was like, insistence? No, persistence. Okay, so mosquito. Just so y'all can see the thoughts, sometimes it's easier to. This is why I was a writer for so long. And even though somehow I am actually pretty good with the streaming and just like speaking, well, I've always done stream of consciousness. I'm decent on camera. For as much as I hate a crowd, I really am a writer. So sometimes my concepts are just definitely better in print. So let me put this in text. The mosquito represents survival. Okay. This is what I was seeing. This is why I kind of like, and then we'll get to the bee story, I guess, because bugs, all them bugs. Persistence. I wasn't even looking at anything. I was looking at a picture of a mosquito. Persistence and perception. Right? Mosquito eater. Creativity. What was it? Creativity, equilibrium. Of course it is. Because equilibrium makes them all the same. That is so irritating to me in a way. Who even wrote this? I'm the one with shit for brains. Yeah, we get it. Introspection. I know. I've spent years of my life, right? Okay. Cool. 425. So you see, the mosquito represents survival, persistence, perception, but the mosquito eater represents creativity, equilibrium, introspection. Rather than stay in survival mode, reinstate your boundaries, find your safety, and come from a place of creating, recalibrating, and in a sense, like we were talking about the other night, transmuting energy, taking your survival mode and putting that effort into creative mode, right? Persistence, putting an effort persistence being met with resistance, having to use your strength, being, I'll try again, do this and that, almost like insanity because of repeating yourself. Replace that with equilibrium, finding balance, finding what works, finding a good, almost like counterculture again, but it's not counterculture, it's just counter, right? And then instead of perception and perceiving a situation and seeing it for what you see face value, it's not even just like what you want to see, but what you see at face value or what you understand and what you can see from your own eyes in that moment, and now realizing that you have to look within to have the answers. Introspection, replacing perception with introspection. Maybe that was unnecessary for y'all, but I needed the words in front of me to be able to keep it all straight because they do coincide really well, which is like why I mentioned maybe I read it from the same source, but I didn't click on anything. I just Googled it, read it. It was like, that was perfect. Very good. Crane fly. That was crazy. I really wonder where it went. My whole life. Okay, so how come when I've asked you where the fuck you are, you would never answer that? And then this random dude from Philly's like, oh, are you in Australia? Except he said same time here, so obviously he's not from Philly, and I'm clearly in the U.S. Exactly, and I don't know if that same person came up with the concept or if we just stumbled upon the two beautifully juxtaposed, waxing poetic lines that coincide so perfectly, but of course the mosquito and the mosquito eater would do that, right? So summer's over, humidity's down, mosquitoes out, time for the eaters to come and fix things and replace things, really. Not fix them, but replace them. In the absence of something, you've got to have another, because that's essentially even how addiction works, right? People don't just give up addiction, they give up drugs. That's why the 12-step program is religious based at the end of the day, because most of them find God and they're just addicted to that stuff. My heart is like racing. We're definitely going to channel some shit. Maybe we're supposed to channel the angels. It's been a while since I channeled the angels. I feel like part of that whole experience was channeling the angels being like, listen, bitch, you could be so powerful if you even knew how powerful you could be. And it's like, yo, no, I do. Y'all but done showed me. I'm not sure that's even what I want. And they're like, well, you're gonna get it. Let's go. Kind of terrifying. But in a way, I've learned to take my nervousness and realize that it's the same thing as excitement. So, cool. Cool. That's funny. In West Philadelphia, not born, not raised. Not even sure they have playgrounds in Australia. From what I understand, the whole continent's a prison. I'm just kidding. I bet your bugs are way bigger than the ones that just flew through my room. But I feel like I'm ready to run through your room. I'm kidding. It's just another ginger ale afternoon. Okay. Anyways, law of frequency. It's the love thing, the human thing. Same as the aliens, the angels sing. 405 is what rings a bell for them. Where, in order to keep human domain on your home planet, you must essentially still resonate the same frequency that it was when they found it and wanted it. Otherwise, you'll get creepy, extremely Australia everywhere. It's love frequency 405. It's if you go on YouTube, I feel like it's usually 432 that comes up, or 369. 888 is abundance, but usually for loved ones, I'm picturing like 369 and 432. So I don't even know what 405 sounds like, but that is the number that came up in the alien reading, and now again, nice, in the angel one. And once again, these are not archangel, fucking human Michael, Gabriel. They're cool. I'm Catholic, which is just witchcraft anyway. So it's essentially the same angels. These dudes are like, we channel divine energy through our human bodies, and everyone remembers us in our human forms with wings, angels. These are like the Lord of all beings kind of angels with the eyes and the, with the. So it's very much like an alien kind of energy because it's so ancient. And like it's not that I'm shaking, but I'm like bzzz, especially because it's bugs that triggered it, you know. So maybe the aliens are in the ocean and the bugs are actually angels. Duh, they have all the eyes. Oh my god, thank you. So what are birds? Dinosaurs. Brilliant. I feel like I could write this down. I know that I save all the streams, but I can't explain the way that my body started feeling. It's like I drank a bunch of caffeine, but I didn't. I was drinking water. I don't know. Like, what? When was the last time I even ripped the bong? You know what I'm saying? Like, these angels hit hard. It's been a minute. I realized that this deck was made for channeling angels, and I didn't use it to channel angels. I'd just been using it for, like, the inspiration factor of the initiation deck. And now I'm like, angels are hitting hard, bro. Whoa. What the fuck was it? Maybe I'm supposed to channel messages in writing, and that's why I was called to write something down, but what the fuck was I going to write down? And I was going to talk about the trinities versus the black holes, but maybe this is the trinity where it's more important to, like, get things out instead of even giving time of day to the opposite. That's the whole point of the trinity, is it's the spot of creation that you see if you, like, look at the sky for too long. You think it's something to do with the brightness or your eyes. I've been questioning this my human self for a while, but it's a trinity. That's what this card is. It's a trinity. It's like the opposite effect of a black hole. It's a spot of creation. Like, you think your eye's playing a trick on you, but it's actually like you're just, if you stare at it long enough, you'll see what's actually there. And most people are like, no thanks. I am in the human 3D world, have a job and shit. I'm like, well, my job is to fucking talk about aliens, so bring it on. Tell me anything. They tell me about the Trinity, right? Yeah, yeah. I've been fucking. I did something that came to me. It was like springtime, and I thought, yeah, it's the clouds. And I did a meditation, and I was like, oh wow. And I didn't have a name for it until it came up in the readings the other night, and they were like, that's what it is. That's what the Trinity, in this sense. It's like this person that made this deck also had the same kind of divination. It's not like the Holy Trinity. It's different, and that's why she gave it this image, because if you had to give it a concrete line work, that's what it looks like, but it's more of a blur, and it's constantly shifting and moving. Same color scheme though, because rainbow, and also it's that pattern, but it goes so fast, or it's like a blur. I don't know how to explain. It's more like blah, blah, blah. Don't go staring at the fucking sun or anything. That's not what I said. Okay, I'm not denying science. It's just kind of what came through. What were we talking about that I promised myself I would write down because it was something I needed to hear from the fucking angels? Don't remember. Exactly. But also moving outward at the same time. It rotates inward while also moving outward. And so it's like, you know, the like rainbow. I've seen them like twice maybe. Because we are just moving through space as much as they want to be like, no, we're protected by our atmosphere. Our atmosphere don't do shit. It like gives us air retention, maybe, if it's not just like a glass dome they haven't told us about yet. Um, but it's not like ultimately protection from the greater universe. The fact that we ever were under that impression is like really wild. And so I think that it would really shock people to understand what's been happening and how easy it could be to just go through something like that and get on a different timeline or be in a different place in that kind of sense. Like, I think people don't even fathom how realistic their own story made that possible, if that makes sense. Like, people are pretty close-minded about science for being, you know, science. Kind of like scientists are going to be the one who's going to say, dude, next person to challenge this idea is going to be the smartest person I ever met, because this shit is next level. I've been trying to figure it out myself my whole life. It's amazing. And then boom, another one comes out and they're like, oh, this dude's a genius. He came up with this new thing, blah, blah. Scientists are so forward thinking and progressive. But people who believe in science or even anti-science think that science is so rigid and that law is law. And it's like, no, they're scientists, not fucking cops. What the fuck? Like, what? Um, super, super cool and all ever changing, ever evolving. So, like, you could never probably blow a scientist's mind with this kind of spirituality. They'd probably be 100% behind you in a sense. We're like, yeah, that actually makes sense. We've been trying to figure out what the fuck is the opposite of a black hole, and god damn it, why? Is this that episode of Rick and Morty where he's at the diner and he's talking to the dude and he's like, good thing this is a simulation and I'm not going to tell you the formula for running my fucking spaceship. And I don't even have a spaceship. But is this one of those things where the sim's gonna come off before I even get to like live in the magic? Or is that just life and death? Right? Hard to fathom, isn't it? Like people are like, oh, it's all simulation. Yeah, what if like you dying as it gets turned off and you wake up like blips and chips or whatever? Who cares, you know? It doesn't matter what it is. It's as real as it's ever been. Nothing will ever change it. Nothing will ever mean more or less to you because it was meaningful as you experienced it, right? But damn, I mean, it would be lovely to be able to connect, I think, more than anything. Hmm. Really cool thoughts sometimes. Pretty powerful Sims if they are. I need to plug this in, so I will be RB. It's our 20-minute mark anyway, about to be 4:20. Let's praise it, blaze it, get back to these angels. What do you say? Join me, stick around. It's late, fuck it, we're up, we're down, for whatever. Okay, cool. See you in a minute. Pico, you're obsessing about a person, a day, a placement, a zodiac sign. Relax. Enjoy the ride. Find a peace of mind. This is God, by the way. Uh Illy will be right back. Hey, sorry, God needed to send a message real quick, so I just let him. You know what I was thinking about recently? Essentially, we're in space. We drive cars. It's very unnatural. I vote a movement to design cars even more like spaceships. Cool. That's it. Nothing to add. Those are essentially spaceships that we drive. So can we make them look more like spaceships? My favorite part of Roswell, I'm sorry, I'm corny. I like teenage alien drama, I guess. I like any kind of alien drama. It could be full grown adult FBI agents or weirdly horny teenaged aliens. I don't care. I want alien drama in my life, and the hotter the better. Not that the teens are hot, but like Katherine Heigl is so beautiful in her role in goddamn Roswell, she was like 23 when she filmed it. I looked it up because I was like, there is no way this woman is so hot and supposed to be 17. Gross of me, right? I'm too old for this, but also in a moment, it was like 2003 again. She's so perfect. I love her. Um, yeah, I just get sidetracked, right? I already burned a candle at Boot Out was twin flame thing. I don't know what a Merkaba is. Is that like a Star Wars reference? I'm so sorry. Isn't it odd how I just don't even like anything like Star Wars though? Because it's like, ew, I don't want to be the wars in space. Yeah, but Roswell, they like drive this stupid fucking army truck, and they're like, no one can know we're aliens, and they're driving around in like the least subtle car. No one else around them drives a vehicle like that. They're like, don't tell anyone, and it's like y'all stick out like a sore damn thumb, but okay, like I guess we won't. Don't let anybody know they're fucking weirdos, right? Like, okay. Um, I also think about how The Matrix is not necessarily alien, but also like I didn't finish this trilogy, and I think the whole pod thing was alien or whatever. I'm not gonna go into detail because no spoilers, right? Didn't see the new one. The first one's amazing. I watched 30 minutes of the second one and couldn't stop laughing because I was like, dude, why the fuck did they sell this to the people who made Harry Potter? Lo and behold, they did indeed sell it to the people who made Harry Potter, and they made both the second Matrix movie the same year they made the first Harry Potter movie, so it was really gross to me, and they ruined a good thing. But knowing that the Matrix is a trans metaphor in 1999, and seeing how the I don't know their name, the sisters who made the Matrix and made it happen, transcoded this sci-fi movie, I thought about, other alien shows in context, right? And there's always been speculation that Mulder's bisexual. I mean, okay, if you watch the show, Mulder is implied bisexual. He's a sex addict, and they show him in very close quarters with many men that would suggest a sexual nature. It's not just the same, like, face to face beef that you have in an FBI office, specifically when it's Mulder and another man and not just two men. It's always like a lot closer, and he always has that like pouty look on his face, like he's clearly bisexual, right? Like they make him obviously bisexual, but it's still 1993 or whatever. And a lot of people speculate that he's trans because he's like, I make my parents call me Mulder, nobody calls me Fox anymore. And people are like, yo, it's his dead name, like he's trans, right? Um, so watching something like Roswell, like our parents don't know we're aliens because we were adopted, and thinking, gosh, what if the person who made Roswell transcoded these trans teens, like not wanting to come out to their adopted parents and being afraid it would like ruin their life or whatever. It made me like so emotional to think of it from that perspective. But also I literally do feel like an alien, and I do a whole bunch of weird shit that just really seems very out of character for a regular human being, and I'm just really not sure why I'm like this. So could go either way. I think, well, that's like the whole thing is like they are the artificial intelligence, right? Like that's kind of the idea almost, is like, how else would you put it or say it where it's like, I don't even know what I'm getting at. It's like they gave us the phones, they gave us the internet, they gave us like, okay, have you watched Ancient Aliens? Because Ancient Aliens, or any kind of almost like documentary type situation, I feel like it's not necessarily a spoiler because it's not like a story, it's just people's opinions, right? And I honestly only watched like the first 4 episodes, and I was hardly paying attention to Ancient Aliens because I really am in it for like the drama part also as much as the alien stuff. So I tried to fill the X-File void with Ancient Aliens before finding things like Roswell and The Neighbors. I know I am really actually gay. So um, Ancient Aliens is cool. But there's a lot of criticism surrounding the show Ancient Aliens because they call it pseudo archaeology, right? Excuse me, you are talking about professional archaeologists. You are talking about people who spent their livelihood, their careers, their money, their time, their education on archaeology. Now that they are saying something that you disagree with or goes against the norm, you're calling it pseudo archaeology because it's a theory outside of your own.
It's not pseudo. They are archaeologists. It is just the opinion of an archaeologist. In no way is it fake archaeology to come up with an extraterrestrial explanation for something that you find in archaeology. It's not pseudo archaeology. I just thought that was like the worst criticism possible, and I literally looked like the guy in the meme. I can't deal with it sometimes either, but I'm just saying, I thought it was pretty interesting some of the theories they were coming up with, and basically a lot of them were kind of getting at that the first human conceptualization that they had. What? No, transcoding is like when you code characters like as trans. Like it doesn't have to be trans coding, it could be like gay coding, code switching, if you will, when you like speak in two different dialects, like not programming. Sorry if that wasn't clear. I was talking about gay stuff. Yeah, no, it was gay. Yeah, sorry, you guys. Oh, sorry, it was gay. It was the Matrix. Of course it's gay. What do you mean? What? You guys. Yeah, like coding things to be trans instead of outright saying it's trans. They're like, no, it's the Matrix. Like Trinity and the Matrix dude. Oh, Trinity, nice. Good thing we brought this up. They're the same person. It's like a trans thing. And the sisters, I didn't make it up. They literally came out as trans, and then once they were trans, they were like, by the way, the Matrix is fucking gay. Mic drop. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. And also laughing hysterically. Yeah, so that's what that's about. But Trinity and Michael Matrix, Kevin guy, what's his name? Keanu, what's his name in the movie? Don Cheadle, what's his name? Tom Riddle, something, Tom Riddle-ish, okay? And Trinity are like, will they, won't they, or something. But they're like the same person, because it's like a trans thing. Like, in this reality, you're Tom, but in this one, you're Trinity. And it's hot. And it was pretty, I mean, if you know about it or are queer, you can watch that and be like, I identify with this in a way I don't understand. Or you'd be like, haha, nice metaphor. But the way that everyone was so unsuspecting and didn't put it together until literally the sisters came forward and were like, clearly it was trans, and everyone was like, oh my god, like moment. Pretty funny. But it did make me wonder if a lot of the alien content is gay content, and me being queer makes me feel like an alien. Not sure. Unpacking it now. Still do kind of think there's some alien stuff going on, but who knows? It could just be the self. Some people think that alien beings are just higher versions of ourselves looking down at our human bodies and interacting with us in ways that we maybe don't understand, right? Extraterrestrial projections. Extraterrestrial projections. Cool. So we were talking about so many different things. I was literally gonna write something down. I guess I have to watch my own streams at some point. By the way, I started putting all my past streams on Patreon. I am asking for at least $5 a month to access every stream I have ever streamed on Twitch. It's literally not posted anywhere else. So, based on the fact that it is so much work to just upload each individual post, and there's so many at this point that it's just time consuming. So yeah, you can pay to watch them because they expire on Twitch. It's exporting, it all takes time. So yes, if you have the desire to watch them, you can officially buy the expired past streams from Twitch on Patreon. If you want to find my Patreon, you can click on a link tree, and it's a little icon at the bottom, the P for Patreon. Other than that, I don't know how else you would find it. Everything's Illy-Milly. Everything is Illuminati Mystex. No, at Illy-Milly, pretty much everywhere. And if not at Illy-Milly, then at IL Mystex. Okay, so moving on with the decks. We're doing this Trinity thing. Points of manifestation in the universe. Passing through them, passing around them, they're attracting. Some people attract them in the same way you might attract a mosquito. You can attract a black hole. And just like you can attract a black hole, you can attract a Trinity spot, so you'll see something like the crane fly. Sure.
That's cool. We got law of frequency out here. Once again, 405. That's what we were talking about too a minute ago. The 405 frequency. I don't know what that sounds like. I don't know if it's very common in the meditations that like I said, I was recalling all sorts of numbers, but they consider the human frequency, like what we resonate as people. 405. It's very unnatural. It's an unnatural. It's natural to this love frequency is natural to the people of this planet, but it is not necessarily natural to the universe, and it is a bit of an anomaly that many species and outside beings seek to understand about humans and this planet, because we do have quite a different look and set of wildlife here that no one understands exactly how it grew in the same atmospheres as everything else on the planet, other than there is a frequency 405 that resonates not necessarily from the planet but from the people, and because the people resonate this frequency, it keeps the planet at the frequency it needs to be. Look, 433333334. Earlier it was 41114, and I didn't say anything because I was like, nobody cares. But thank you. We just revamped. Yeah, isn't it cute in here now? It was kind of a mess. It was like, I don't want to say it was like anything that would be offensive, but it just was like a hot mess in here. And I just like didn't give a fuck, and nobody else gave a fuck. But now that it looks nice, I'm aware of essentially how terrible it did look before. I literally gave up. I saw, honestly, what triggered me to do it isn't that I thought it looked bad or that I realized I had the resources. It was literally looking back at my old streams and seeing my old setup and being like, dude, that shit was dope as fuck. I look better when the scene looks better, you know? Like, it was a vain moment. I don't care. I was like, I didn't age that much in 6 months. This is fucked up. And then I looked at it and I was like, nah, that shit's fucked up. It needs a glow up. So, thank you. Hey, Joe. Heard you shot your lady down. I don't know his music super well. I've channeled him before. My partner really likes his music because he's more into guitar. He plays guitar. He looks a lot like him, actually. And I'm into the whole era. And I can definitely name more than 3 Jimmy songs. So I'm not a complete poser, but I'd be lying if I knew all the words, right? Not even all on the Watchtower. And I know like at least 3 to 5 versions of that song, right? It's a tapestry also, by the way, which is pretty tight. Cool. So, I don't know what the fuck we were channeling about, but here we are. All along the Watchtower. There are many here among us. Well, I don't even know. Shut the fuck up, bro. Do you want to really unpack that right now with someone who suffers from PMDD for the last 20 fucking years? Do you really want to unpack that question and have my honest answer? Because we will be waiting on these cards for a goddamn minute. So you better really want to have an answer to ask that question. Especially the comment I made earlier about the man being trapped inside of me, and once a month there's enough testosterone in my body for him to be awakened and have enough strength to try to crawl out of my skin. But of course he doesn't have human flesh, so he can't go anywhere, and he just screams and gets violent. We call him Tyler Durden. LOL, he goes, ah, 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 ah. That's what I thought. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder, it's basically like having a period on PTSD. Imagine all the symptoms of PTSD, but it's in sync with your cycle, your blood, womb cycle. It's crazy. It's like knowing you're going to be suicidal and not being able to stop yourself from being suicidal.
And it's like also knowing you're going to be manic and not being able to stop yourself from making terrible decisions, like no matter what you do. And there's like no way to treat it. And there's a variety of things a doctor will tell you will treat it. And there's thousands of women who say otherwise. And we're all working together to find solutions because no one is giving a fuck. And I personally think it's aliens. So that's where I'm at in life. I'm trying to write a book. Spreading it down sometimes help. Like I said, I'm primarily a writer, but talking about it feels good. But I have a lot of years of research and a lot of reasons to feel this way. A lot of stories. And it consumed 20 years of my life. So people are like, why do you talk about it so much? It's like, because it literally is a different day, every week, every month, every 21 to 26 days, really. Not even a whole month before it just starts all over again. But yeah, it's like a boxing match. Mostly with myself, sometimes with unsuspecting victims. You just can't get in too close a range of Tyler Durden. It's Fight Club in this bitch. Not always, just kind of random PTSD flare ups. Intrusive thoughts, the whole nine. It's literally like PTSD, but then you're bleeding. So it's like, yeah. Yep. Sucks. So when you say karmic cycles, oh, let me tell you, buddy, I'm living out the whole fucking nine right now. I'm getting through layers of hell every month. When I die, I am going to happy places and gardens and talking to people for the rest of my life. I'm serving up so much of my karma month after month, blood after blood. I think I got into voodoo incidentally because of it. And I didn't even realize you're not allowed to do that until I was a lot older. I was like, I think what I do is voodoo. And people are like, really? I don't think so. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like it. And I hear that from the spirit. And then it's like, voodoo's a closed practice. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, shit. I didn't even know that. I think it's the blood. Like, I think it, kind of like, there's a few entities that just were like, are you doing a thing? And I'm like, no. Like, oh, well, huh? No. No. It's a closed practice. I don't ever put effort into it. It's just like a natural thing, like I said, where it's like, hey, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, I'm just, and they're like, oh, huh. It's like we came at an impasse loophole. Not a loophole, because like I said, I don't practice. It was just a vibe. For a long time before I realized that what a closed practice even is, shit like that. But I'm gonna eat some peaches. I'm Catholic. That's my witchcraft. And Italian. So. Oh, ad break. And you're watching me eat only alcoholic fruit. PRB. Well, I ain't speaking on it. It ain't my lane. It ain't my culture. It ain't my practice. Conversation's over. I was just talking about blood and how certain entities have shown up being like, what up? And I'm like, I'm thrown. Did I ask you to be here? He's like, I don't know.
Like, me either. It's like, cool, cool. So, um, yeah. Anyways, finally officially finished my potion, too. So I was literally, when I was talking about this out loud, and I was like, no, I'm Catholic and I'm Italian. That's where I get my witchcraft from. It's like literally Roman Catholic is a bunch of stragos were in hiding, probably during the time of many different crusades or witch hunts, Salem era, but in Italy, and became Catholics. And maybe that's why it's also damn ritualistic. What's the wine and the blood and the bread? We talked about this yesterday too, but it's like, no, really, was this like a bunch of witches and even warlocks or whatever, just kind of like huddled up in a church saying, yeah, 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 it's Christian. We worship the same drug dealing gay alien that you do. Of course. Um, Ew, that's super weird. Who would do that? I honestly though, I very much avoid curses as much as possible. I pretty much just check myself and make sure I'm not got a curse on me, and I just think people generally aren't worth the blowback of a curse because eventually that rubber band's gonna burst. So I'm like, listen, I got it bad enough, man. My name is fucking Earl, dude. I ain't far from trying to fucking hex or curse anybody. Jesus fuck, I don't give a shit. Do what you're gonna do. If you hate me, it's probably because I'm so fucking pretty, right? And get this, I kind of wish I was a man anyway. So it just hurts even more that I don't give a shit. Okay. That's so wild. I do think it's like, I probably would not say that, but if somebody came on for a reading and then unfollowed after, that would definitely to me be like, ew, you have bad vibes. Like, you don't really got the vibe. But to like be like, I cursed you for doing this to me. It's like, lesson learned. That's literally exactly why I don't offer personal readings on the fucking stream. 444, by the way. Um, because I don't want people doing that shit. And it is bad energy, and they are kind of like shisty for that. But there's no reason to extend your magic to it. Why even give it your energy? Like, you're lame as fuck and overextending yourself and spreading worse vibes than they are. Because at least they laughed, right? I do not fuck with it. Kind of want to do these, kind of don't. I feel like I was hearing and seeing and saying things since pulling out this deck, knowing that we were doing channel messages tonight, but wasn't really prepared to hear from the angels, and then what they said shocked me. So, shall we go back to this? Shall we skip ahead to the Halloween Oracle? I have some on the table, but I didn't know how in depth we wanted to get, or if we were anticipating the Halloween Oracle, or how long anybody was going to last. To me, I know it's late, but I started late and I knew that I'd have a later crowd like I did last night tonight, and I kind of am fine. It's only not even been 5 hours yet. I prepare for the longer streams on the weekend. Whether or not anybody's going to stick around and watch it, maybe watch the replay. Are we interested in these cards, or did we get the message we need from the channeled bit that I just did, and should we move on to the Halloween Oracle? I did download like a questions poll extension, but I'm so over the extensions. I need to do a little more research onto why they are so shitty and don't even work. But I will figure it out. And hopefully it'll be popping on my Twitch channel, because I'm trying to make it the best experience that you can have, because you're spending your time on Twitch with me, and I don't even really spend time on Twitch. You know what I mean? So I just think it's really nice. Is it Sunday morning? Dun 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 dun. Sunday morning brings the dawning. It's just the restless feeling by my side. Early morning, Sunday morning. It's just the wasted years so close behind. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Yeah, love it. Sunday morning. Yeah, well, the potion was kind of technically a spell, right? It's more blessings though. Spells sound so ominous. Spells are writing. So yeah, I've been writing my journal because that's spells. It's really about myself though. It's not like I cast them anywhere, right? They're just for me. Hell yeah. You need a protection amulet. Has been very heavy energy. It's the fixed energy that we got going on for us. You need an amulet. You need a necklace. I told you that, not you specifically, but in the reading earlier, and I held on to this one. It's one of those things where it's like a cage where you can open it up and put stuff inside of it. I'm not saying you need to get this one, but I just feel like you need a protective amulet to wear around your neck while you're traveling. And don't make it super nice or expensive either, because if we really have that shady cousin we gotta deal with, then we can't assume that they won't try to steal it if it looks too expensive. So don't spend too much money on it. It's really about the vibe and the protection of it rather than like the flashy or the design, right? So you'll find it when you know what it is. You need a protection amulet, not a protection spell. You're welcome. Putting you on a game you don't even know you're playing, bro. Okay, so should we do these angel cards real quick? I won't go too in depth. I won't channel them. I'll just run through what's here. Crown. Focus on the crown chakra. I don't even really know what that means. It's like opening your mind, your final form, seventh chakra right here. Crown is like consciousness. What is the crown chakra? Subconsciousness? Like if the third eye is your third eye, and then crown, third eye, crown. Is that how it is? What is the crown chakra? There's like a key word I'm forgetting. I think it's consciousness though, right? Like ultimately understanding things and once again becoming like a more highly evolved version of yourself because your chakras are finally aligned, because it's usually the last one, if I'm not mistaken. The last one, it basically is like the one that opens up when all the six of the other ones are opened up, and even though it might travel in a path, you sometimes have to go back and keep healing them. So like once you get to the crown level of chakra opening up and being in alignment, that's when you know you're getting towards the end of something, and boom, evolution once more. Evolution once more. You're ready for the next form of your life, the next phase. You are ascending into what you're supposed to be, because now your chakras are aligned, your crown chakra's opening, and you are evolving to the point where this is the evolution, which is going to lead us to revolution, and things are going to change, and it's going to be different. It's going to be cool. Okay? We got universal wisdom. That's me AF. Okay? Okay? The angels want to hear your confirmation. And I think that's why people do things like, yes, Lord, amen. The angels, regardless of how you see them in their human vehicle bodies or in their fully fleshed-eyed forms, that's what we were talking about that I wanted to write down. Insects are fucking angels. Sea creatures are aliens. Mammals are animals. Earth dwellers. Insects equals angels. And birds equals dinosaurs. Go into this later. And sea creatures. Dude, my OG Facebook group back in the day that I had to delete by hand removing over 1,000 members because I was going through a mental crisis before I got submitted into the psych ward. I was trying to delete all evidence of what I was doing because it felt like I was building a cult, realizing that perhaps I was.
And I had to, that's the only way to delete a group from Facebook, by the way, is you have to remove every single member. So thank God it was only 1,000 people. Still tedious. It was called The Sea of Mythical Creatures. So it's just funny to see 10 years later, not much has changed except everything about my life. And the theories come back even harder the second time. Harder as in go hard, ham hard, not more difficult. It's a lot easier to understand what the fuck I was talking about now. Sea creatures are aliens. Aliens. Reptiles. Are a crossbreed of dinosaurs and aliens. So basically, birds and sea creatures make reptiles. But aliens and mammals, oddly enough, make amphibians. You would think it's the other way around. Maybe I do have it backwards because originally I wrote it and then I was like, no, switch it because amphibians would be more mammal, but the water would indicate. No, yeah, that kind of does make sense. That kind of does make sense. Something like that, etc. Right? Angels, insects, and fungus have a symbiotic relationship. Because for communication, that shit is religious. It is holy. It is holy. Not just the trippy ones either. The whole kingdom, fungus. Interesting notes today. I'm going to try to do more notes from now on because, yeah, I need to get back into the swing of writing. I've had writer's block. That's why it's easy to stream and talk about stuff, but really the whole goal was to write a book. Not been doing very good. And I'm hoping talking about it out loud and telling y'all that I'm writing it will inspire me to write. And so far, not great. I think I need to get out a lot of the story before I write it and people read it and are shocked. And are like, what the fuck? Didn't see that coming at all. What are you talking about? I think the whole point is to kind of jog my memory, say it out loud, so when I write it down, I don't go into panic mode. People already know. Okay, so Universal Wisdom. We popped out Guardian Angel, Aries, and Healer Within. Aries season is the beginning, so that's why it's got a spring energy lately. It's not that it's gonna wait till Aries season in this moment. Jesus might be in Aries. But we're just knowing it's a fresh start and your guardian angels are supportive and the healer is inside of you. Who heals the healer but the healer? You'll never officially, you can have healing powers or healing capabilities or healing inclinations and still not be a healer until you are capable of healing yourself. And once you can do that, you'll find people who are there to help heal you, right? Okay. I think, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. Agreed. I was just catching up. And then, yeah, so Guardian Angels moving you towards opening up your life. Law of transmutation. We've been talking about transmutating energy, and we thought transcoding was, y'all, I can't believe it. Are you just all really straight? I'm always the token gay. I can't take it anymore. I'm so sick of feeling like an alien. That's not why I feel like an alien. It's definitely my love of burnt toast, an obsession with very hot stuff, and also a taste for bitter coffee, things like vinegar, and the inhaling chemicals that make me feel like an alien, not being attracted to the same sex or otherwise identifying people. To clarify, I just make jokes about the correlation because of 90s media and sci-fi. Love transmutation. So we're going through this evolutionary period. Our angels are watching us shift into becoming our full potential. Once again, you can have the powers of healing, but until you can transmute them into being a healer, you will never know what it's like to be able to do it. Libra season is when it comes to life, is when we talk about it. That's my whole thing. Is like, thought I was waiting till Scorpio season when it happened, but I realized I gotta tell you the story so we can see how it ends in Scorpio season. That's the whole thing they've been telling me. That's why they were like, listen, you're gonna be confused with the messages. You're not gonna believe any of it. You gotta just discern and understand it all be revealed in Libra season. Didn't we say that for like a week or two straight? We were all patiently being like, fuck it, Scorpio season's gonna be lit. Why were we saying that stuff? Now it makes sense. On a personal level, I have to share my story and get us all caught up before Scorpio season. That's like the whole point. So I'm gonna be slowly unrolling that, and I'll try to give trigger warnings because, for fuck's sake, kind of wild shit. Um, it's been slowly a thing, but there's gonna have to be one night the whole stream is dedicated to it, and I just don't know what a good day to do it. Kind of would want to do it on a random weekday, and if you watch it, you watch it. Anyways, transmutation, becoming what you know you are. Knowing it's all being revealed this month is like also being revealing, like speaking your feelings, saying these things out loud. Like I'm talking about sharing my story. First time in 3 years that I say anything out loud of what the fuck happened. Everybody's been kind of like, what the hell? And I'm like, hey, it's not that nothing happened. A lot happened. I don't know how to say it. So here's a song. Okay. Here's a reading. Okay. Well, here's a fucking monologue. Cool. Can we get the book though? Sure. Let me do the monologue first, then I'll write it down. I have research, right? I'm good. I got this. It's a lot. Law of transmutation. These experiences we have are meant to be transmuted into stories, transmuted into even trauma, transmuted into memories and other distinctions that we see, that we take from one thing and create it into the next, right? Taking fucking sperm and making babies for all I give a fuck. It's all transmutation, isn't it? So let's roll this ad. I'll let you all get in the mood of the angels because they're pretty intense. They're almost more intense than the aliens because they have a lot more of the love factor in them. So BRB, just a minute, little every 20, you know how it is. Get the popcorn. All right, I wanted a little more chocolate, and then I realized because it's Sunday morning, my favorite thing to do on Sunday mornings is to have a French press. So this is like technically cold brew, I guess. What I did was I used my French press to steep the lavender that I put in my um, wine potion. And then I used the same lavender that was already steeped and mixed it with my coffee grounds. And I've been letting them steep since I made the wine, and I told myself I'd drink it once the wine was gone. So now the wine is gone, plus it's Sunday morning, best time for a French press, except for French press Fridays, because what are we pressed about today? My old podcast that never happened. I have a lot of those things. In due time. Right now I'm just trying to figure out the ADHD, right? So now that the other potion's gone, we reflect. The wine potion was for peace, patience, and prosperity. This coffee is for focus. Literally don't know how I just flung spit out of my mouth. That was so weird. Focus, agility, and performance. I wonder if you'll be able to taste the lavender. Focus, agility, and performance. Cheers to Libra season. Oh my fucking god, that's good. My partner is really sweet and he knows me pretty well. And he picked up some like fancy espresso Starbucks ground coffee. It's so delicious now it's been soaking. And it does, you can't really taste the lavender, but it makes the coffee taste stronger. It's extremely bitter. But like I just said probably 5 to 10 minutes ago, I love extremely bitter flavors. I think it's alien. Like I don't know people who are as intense about it as I am. Like I eat coffee grounds sometimes. I used to eat the contents of my tea bags, which is like a weird texture, but it's still kind of like floral tea flavors, you know, where it's like eating grass or leafy greens or flowers, which isn't super out of the weird. But oh man, when I was working as a barista, and that was my first job, it's like high school, and you pack down the espresso and you run it through the water, and then sometimes, you know, you gotta ring them up and sit and talk for a second, and they dry out a little when you go back to get them out. And even if they were steaming fucking hot, as long as they were packed right, they'd come out as a disc, and I would just like break them off. Just eat like pieces of these used espresso grounds. It sounds weird, and I looked like I gagged, but it's this weird, like, not horny reflex, but chemical smells and like texture, like gritty texture, and insanely overly intense flavor, like super spicy, super burnt. I don't know what the fuck that is. I have no idea why. It could be like a nutrients thing. I'm decent at taking vitamins and stuff, and I've always eaten pretty like well balanced, but lately I admit not as much, but I haven't been going through the chemical fits lately like I have in the past. I think it's alien. I'm not really sure why I mentioned that, other than y'all have been rooting for the alien stuff. Dude, and I can't get over how good this coffee is. I knew it would be. I put my all into it. God, it's good. Oh, man. I don't know if anybody else would like it, but I like it. Yeah. Ironically, though, if I am going to eat sweets, I like caramel, which is essentially pure sugar. I like cake flavor, which is also essentially pure sugar. Funfetti, which is pretty much sugar in color. It's weird. It's very, very rarely I crave sweet things, but I like the most cliche sweet stuff. If I do eat it. You know. Fruit over chocolate flavor and back to bitter when it comes to chocolate. Like the more bitter the chocolate, the more I'm gonna like want to eat it. Anyways, I got a little sidetracked because that coffee was brilliant. Thank you, Nico, for Libra season aesthetic, I guess. Drinking this cold press out of a skull with my enemy.
Libras are like lavender and French presses on a Sunday morning. That is Libra season to me. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers to all of us acquiring the knowledge and or information that we needed to move on and enjoy Scorpio season and to break some of these toxic cycles we're in and to staying up late and being friends. Cheers. Cool. Okay. Evolution. Justice screaming for a solution. Yeah. Crown chakra, did we already do that? Trinity, we already did that. Scorpio, we just said that. Virgo, mutable, last season, last week even. Law of compensation, the things that you were wondering why you had not received for in Virgo season, suddenly coming at you. Law of compensation. What you are owed will be paid, regardless of where it comes from or how it comes to you, okay? Commitment. As long as you're committed to it, it's coming at you. Universal harmony, because everything needs to come into balance and be what it's meant to be, and it's just happening for you. You decided it. This definitely gives very similar vibe to the Trinity in the physical aspect, where like this kind of gives that illusion of the, I don't know if you were to combine the two cards because this is the wrong color scheme, but this right kind of like movement, because it's got the points and the circles, right? The in and out, constantly moving. Creation spot, universal harmony. Everything's happening. This is just the initiation period, and people kind of want to know who you are before they like commit, right? Yeah, I get it. Okay, stories coming out before the 11th. That'd be so late in the season to just be sharing random stuff. We obviously have to fucking tell the weird story before Halloween happens. It's not even to air any drama or laundry. It's just like, yeah, a lot of things happened to me, and it happened to be very weird, spiritual, and possibly necromancy. So cool. Possibly even drugging. Yeah, am I gonna go there? Who knows? Who fucking knows? I don't know. Everybody wants me to know. I don't know. Law of free will. You're all allowed to do whatever you want. So am I. I think that's what it comes down to. Is there any guilty parties? Maybe, because it's just not a real cool thing to do. But at the same time, I put myself in the situation to be there. Gemini energy. Poor babies. Y'all taking too much guilt for things. Rest up on yourselves, Gemini. I don't like that energy from you at all. Okay? I'm gonna light some incense. I can see where this reading is going, and it's pretty intense. And cats killing dogs, pigs eating rats. Every mouth will eat you up, the king of last. Belly of the heart, belly full of bats. Chromosome seems not to want the fetus. Lift you up and make you bleed. Stick a needle in your knee. Knowing God will be pleased to make it easy. It's just funny because I just like singing. I spent a lot of years of my life listening to certain songs and music and whatever. So when I just want to sing or think about aliens, it's like, sure, that might coincide in itself, but just little things. Because when the spaceship beams you up, etc. Interesting. Cool. So this is Capricorn. Which this reading, I almost feel like, okay, it's a little late in the game, but tomorrow stream, I'm going to stream tomorrow evening, same time. I'll have free hours, around midnight in whatever time zone we're in. I think I'm going to do a Zodiac reading. It's been a minute. I forgot I did those. I literally will go through the week and use all my decks and be like, man, what do I even do? I don't know what to do. Because sometimes I also just get anxiety. And I'm like, does anyone care what readings they get? But everyone on here seems to be like, we trust you and your opinion and your choices. I'm like, that's so sweet. I am the expert that we seek, right? Not much of a professional, but definitely an expert. I think I'm going to do Zodiac pulls tomorrow using this deck and a couple others. I think maybe it must have been the beginning of Virgo season, actually, when I did those. So I totally missed it for the equinox. Wasn't thinking about it. We had to address the love life, I suppose, because I took time off that. So tomorrow night's stream, I gotta remember that. If you're on here, remind me. I'd write it on my board, but it's the board of conspiracy. It's not. It's not for zodiacs. That's my Charlie board. Okay. Um, Remind me tomorrow if I forget that we're gonna do zodiac readings. It's quick card pulls, but it'll be fun. It just dawned on me because I kept seeing stuff and I was moving through the energies. Like, it's not a timeline. It's not an energy like a representation. It's like each sign I'm getting a different vibe from. So, I totally missed out on doing that for the transition from Virgo to Libra season. Like, look ahead at the next month. So we're gonna do that tomorrow because at this point it's late and I want people to be able to get right to the zodiacs and not have to watch 5 hours of my stream and then get an insightful reading. But it just popped into my head, so we'll do it tomorrow evening or this evening, however that works, wherever we are. Okay. So we'll get into the energies tomorrow with that, where I'm like Gemini, Capricorn, Aquarius, Virgo, everyone. Um, they've been coming up. Aries is how it started. So instead of diving too deep into that, because once again, sometimes you can tell when it's like representing an energy or a timeline, and when it's like, oh no, y'all need a little personal time from me. I think each one of you, the zodiacs, inner vision. You've always seen it. This also kind of represents that Trinity energy of it in and out, like moving inward and expanding outward. You've always seen it. You've always known it. It's like when you do think you see the future, when really you're just trying to transmutate the moment. You're just trying to maybe even get to a place where you're doing better or whatever. Me too. Me too. Okay, so we do have Threshold again. Threshold came up earlier. It's like, as much as we feel like giving up, as much as it feels like it went nowhere, as much as we didn't get the results maybe as fast as we wanted or in the way that we wanted, I think it's just as fast. That's not as much the way. We don't know how we get it yet. Law of attraction. If you align with it, and if you're living the life you're meant to live when you have it, then of course you're going to attract it, basically. You have to align with it, though. You can't just you don't attract. The law of attraction is not just for things that you want, it's things that you actively are seeking to get, right? And I think that's where people get fucked up, and that's why people like Rhonda Burns can just suck it, because honestly, like, the book's cool or whatever. Law of compensation, though, you got horrible karma, of course you're not going to attract some fucking gold, and if you do, there's probably a whole bunch of fucking nonsense tied to it. Like, watch out. Okay, it's not as simple as to sell a secret, right? It's not as simple as to call it power. There's things you don't necessarily look into or understand before committing to something, right? And sometimes being inebriated forces you to null and void a contract, right? So maybe it was a saving grace at the end of the day, whatever the fuck it was. Why did it have to go that way? Guardian angels, that's why, I guess. Cool. Not cool. Okay. I drank this so fast because it's delicious and hits all my flavor profiles, but it also is probably extremely caffeinated because it's cold brew. The longer you steep it, the stronger it gets. So I probably shouldn't be chugging it, and I didn't even drink that much, but I could get hyper pretty quickly. I don't drink a whole lot of coffee. I had one earlier, but it's spaced out throughout the day, This, I just chugged it. Aquarius energy. Looks like my Aquarius moon. Okay, law of frequency. We've been over that enough fucking times. I love that random video when I just Googled frequency 405. That was the first thing that came up, which I thought was adorable. It's like this little handwritten thing. Duality, though. Right? Sower of seeds. Harvest season. Still anticipating the crops to be harvested. And just know that a miracle is coming, and to be patient. You may think, did I water them enough? Did I treat them well? Did we get any bugs? Did it go okay? Do we have enough to sell? Do we have enough to pray, right? Answer is that there's only one thing that I need to say, and it's that I have a miracle every day. Yes, have a miracle every day. Cancer could be cancer season, person, whatever, and law of limitation. So, and blah, 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 blah. It's funny. It's hitting me. I might be tired. Literally just now. I'm honestly, considering I just said I was drinking cold brew and shit, it's probably more like a channeled message. And the coffee was a good offer up to whoever's coming in, is what I'm really kind of getting from me being tired. I think I'm done with this deck. Two face down, underneath, laughter. Make sure you just. When the truth is revealed, people may be a little embarrassed by what they've done and feel like creepy or wrong or bad or guilty or apologetic. The reality of it is try to laugh it off and try to be kind and try to just be like, that's a really funny thing that you did, because it's in the past, we've moved on, and they're owning up to it. Kind of like trying to forgive, I guess, in the sense of like, laugh it off, man. Laughter is healing medicine. And the other thing is Taurus. Cool. Okay, so laugh it off, Taurus. Laugh it off. It's gonna be fine. It'll be. It's cool. It's cool. Okay. Free will. Okay. Okay. I just said I was gonna put this deck away. I kind of. You feel that? It's like this weird, like, in and out. It's kind of like, no offense, y'all. I'm getting such a personal resonance. Look, Leo, maybe I do need to share it because you're watching my little picogram. I don't know how to explain it. It feels like a really personal message, and I kind of want to like dive in and hear what they're saying and channel it, but I feel like we have so much going on right now, and because it feels personal, I almost still feel that, like, I'm not trying to like impose or blast anyone. It's just what comes up in the readings. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It feels like I'm getting a personal download in the midst of the stream. So it puts me at this almost like a strange sort of impasse where it's like, do I speak or do I take a minute and then get that message myself? Either way, we're at our 20 minutes. So let's take the ad break. I'll figure it out. I have these more cards. I always shuffle them before I put them away. And it felt done, but then I got that sleepiness, and then I got a little confused, and that's how I can kind of tell a message is coming through. So let me take a second to see what exactly it's about, and we'll be back in 60 approximately. No doubt. Okay, I'm here. When you said something about turning tears into laughter just now, I thought about the song that I always think of when I see the laughter part. It's so annoying. I know, I spent a lot of my life doing the same things, right? Universal love, law of free will. I feel like these cards get tedious, but it's almost like, why do I have to repeat these messages so much in a sense where it's like, are you listening? Because the moment you do, here's what's coming. Foundation being built. Law of life unfolding the way it's meant to. Universal forgiveness, learning to stop holding things against yourself and others. Gemini, ooh, lovers. Giver of light, knowing that sometimes your association to darkness is simply being a guiding light. And initiation. What a perfect way to end on that note. Cool. You want to take a little poetry break? This ended up being a little more intense than I thought. How are y'all feeling? It feels like it's just the three of us once again. We can still do the Halloween Oracle, but we might want to just start fresh tomorrow with that. Because, like, I had already planned the mystery decks and stuff. I wanted to draw one card out of here, and it ended up being all that Law of Karma. Thinking I could fucking control what the cards have to say. That's karma. I think maybe we ought to wait Halloween Oracle tomorrow, and we can just hang out for a minute before we decide to retire. We can talk, maybe do some meditation stuff. Might be done with cards for the evening. I was trying to do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like I think tomorrow, the agenda will be the zodiac readings, which is really like, I don't know if you've seen one before, but basically I take the zodiac cards out of the deck of initiation, shuffle them, and let them fall in whatever order they want to be in instead of putting them in order. Because I used to do that with my YouTube channel videos. When I made individual videos, I would start with whatever sun sign season we were in, and then just go in order, and sometimes do like all 12 in a day, or do them over the course of 3 days or whatever. But I decided, since streaming is so different, I don't want people to feel like, oh, well, I'm an Aries, so if I'm not there at the beginning every time, I'm going to miss it. So I take out all the zodiacs and shuffle them, and we go with a random order, because I just think it just seems more fair for streaming. And then I will pull like one card from 2 or 3 decks and just do like 3 card pulls for each sign. It ends up taking a while to get through them, and some have longer messages than others, channel messages or whatever. But it's like pretty all inclusive. I don't really like to overuse the decks after that, but Halloween Oracle would be great after that. And maybe because we've introduced the shadow work with the Halloween Oracle, tomorrow we'll include a shadow card for each zodiac sign as well. We'll do the demon runs also. Let's do Thoth, Demon, and Halloween Oracle pulls for our insight tomorrow. That's perfect. Shadow time. It's shadow time. Spooky season, shadow time. So that's on the agenda tomorrow. For tonight, we're here. We're 5.5 hours in. It's pretty late or early in the midnight morning, Sunday. Love it. I'm down to hang for a minute. If you have any questions, if you have any things you want insight on, readers typically don't need cards. It's more of a fun way to stay on track. So I think I might be done with tarot for the evening. I think we've exhausted ourselves. If you watch the replay, you will catch a pink deck love reading with the classic Neo Rider-Waite deck, a karmic situation demon reading with my demon oracle, and an intense twin flame with the mystery deck that I use for my channeled intergalactic messages. We were going to try to fit in the Halloween Oracle, but I ended up doing a bit of an extended reading with the Initiation deck, which I had not planned, and did some channel messages with the angels. Angels like insect, winged creature, aliens, not like humanoid archetypes.
angels. And so we decided we will hold off on the Halloween Oracle channeling messages until tomorrow, and we're going to do each individual zodiac sign and then Halloween channel messages. It's going to be cool. It'll be cool. But tonight, questions, anything, we can just, don't know what the fuck that was, catch up a bit, do what we gotta do, think about it, if you got anything. We're just kind of relaxing and unwinding at this point. I imagine I'll be wrapping up within the hour. But I like to decompress with y'all. Post-apocalyptic thoughts. What are we thinking? What am I seeing? I think that's the sleepiness is like close your eyes. And I was like, I don't think we're doing any more channel messages. So what is that about? And it's about a vision. I think just like a week ago when I said Libra season is they're not mine, but there's a bunch of them. Libra season was showing me like the theater metaphor, so I kind of want to just close my eyes and see what they're trying to show me now, because it's like, sure, you consider it, oh, you're just tired, but no, when you get channel messages, I always go and feel like I'm falling asleep, and then boom, somebody's talking. So let me tap in. I think this is more of a vision trying to come through. Here's the thing. For as disturbing as that is, not disturbing, but like literally a disturbance, where I was like, oh, who's sending me a message? Like I'm tapping my foot. You can't see it, but you can maybe hear that tap is usually tapping is a channel message. I prefer to, twisting up. What did I say? Why would you do that? Because it's like I didn't need to see in your eyes. Okay, y'all, chill out. That's not what I meant about post-apocalyptic thoughts. The apocalypse is simply an awakening or revealing of information, knowledge, messages. Therefore, tarot readings are, in essence, apocalyptic by the nature of the definition in the Greek sense of apocalypse. Therefore, post-apocalyptic thoughts are just thoughts that we have after we discover what we discover in the reading. Okay, sorry if that sounded rude or condescending. Who the fuck is this? You know what I mean? I closed my eyes and immediately thought, like, kind of went back in the direction of Twin Flame. I don't know how interested y'all are. We had kind of like the Twin Flame crowd earlier for the reading, and they were like, I'm at peace with that. I love that. Yeah, I love where your mind was at. I used to train for the apocalypse. Now I'm like, man, I wear glasses and have a heavy flow. I don't know that I'm really making it that far or that long, but great on the homestead, just not so much in the field, I guess. So, plus spirituality is important, and also being able to talk to dead people, being psychic and seeing visions. It's like you shouldn't have to be valued or be an asset to be important, but at the same time, if we're all in survival mode in an actual apocalyptic event, like survival mode again, against the elements or something, then it's probably good to know what your skill will be. Right? And mine are all very abstract, and it'd really be up to the people whether or not the trouble was worthy. Once a week, I'd be like, I'm ready to go out and kill. And I'd be like, all right, zombie hunter, Tyler Durden, woo! And then I'd be like, oh my God, I just like really had a breakthrough out there. Come back covered in my own blood. Anyways, enough of that. Let's talk tarot. So reason I kind of stopped with the cards is because I felt like I was getting a channel message. I felt a little too tired to go through with it. Decided to cut off the deck, skip the Halloween Oracle, plan out our night for tonight, and just talk for the next like half hour. Okay, so I'm like, I'm getting a message. I'm getting a vision. Let me close my eyes for a second, see what it is. What do I see but this fucking fucker this is what we talked about earlier. This is literally what the Twin Flame reading was about. Call me in the 3D. Stop with the 5D stuff. I don't cool astral projection if you only knew. Like the fucking crane fly said. Cool. I know. It doesn't really change like audio. It's like love language, words of affirmation. I'm not going to just trust it to this point of like delusionment, right? Plus, I channel extraterrestrials um, and dead people. You're neither one of those as far as I'm concerned. So why the fuck are you showing up in my field of my vision? That makes no fucking sense. Call or don't. Shut up. Moving on. Okay? It seems all sweet and nice until it's, what? Excuse you? Please. Come on. Goddamn. That being said, I feel like maybe we talk about the twins fleeting, right? The twin flame journey. Going back to the conversation outside of a reading because this was the night for it. I meant to be in that intention all day today because that's usually how the readings work. I totally forgot we were gonna do it. And I even earlier said like, oh, I don't know what I want to do for the stream today, and then got on here and was like, oh, duh, I promised people I was gonna do that. So now it's like the aftermath of okay, now let's process it together instead of me pre-processing it and delivering it in a smoother way, right? I was just as surprised by it as you were. What? Oh, I kind of get you, but also memories indicates karmic. It's not about memories with twin flames. It's about the future visions. It's what drives you so fucking nuts. Where it's like I see us together. I see how it works out. I see what I'm feeling, and I see why I see it. I have no idea how or if or when it works out, and then you just like don't care. If you think about memories, past lives, thinking back, oh, what it could have been, not what it can be, that's karma. Yeah. And I think part of it is like because you pine for so long and because you're disconnected for so long with the twin flame journey that you're like, there's an extra element of not necessarily fear, but like, what if you think you have chemistry with someone because you barely know them or you just brush shoulders or you're like, oh, so close, will they, won't they? Years and pining and longing and poetry and musing, blah, blah, blah. But then if you like have it up close and personal, what if you just don't want it anymore? And it scares people more to lose the fantasy than it does to make the fantasy a reality in fear that the fantasy may not be the reality of the situation. And so they'd rather stay in the fantasy because never knowing is, in a sense, more comforting than getting rejected. But people need to learn how to deal with rejection and to live in the moment, live in reality, and be able to move on and realize if this situation in its fantasy element could feel so good or so real or so important of a connection, then I imagine a physical connection that felt that equally good. And even if it's not with the person you thought or the person you wanted, you got to at least, make it reality to at least move on and find the next best thing, the next person or whatever it is. Mm. Okay, yeah, pretty much. And my response was K because it's true. It is very much like that. And sometimes it's like, yes, it speaks to your soul. And I think that's why people are like, I need a twin flame reading. I want this. I want that. I need to know. Because it does kind of drive you up a wall when you get past the runner chaser thing where you like lose, you like lose them, basically. It's like one's running, one's chasing, you get lost in a crowd. But then it becomes polar resistor, and so the resistors are like, I need to know what's going on, I need insight, I can't talk to this fool, but I need to know why they're acting like this, I need to know what the fucking deal is. And so they seek out the readings because they're trying to resist the person, but they are still being pulled towards them. It's very irritating. It almost like, I guess the thing is, I was never into the runner chaser dynamic, but I had no idea the alternative was polar resistor. Like that was a new thing I realized this week, and I'm like, that makes so much sense. I've always been the resistor, where it's like, I don't know why all this goofy stuff keeps popping into my mind. Couldn't imagine. And it's like, now in retrospect, knowing what I know now, you must have been fucking thinking about me all the goddamn time. If I was like, man, keep trying to pretend like this isn't happening, but I just keep being drawn back to it. Or it's just like destined connections. It's like however you perceive it. It's still just wild to think. So I guess I'll tell you about the bee. I guess it's like too far in. Spirit's telling me to just blast all of it anyways. So let's run the ad and I'll tell you about the damn bee. Because it was pretty fucking cute and I love fucking aliens and angels and insects. All the same shit, right? Goodbye, except it's actually just 60 seconds. Where are we? What the hell is going on? The dust has only just began to form crop circles in the carpet, sinking, feeling oily marks appear on walls where pleasure moments hung before the takeover. The sweeping insensitivity of this still life. Hide and seek, trains and sewing machines, all those years, fears, tears, they were here first. What you say? Ooh, that you only meant well. Well, of course you did. What you say? Ooh, that it's all for the best. Well, you decided this. Ooh, what you say? Ooh, that it's just what we need. And you decided this. Ooh, what you say? Ooh, what did you say? Ransom notes keep falling off your mouth. You don't speak, no, hear, no, I don't believe you. You don't care a bit. I don't know all the words, but I did go ham just now singing it because, one, I figured by title and artist you wouldn't know what the fuck that song was. But I knew if I built it up and then dropped the chorus, you'd be like, what the fuck? Are you singing Jason Derulo right now? But then again, I think, well, it's like a young and older crowd, right? Well, and you come back after a fucking another karmic experience to get your ass kicked, or you start kicking your own ass like Tyler Durden. Just kidding, don't do that. Imogen Heap's an icon, Sagittarius, 6 feet tall, wrote the most vulnerable and iconic song of the early aughts, mid aughts, preteen aughts, and just completely died out. Got totally fucking bastardized by Jason Derulo, who like obviously is DL, right? Is he also just queer coding all of his music? I don't want to think about it. Take me to what other side, Jason? Come on, the fuck. Anyways, Imogen Heap's the shit. I love that song, and if you knew the lyrics, goddamn, it's beautiful. The auto tune. It was funny the way I sang it because it was like trying to imitate her voice, but her voice is auto tuned in that song, so it's like, holy marks appear on walls where pleasure moments hung before the tear. Auto tune. So good though. She like invented autotune. It was like, it was T-Pain. And it like probably was because that was probably 2005. But I don't know. Imogen Heap was definitely forefronting. Love that. Okay, I love that because I love a good train ride. Can I tell you the funniest story? Oh my god, you guys. So many things to talk about right now. What about Cher? She's a fucking Taurus. Mama, I don't want a rich man. I want to be the rich man you want me to have. Or whatever she said in that interview once. We love Cher. Probably killed her husband, I hope. Just kidding. I don't know anything about Sunny. Sounds like he was an asshole. Would be cool if she got away with it. She's like 72-year-old vampire. Whatever the fuck's going on there. I love a good train ride. Yes. I believe she's a May Taurus, like late May, barely a Taurus. May 3rd, May 3rd, May 13th. I can't remember. I try to use my photographic memory powers for actual birth dates, but I typically remember somebody's sun sign rather than the actual day. And there's certain people whose birthdays do stand out. You know, Matt Berry, maybe it's the 9th or the 13th, and like Grace Jones is definitely the 19th because I was honored that she was born on the Taurus side because she could have easily been a Gemini because look at Laurie Anderson, pretty much same lane, right? Kind of sweet. JoJo Siwa also May 19th. And we love JoJo Siwa. The hate she gets is so fucking wrong. I don't want to get into it though. I don't think anybody wants to get into my fucking defense of JoJo Siwa. And no, I didn't fucking watch Dean Tant's Moms or whatever the fuck show she came from. I'm not like a long time fan. I'm like, I love the person she became. She's awesome. Okay? And she's still a kid. She's like 19 years old. So lay off. Alright? Who cares if it's annoying? At least she got to have a fucking childhood. You know, for being exploited from the time she was 3 until she's gonna be 33, you know? 53, 63, 83. The day she fucking dies, so at least she gets to have sequins and sparkles and bow ties, you know? For fuck's sake, she doesn't even have half her hair. Okay, I said I wasn't gonna, and I did anyway. Taurus Nation! Who else? There's a lot of really great Tauruses. Jessica Lange, super hottie extraordinaire. There's just so many bad ones too. It's like there's a lot of really great Tauruses, but all the bad people in the world are also Tauruses. So it's not that there's like more bad than good Tauruses. It's just like it just so happens that like most of the absolute worst people in the world you could think of happen to be Tauruses also. 50-50, I guess. So, okay. I kept thinking of all these things. You talked about a train. I think the train story would be super fucking funny to tell you about this book actually, and how Amtrak fucking sold me out to the tracks at one point, and how I guess that was a part of my twin flame journey in the theory, but honestly had nothing to do with my twin flame, which is kind of funny. And then the bee story. Should I tell you the bee story? That equilibrium made them all the same, and I like my words better, but they used equilibrium, right? Equilibrium makes them all the same. And they say, boy, you still got shit for brains. It's Halloween all over again. And I was like, yo, equilibrium's cool. But what did I say? I don't even know. Girl, you're crying, but you're okay. It's Halloween at the party. So pretty much the last time I saw this twin flame fellow, God, it's like 4 years ago. I'm with a friend. We're driving to fucking house and whatever, getting closer. I'm feeling it mound. No, I mean honestly, the thing is, I kind of sometimes when I think about my future envision myself as a man with a beard, and I don't look like him, but I definitely like got that masculine element in me, and sometimes wonder if I am trans, but no, not necessarily. I guess like cheekbones. That's all I really need, someone to look like me, as long as you could like hold up, right? Looks aren't everything. Okay. Yeah, stop. Okay, so beyond, I just we were in the car. We're going to Taos. I don't know if you've ever driven through anywhere in the country. Kansas speed limits on the highways like 80. They're like, dude, we know there ain't shit here. We know there ain't gonna be any other cars on the road. Go for it. Colorado, outside of the city, 75 maybe, you know. New Mexico, can't really remember, but everybody's going pretty fucking fast. Like I said, no one's up here in some mountains. Hey, if your car can do it, go 90. We don't give a shit. So we're like going to Taos, going pretty fast, going up mountains and shit. And we got pretty close. We're like an hour out. Never been to Taos before. It's like the vortex because it's a fucking vortex spot in the fucking, I don't know. Roswell's in New Mexico, so you imagine that the earliest of all alien activities taking place in the state. So, like, of course, you're naturally going to feel that energy, especially someone like me. But 4 years ago, I was yet to be on such the alien tip I'm on today, okay? So, we're driving, we're like an hour out, we're literally going so fast, and like, yeah, we stop at rest stops or whatever. It's with the Sagittarius, and I kid you not, I don't know when it got to us. I don't know when it latched on. I don't know enough about bees to know if there's just some, like, do they just have, like, honey on their paws at all times so they can stick to stuff? What the fuck's going on there? There was a fucking bee that was just chilling on the windshield, going 75 miles an hour. Thank you, Shiralarin. Oh my god, am I getting raided during this story? I love raids, and it's so exciting, but I cannot believe what we were talking about. We're like 6 hours into the stream, getting very vulnerable, and then 8 people I've never spoken to show up in the midst of some very intense but weirdly casual stories. No, it's totally welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid. Raids are so much fun. I love the community aspect and even the kind of like house party, what do you say, rush week frat experience of like literally like party hopping. Like, it's so much fun. That's why I was trying to fucking get more integrated into Twitch systems, but the music didn't work. It's going good. We're in our post-apocalyptic thoughts right now. So we did a bunch of tarot readings earlier. I'm kind of done with tarot for the night. It's been a long night. You should watch the replay. We do all sorts of love readings from soulmates to twin flames and messages from angels and other things. But for the evening, I'm done. And now we're just kind of discussing what happened and telling cute and not so cute stories about weird things, right? It was kind of amazing. Thank you. You seem pretty amazing too. And your font is pink on my end, so that's always a plus, right? No, you. Oh, you're so cute. Okay, this is great. So usually if somebody raids someone, does that mean they were streaming? How does that work? I still don't really understand it. Like I said, I super duper appreciate it. It's super fun. Somebody came here with like 22 people and I had 30 people watching my stream. That's like the most that anyone's ever watched it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking cool. Even 10 is more. It's like I average about 5 if I'm lucky. So like, it's super fun that y'all do it. I'd love to understand it more. How do I raid somebody, And if I raid someone, do I leave what I'm doing? I just have so many questions. You do stream? Cool. Sorry that I'm not doing tarot, but I think we have to be able to take breaks and process the readings and not just seek answer and answer and answer and answer when really we are listening to solutions and listening to answers, trying to find solutions. Yeah. I ain't worried about it. I just wanted to be like, oh, hey, everybody. I do amazing tarot readings. Definitely watch the replay. We had love readings for people like in relationships or starting new things and healthy connections, soulmate readings, 3D stuff. And then we did a demon oracle reading for the karmic situations that might be arising during retrograde season in the 4D sense. And then we did the mystery deck for the twin flame. It was very ceremonious even, which is odd. Yeah, I've been on here since February, affiliated since July or August, and it's a lot. Okay, obviously, yeah, you ended your stream, so you were going to be heading out, and I am very cool and super hot, but the less humble I get, the less I am. So don't make me too cocky, lady. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, why did I have to go there and say that? Because it's who I am as a person, and you should know it before you commit to what you say to me. Thanks, you too. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great night, and I hope your readings went really well. Love you all for being here. I'm sorry I'm such a fucking asshole. Cool. I love it.
I want more of this coffee because it tastes so good. I am having an amazing night. You made it an even more amazing night. And since you've requested it, I think on your behalf, I shall continue to have an amazing night. Or Sunday morning. Cheers. Man, it really does taste like Starbucks cold brew. Oh, it's so good. Oh, that was way more than I should have drank, but it's delicious. I can't drink this, but I might gonna. Someday we're doing that 24-hour stream, y'all. So good. Coolio. That was the bee thing. Just, and then looking up the spiritual meaning of a bee. And that was what was so funny to me today, is that we did the whole, oh my God, it's not a mosquito, it's a mosquito eater, it's a fly crane. And talking about insects, which is initially how the bee story came up, is because that shit. And not to mention, my whole vibe lately has been on this tip, and also the realization that insects are not regular aliens, but in fact angels when you think about it. And to know that my notebook for channeling things in a documented way while I'm in my spiritual space, in front of my work altar, and in my tarot readings. Look what's on the cover. All those bugs buzzing around your head, well, they fly in the air as you comb your hair, and the summertime will make you itch the mosquito bites. Brilliant. Very cute. So the bee thing, bugs, was a heavy emphasis this evening for our channeled messages. For isn't that cute? It's a 3-pack. I have one with plants, one with sea creatures, and one with bugs. And now I realize this is angels, aliens, and human stuff. Duh. I use the plant one to write outside with, and then the buzz one when I'm buzzing. This is like the buzzing part, buzzing with angel connections. That's how I realized, that angels were insects. And then the water themed one is theoretically for when I'm on or by the water, which I never made it to this summer. So it's pretty much ship sailed. I might as well use it when I'm doing alien stuff, right? Makes sense. And this is angels, aliens, and human life. I love that. Yeah. So it's funny how, okay, it's funny how, about to say something, it's not super sassy, it's just a point that people are like, oh, why are you so obsessed with labeling everything? Listen, we're trying to put the correct labels on things, okay? Y'all labeled everything. You made language, you made numbers, you made math, science, laws. Y'all labeled everything, from property taxes to property lines to guidelines and guiding, like the whole nine. You labeled everything, and now you're like, why are you so obsessed with labels? Why are you so obsessed with labeling everything? Why can't it just be what it is? When it comes to, I don't know, queer identities or racial identities or political identities, even any kind of ideology that puts something else in question and has either a new name, a new concept, or a new frame of mind, right, is immediately questioned and accused of, well, why are you trying to label it? Listen, it's all already labeled. We're just trying to put the right label on it, okay? We're trying to put our own label on it. You don't get to just say, this is law, this is the rules, this is the game you're playing, this is what you have to do to win, this is what you have to do to live, get by, right? Put all these systems in place and then be like, why are y'all trying to label things? Just calling a spade, jack of all trades, master of none. But a jack of all trades is better than one punch to the face, because I'm actually Jack's bleeding spleen, and I am Jack's aching queen. I am Jack's bloody brain. I am Jack's uterine insane.
Fight Club, Cult Leader, etc. Poetry. Okay. Spiritual meaning of bees. That was kind of a thing. Really long time ago, like an hour, maybe 2 hours ago, I brought this up. I always got bars, baby, you know what I mean? But don't give me a beat though. I kind of fumble. I'm not great at music. I'm trying to learn it, and I did it on my own. And everyone was like, yeah, it sucked. Sounds like shit. Couldn't you do better than that? I'm like, probably not. Thanks though. See ya. Industry. Bring messages from the divine. Set an example. Be associated with the soul. Bring blessings of fertility. Creativity, resourcefulness, teamwork, collective consciousness, communication, hard work, manifestation, sacred feminine. So I'm on my way to see this twin flame-esque mysterious person, and I see this bee clinging to the windshield on the highway of the New Mexican mountains going 75 to 80 miles a fucking hour. Didn't even know bees could do that. And then I get there, and what do we do but ignore each other? Not just ignore each other, but for me to be ignored. When I said, look at this bee, isn't that fucking weird? Oh, but now that I'm close, no good, no contact, right? Classic, classic, classic. All right, ad break, and then we're going to change the subject. Talk about trains. Okay, so if you're new here, you may have been expecting tarot, and let me tell you, you're not going to get it. I'm done with tarot for the evening. We're just talking about some of the readings we did. You can always watch back. Like I said, did different love readings for different types of relationships, different types of love connection and soul bonds. I am literally drinking cold brew. I'm here for it. If you have any questions in regard to anything occult, tarot, etc., feel free to ask. We're chit-chatting at this point. If I get super inspired, I do more tarot. But if you're holding out for cards, it's not happening. The numbers I dropped in the chat, I have been reading from an old poetry book of mine, and we've been going not one by one, but just picking random numbers each night out of 1 through 22, and we're down to 5 numbers left, and 5 that are still unread. And actually, some of my favorites, I feel like I haven't read them out loud, or
maybe ever. Some of them I haven't read all out ever. One of them I don't even know what it is, and some I used to like, and then the last time I read it to myself, I was like, this could have been better for sure. I love how 3 people did leave because they're like, yeah, I'm looking for Darrow. Sometimes you need energy. Yeah. Like I said, there's only 5 left, so I figure I type them out so I can try to remember which ones because I have to look through. But you will definitely get messages, and I still do some channeling even when I'm not using tarot. It's still a vibe, and you still get what you need from it. It's just we're processing all the readings we listened to tonight. We don't need to be layering on, well, I need another one, I need more confirmation. Well, if you need more confirmation, then like you're probably dealing with a karmic. That's pretty much how I would put it. I find that like love readings are heavily intensely marketed when tarot's so much more expensive than that. This is like, if you're soul searching, you found the right spot. Okay. But earlier we did a series of love readings, and tomorrow / this evening, midnight, morning, later, 12 hours from now or so, we're going to be doing, I don't schedule my readings because that's the thing with this kind of work. You just have to do it when you're ready and when you feel replenished enough. But we're going to do some card pulls for each zodiac sign out of order so that nobody feels left out. But if you miss it, you'll just have to watch the replay. And then do some channel messages with the Halloween Oracle, with the Tesla, and maybe somebody else. So right now, if anybody wants to pick a number from the little list, there's only a little list left. I was going to just read a little poetry. We're just kind of shooting the shit at this point. We just got raided. It's not that we were necessarily winding down, but we certainly weren't winding up. And we may get a wind or two, but probably close out soon. I really shouldn't be drinking this coffee. And we'll go, oh, number 6 is the one that I'm like, this is low-key one of my favorites. This is why I like try not to hate my exes, because sometimes they're just a muse at the time, and the art that's created was worth any tumultuous relation, right? Number 8. No, not number 8. We did that so many times. Number 6. Number 6, Biblical Love Adventures of the 21st Century, starring the Mad Hatters as Eve. You could have not picked a better one tonight. The fact that this was even left over. It's number 6. That's my life path number. Nobody chose it before this moment. So, allow me. This one's a story, short story, prose, if you will. Not even a story, it's prose, where it's just poetic writing, essentially. But not in the form of a poem. Okay. This I wrote when I was 17 and had a boyfriend for the first time, basically, other than my 8th grade boyfriend who told me I shouldn't cut my hair, so I said I shouldn't be with you and cut it off right before I started high school. Thank you to my Catholic school boyfriend, who ended up marrying a mutual friend later in life, and I'm really happy for them. Okay? Cool. Whatever I said, Biblical Love Adventures of the 21st Century, starring the Mad Hatters as Eve. Number 6. At a time, I would have never admitted to it, but after a while of it lurking around inside, I could no longer deny it. A word I never quite fit into my vocabulary, never being much a fan of romance or passion, these things previously representing stupidity and weakness in my mind, but here I am, head over heels in love with you. I miss your bed and your ring and your hands with scars and teeth marks on my arms and kisses on my back and the smile I'm crazy about. God, I miss your smile. I'll never understand what you hate about it. I miss looking at and touching and being with that smile. I miss running my hands through the hair you think is too long but I think looks just right. I miss tugging and pulling on your locks and chains just for fun. I miss laying my palms flat on your cheeks, holding you this way. To pull us together, our foreheads to touch first, then noses, then lips. Lips that still electrify my insides like it was new. To peel each finger away and let my hands be free to find their true companions, yours. I miss staring into your eyes that I am so easily sucked into and immediately lost in. I never could comprehend this act between lovers until now. I miss my arm under your side and yours around my neck. I miss each spot on your body and the sporadic details of your chest.
I miss the skin I live to caress, the legs I do adore. I miss the puzzles we make in sheets, however the pieces seem to fit. I miss the goosebumps you still give me despite the time. When you are gone, my heart cries. And now even the rain says your name, as if the songs about you weren't enough. The sentence sight, the compliments like us, simple things like teeth on lips or sitting in a car, your car, far past what we know is right. The best nights are those without the worry of who may be watching, and to think even at high risk, still nothing. About to sneeze. One and done. All right, moving on. The best nights are those without the worry of who may be watching, and to think, even at high risk, still nothing. When your heart slows down and your eyes have no fight left, the rain begins, and suddenly bursts of natural behaviors run through the body, to be unashamed, to be bared, but to be ready. We were ready to dive out the open window, Adam followed by Eve, all the rush from head to toe, just to be still, to stand face to face, skin on skin, for a few moments of pure bliss. Bliss! Who would have seen that coming? Unfamiliar space and time, and what should be people. However, unfamiliar people, not so. If which were the case, we would not withstand such temperatures, or ever embrace the rain. I was like 17 when I wrote that. I was feeling it clearly. Because that was like my first love. Like I said, I never fucked with that shit in elementary school, and it's funny how now I'm such romantic, but at the time that was like the first time I was cuddling, and just now it was 61116 with 6 viewers, and the 6th poem, Life Path number 6, it was just meant to be a fucking romantic. Thank you. I think so too, for being 17 even. Kind of crazy to think. My writing blossomed early on. That's why I was like always a writer, but you know, when you're in the education, formal education, writing translates into like English teacher or journalist or, you know, whatever. They don't really dive into the creative aspects of writing. So it just was like, yeah, I'm good at it, but I don't give a shit. I'm going to go do drugs and explore life and live experience instead. Now I'm an alien conspiracy theorist on Twitch. So probably should have stuck to the poetry, right? Yeah. 17, writing stuff like that. Damn. Look. Oops. I mean, I was already doing drugs at that point, but come on. You know, wasn't burnt out yet, I guess. Still not. I don't, like, radiate burnout energy exactly. I think it is both. That's awesome. Cool. So, felt good. Should we just do the final 5? I don't know. How are y'all feeling? You're still up with me. Seems like the conversation is slowing down, but I got my siren with me. The Taurus Queen's showing up. How are we feeling? Like I said, I'm kind of off the tarot. I should not be drinking this coffee. It's literally addicting. I'm literally about to put it back in here, though. I can't just be drinking coffee. I need to drink some damn water. It's literally delicious. I'm obsessed with it. So fucking good. I need to just stop. Oh, okay. Well, you gotta pick another number then. Got the list. There was only 5 left. I think now it's 5, 18, 20, and something else. Yeah. 18 it is. That's the one where I don't even know what number 18 is. It's called Great Big Something, I think. And the introduction is a quote, and there's only one other story that has a quote. So when I was first flipping through, I didn't even realize it was 2 different stories until I realized it was 2 different quotes, and I was like, "What the fuck is this one?" So this is a mystery to me. This is like the one piece in the whole book I don't remember. The rest of them, when I read the title or I see the page, I instantly know or remember the poem. Number 18 is the only one that I'm like, "What the fuck is this one?" And I know we didn't read it yet because I'm also like, what the fuck is the quote? The only quote we did was Sebastian Horsley about teenagers being careless or something.
All right. Number 18. Great big something. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. When we become aware that we do not have to escape our pains, but that we can mobilize them into a common search for life, those very pains are transformed from expressions of despair into signs of hope. Henry Nouwen, 1932 to 1996. I have no idea who that is or where I got that quote from, but it's foreshadowing to whatever the fuck I'm about to read. Ooh, now I remember. First line, I remember. This one's pretty cute. How long is this? It's long, I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna take a minute and it's probably gonna be repetitive because I was really going through something real bad. Probably not really worth talking about. Already dragged it all through the mud, but let's just say I was moving around, coming off drugs, and decided just being isolated in my car for a little while was going to be the best choice. So this is me dealing with the heartbreak of all of that happening simultaneously with, of course, PMDD by my side the whole time, unknowingly, right? Sometimes life happens. We wouldn't much be living if we didn't. I wrote this when I was like 19, by the way. It's not always going to be sunny. Some days the rain doesn't stop. Days like this, a reminder that you can't always win. But it's just life. And it may not be easy, but it's not all that hard either. The shit piled onto our paper plates eventually becomes more stories to tell. Some of us were given silver platters for these piles, and others, like me, have paper plates and second servings. Someday I'll laugh at all this. I'll look back and smile and be grateful for every ounce of life I've lived. I'm going to make it out of here alive. There's no doubt about that. I may have to kick and scream my way out, but I'll make it. I am going to do whatever it takes to escape. Someday. I'm fighting with all my strength right now, but eventually I will rest. There are times I cannot figure out what I'm doing with myself or my surroundings, and those times I feel like giving up, but I never quite do. I have no direction or plan of what I do now or what I do next, but I know it will be happy again, and these times will only do me good in the end. Lessons? Yeah. Dude, 19, just like, fuck, man. And then this was like a phase where it was like, I remember when I wrote, I was like sitting in the fucking Caribou Coffee at the ass crack of dawn because I'd be sleeping in some random parking lot and then wake up as soon as the sun's up so no one would see me once daylight walkers came out, because night people kind of just understand to leave people alone, but day walkers are fucking nosy as shit. And if you're there too late, the cops come wake you up and be like, hey, yo, go home. So I'd be at the Caribou pretty much as soon as they opened every morning, and I would go in the bathroom, wash up, brush my teeth, change my clothes, order a $2 special of coffee and oatmeal. A lot of times with change. None of them ever questioned me. They were always very polite when I was in the morning. They kind of didn't ever ask who I was, but they knew who I was. And I would sit and write poetry. And that's when I started putting this book together. Some of it is scraps. Like I said, the last one I wrote when I was 17, and I like found it in a notebook or whatever and like used it in this. Some of it's scrapped together. Some of the poems were written kind of on the spot. But it was published in 2013. So like I'm talking peak writing time was 2011, finished in 2012, and then published in 2013. And then using reference points from anywhere between 2018 or 2008 and 2010. So it's like old. But this, like I said, I don't remember this story. That first line, I was like, God, I remember when I wrote this specifically. Caribou Coffee, probably approximately 8 a.m. on a motherfucking Tuesday because Tuesdays I went in at 11 at one of my jobs, and then Wednesdays I worked double, so I worked 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. So it was probably a Tuesday. God, I sometimes hate having a photographic memory, and I just said I was coming off drugs at that time. Jesus Christ, what? That's crazy. Why do I even remember that? And I literally just think back and can be at that Caribou Coffee that doesn't even exist anymore. Fucking wild. I can kind of picture one of the baristas' faces, but again, we never were chummy. I was kind of like the
clearly like homeless, struggling person that they just didn't bother. Oh, that wasn't it. This is like 3 pages. I took a break to explain before I continue reading, like what the situation was, because it's hopeful, it's intense, but that's what I've been talking about these past few weeks, is how I look back on my writing and how much like has changed and evolved, but also like how I've literally always had this attitude and just like, of course, I'm like beat down in life because I never got anything out of it, and essentially, except for like my own lessons and being alive and blah blah blah. Where it's like, oh, the sole provider of hope for everyone else except myself, I guess. All right, commercial break, and we'll be back with the rest of this poem and prose story thing. I'm back, and I'm gonna rip this bomb because this is gonna get emotional. I can already tell. I'm really glad I stopped myself from drinking any more motherfucking coffee. That shit is strong. It's starting to kick in. I'm glad I stopped myself. I drank like almost half of this French press, but not quite. It's probably potenter than I think it is. Probably still drink too much. Might be on here for a little while if y'all are down for the ride. Maybe in time, depending on how much caffeine takes over, right? Maybe we will do more tarot, but don't count on it. All right, I'm reading the story. I might just start from the top because we took such a fucking 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. What did I even read this much of it? Might start over. Basically wrote it 11 years ago. Reading it back to my future self, essentially. Here we go. I'm not rereading that. I said I was home, but I've never been home. I've only been wandering the last 19 years. A home is a place where you go when you've got no other place to go. Home is where your heart thrives. Home is where you love and are loved. But I have never known a home. I thought we could conquer anything together. I thought you loved me. I am so stupid to think that anyone could ever love me. Why can't those who look see any more than what is face to face? It is a comfort to know anyone, but a great disappointment that it isn't hard to figure out. They just don't care. I try not to mind. This is what happens every time, so I really try hard not to mind so that when it's all happening, I can be okay. I'm not okay right now, but someday I will be. I hope. I used to believe, but now I simply hope. Hope is the heaviest rope to grip. Okay, so grappling with the fact that I was dealing with PMDD and didn't realize it. Obviously, it was a big strain in my relationships, but also before you know things like I knew what a soulmate was, I guess, but not to what extent. Didn't hear about a karmic, barely fucking knew about karma, right? I went to Catholic school for a long time and then a public school, and it was the drug pipeline that led me to spirituality, right? Not necessarily true. It was a coming of age religious moment before I ever tried even weed that I was like, maybe Buddhism and my saint of an 8th grade teacher was like, do not send her to Catholic school, please. Let her have freedom. And my mom obliged. Thank God to that woman. Other than that, it's pretty much the drug pipeline. So this is just funny. This was like a fallout with my drug friends, but also recognizing, hearing and seeing like early the narcissistic personality type playing with the PMDD reactive type. Totally see the patterns still happening in my life, but like my reactions are less and less because that's the lesson is like prove it that you're not going to overreact at this point. Because back then it was like major reactions because I had no idea. Then I thought like the physical pain of having PMDD and PMS was, even though it feels like having MS, I thought it was like emotional spiritual shit. You know what I mean? There was no explanation for it. It just, I didn't have apps on a fucking sidekick. Like, other people had smartphones back then, but I had a sidekick, okay? I wasn't, like, keeping track of my fucking period. I didn't even really fully understand the concept of a period, right? Like, I knew it bled and it meant I'd get pregnant, you know? I didn't understand when I was super horny that I was really ovulating. Like, I went to Catholic school, first of all, and I slept through most of that in fucking health class, probably because I'm a fucking lesbian. It's like I can't watch vaginas with you guys. I gotta just sleep through this. Cool. So looking back, it's like I was 19, understand, going through the same stuff I deal with now, health-wise, but with less awareness and less, well, I don't get help for it now, less resources. So it's interesting. I remember how it happened. I remember how awful I was, and everyone else also remembers how awful I was, but in the greater scheme of things, there's a certain type of personality I had to overcome, basically. So here we are, 10 years later. How are you doing? Okay, I guess. Excuse me. I know everything happens for a reason, but sometimes I really wonder. I feel so helpless, like I'm trapped in this intricate web spun by the biggest fucking spider to ever spin an intricate web. I must escape these cobwebs. They cover the attics of my life, and the only way I can cleanse myself of all that silk is by getting very far away from it. The source and all the territory in the blankets. I have to go. I need to travel far away from here. I need to put myself first for once and see what I am capable of. I can't let anyone in the entire world hold me back. I am going to work as much as possible until I can finally take a vacation from all the barricades and the walls and the piles of shit. I was literally working 4 fucking jobs. It was 3 places and 2 jobs at one of the places, but I was working 4 jobs when I was writing this. 19 living out of my car and just like scrumming it up in the fucking Caribou bathroom, gas station, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, scraps off the table, like probably didn't need to, but like mentally needed the space. Like I could have just ate shit and told people what happened by getting displaced from my home for my PMDD behavior, but no one knew it was PMDD, so I was very scared to come forward and like and have the confrontation with someone else about it when I was still trying to reckon with it. Like I knew I was in the wrong, but I also knew they were doing me wrong, if that makes sense. But I knew my reaction was like out of whack, but I had no idea PMDD existed, and maybe it didn't. I don't know. There's research topics on it in 2009 that I've read papers of from now, but not back then. Different internet. Different fucking internet, different fucking Google, different fucking phones, different fucking apps, okay? The world was not what it is today, and I think people really take it for granted. They're like, of course I knew that. Bitch, do research, okay? Go live organically. Find the things that you need to find instead of looking everything up just because you got time, right? And that's essentially what scrolling is. Consuming energy just because when really it's consuming your energy. It's an exchange. Duh. Gosh. Anyways, social media is social. Exactly. Angel spiders. I love spiders. I know. And it's crazy that even at 19, I was like reflecting this much emotional maturity. What the fuck, even? Because I seem like people just assume I'm immature for the way I react when I'm like, no, I'm really suffering and I'm really trying to explain myself. And I'm like, I know I'm not 100% right now. And it's like, yeah, you should go look at the list of fucking symptoms between PMS and PMDD and going through that like unknowingly, completely alone. I had to be able to like look, analyze, see what went wrong, where I went wrong. I had no choice but to take care of it. No one else could. Everybody wants to treat it like this psychiatric thing, and I was always like so paranoid and fed up with that whole mentality that I was just like, no way. They still do it to this day. Oh, you want antidepressants? Fuck off, dude. What is wrong with y'all? Like, no, thank you. History of drug use. Please don't put me on fucking drugs. So watching me cope, this is what I did. I would write in my emotions, be crying in the caribou, you know. I remember this tourist came up to me. I went to high school with her, and shortly after high school, I had just gotten fired from my job. I had $7 in my bank account. I got kicked out of the house I was living in. I was coming off drugs and living out of my Nissan Altima, not the best or biggest car to be living out of. And so I was in a caribou writing this poetry. I don't think it was I was putting my book together, writing poetry. And she comes up to me. She's like, "Oh my God, are you crying? Like, what the fuck?" And I gave her a copy of American Beauty, and I don't know. I never really saw her much after that. I never got the CD back. Beside the point, I just was kind of like, even in those moments of like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, this made me feel better. Here you go." Because I still felt like if you were seeing me cry, maybe you needed to cry. I was living very spiritually through these emotional turmoils and felt like whoever saw those moments. But it was the same thing with anger, and that was essentially the problem. Where it was like, well, spirit moves through me and wants to fucking smack a bitch up, then let's fucking go, square up. And people are like, whoa, what? Tyler Durden, right? And I had no idea. It was just a simple fact of my body was unable to handle the change in the fact that my estrogen levels were dropping before my period, because the ovulation cycle uses so much of the chemical estrogen to do what it does that it leaves you depleted, and you have higher levels of testosterone than estrogen when you're about to fucking start your period. And someone who has something like ADHD, autism, PTSD, etc., they're still trying to figure out why anybody even gets PMDD. They think it's an inability to handle the changes, not influx in hormones or you know what I'm saying? But just like, right, just the inability to cope with the changes. So I would just be like, let's fucking go, bro. Like, man, like, boss up, testosterone. And it was like, what? You were literally just naked in the backyard on acid, like, screaming peace and love, and now you're like screaming boss up, square up, like what the fuck? And I just figured people were fucking up and needed that in their life. No, it was definitely PMDD the whole time, you know? Just as much as the being naked, spreading love is so much ovulation. But once again, I went to Catholic school and I was too embarrassed to look at vaginas with my whole fucking 10th grade class. So here we are. Didn't really know much about it. Just knew that I bled and it pissed me off because I never saw it coming somehow, even though, duh. It's just everybody always said, oh my God, you're so bipolar. Oh my God, are you schizophrenic? Oh my God, you're Catholic. So, like, why didn't anyone say, is it your period? No, instead they wanted to fucking drive me insane by labeling me. And now I'm obsessed with labels for saying I have PMDD. Bitch. Once again, just want to label it all correctly. Just want to put the right, you know? The fuck? Setting the record straight. You're the one who wanted to label it in the first place, right? I was living through spirit and coping somehow. Yeah. Amen. Cheers to that. All right. Back to the story. Fucks with it. Fuck around, find out. Yeah, I found a loud out. Okay. No friends, no phone. Oh, yeah, that was the last straw. So I was in this situation. I'm at the cider mill. It was around this time of year, I guess, 10 years ago. I was at the cider mill with my 2 Gemini best friends. And fucking stood up too fast. Sitting on the train tracks by the river. Cop showed up and was like, hey, guys, can't be on the train tracks. We were just at the cider mill. And I got up so quick and was like, I'm out of here. My slide... it was not a sidekick. It was just like I don't know. It was like a brick phone, but it was sliding capabilities. Brick phone was in my front flannel pocket, and I stood up so fast next to this river that it literally just whoop right into the river. So I was like, cool. I'm cool at working 4 jobs, living in my car, not talking to anyone I know because once again, coming off drugs, kind of cut everyone off to do drugs. Got in a fight with all my buddies that I did drugs with, and now I got to come off drugs and I don't want to talk to anybody, and also have PMDD. Okay, cool, cool. And now the phone, great. Love that. I love this fucking television, right? No, poetry. So that's where I was at. No friends, no phone, my car, my home. But you know what? I am okay. It may look like a mess, make no mistake, it is. But I am okay. I am a walking catastrophe after all. I can handle a little mess. I am sad to know that the people I loved and trusted the most in the world want nothing to do with me, but life happens. I'll miss them, but I'm moving out and moving on. And the only way I know how to keep going, the only way I know how is to keep going. I won't turn around. I won't let this stop me. The change of events is not the end of the world. Maybe the end of one, but certainly the beginning of the next. I am ready. I'm not going to wait around and see what happens. It's all happening as we speak. I'm not going to miss a damn moment of it. I'm going to get knee deep into these happenings. I'm going to do this full force and high speeds. I need not sympathy, nor pity, nor help. If anything, a little support, some passion, but mostly company. That's all I ask. I've got this handled like yesterday for tomorrow. It's going to take time, of course, it'll take time, but I've got this. Narrator. And to this day, she does not got this. Was definitely completely incapable of doing it alone. Okay, cool. Anyway, no comment. It truly is so beautiful, life. How can you look at the sky and not awe in its majestic scene? How can you be dissatisfied with anything when you look up into the vast blue? We are so lucky to be here and to be alive to witness the outstanding images created in the sky. Something entirely magnificent to be held by any eyes. The ever-changing mountains up above, illuminated by each ray of the sun. So many of us do not allow ourselves the time to see the sky. People don't spend enough time looking up. Above our heads is some of the Earth's best work. We are too busy to look at it. Well, look up. Appreciate the sun up there. Worship every inch of any cloud. Gaze deeply into her starry eyes. Be grateful for all that has been done. Even when life looks ugly, look up. Look up and see her unfailing beauty, and don't ever, ever forget it exists. When you can't seem to find the smile that belongs on your face, look up. When you look up, everything looks up with you. So look up, see it looking up, and love higher than your eyes can take you. How can you not be happy to be beneath such a breathtaking canopy, constantly moving at the speed of light? I was literally surviving on Max and Irma's free cookie day cookies that I would swipe off tables when people were like, nah, I'm good. And I'd be like, well, I just brought this to you in a bag and you didn't touch it. I'm going to put it in my apron and eat that all night fucking long. 19, working 4 jobs, going out. Like, that's just, I mean, best work to me. That was really beautiful. I really liked it. It keeps going. I'm sorry it's so long. I'm losing people. They're like, I don't get the poetry stuff so much. And I'm like, I understand that. And I'm sorry if you feel like too invested. I don't mean to be doing this for you. Sorry. Don't feel obligated to stay. Just be like, I gotta go if you tired or need to dip out. But there is like more to this one. This one's long. That's why I kind of gave you like probably too much backstory. But if I have to tell the story of what happened to me 3 years ago during Scorpio season, then the road leading up to it is the fact that I even read any of this book at this time this year, right? Okay. Despite its beauty, there is no denying that life can be painful. As long as you shall live, you shall feel pain. Everyone feels pain. The agony of a starving stomach to the breaking of a bone or a failure of an organ, everyone feels pain. Life hurts. It happens and it hurts. Some people will cut you deeper than you thought possible. They will disappoint, take advantage, and use you for all you're worth. It happens to the living and it happened to the dead, but that doesn't mean you should give up. You shouldn't give up on the people because there may be those who will give you pain, but there are some who only want to kiss your wounds and love your every inch. You take what you need and you give what you take. Some take what they want and have nothing to return. Those are people of pain. But there are plenty of people that have help and want to help, have had help and want to help. Let them help. Those are the hands to hold, the souls to share. There lies the love you are waiting for. Don't ever give up on the human race. You are never alone. With 6 billion of us sharing one small planet, you are never alone. Even when it feels and looks like you might be alone, you just haven't met them yet. The friends, the heroes, the saviors, they are out there and they are searching for you too. When you are too busy to seek, God, this is so creepy that, like, I had no idea what was gonna happen. I'm rolling the ad break timely because 40 minute. I literally, this is wow. Kind of just whack as fuck, and I guess I'm telling this whole story out loud on fucking stream before I write it down or talk to anybody, because that's Libra season energy. Okay. Whew, yeah, this is creepy as fuck. It feels channeled when I'm reading it, but I wrote it, so what? But also, like, once again, Catholic. They taught me necromancy, witchcraft, bloodletting, etc. BRB. Oh my god, it's like the best conspiracy theories are just real life happenings. This is so fucking cute now, and I guess God damn it. Okay, I like stopped mid sentence, mid paragraph because it just it's very sad. Okay. Um Kind of sounds really creepy, but okay, I'm gonna start from the top of this paragraph because I don't know where I left off, but it's there we go. Not the top, but all right. They are out there and they are searching for you too. When you are too busy to seek, they will show their faces. They will extend their arms when you aren't reaching. Holy shit! If you think you may found them, but you are skeptical for some reason or another, don't be. Take the leap of faith because at the very least, you never know until you try. They see you need them and they want you. They are not here to poison your heart. They are here to make it beat. I have found mine. The difference between these people and most people is that these people are real. They are happy to have one another and they have embraced me to an extent it cannot fathom. Like no one ever has before. I finally feel like I fit in. I have never in my life felt like I fit in, but they are so different. They are real, real. Who the fuck was I even talking about? This was at a time where I like cut myself off from everyone in my life. So I don't know if this was the creepiest thing that has ever fucking happened to me is live on this stream reading back that this is definitely a two-part piece where the first half was me. I remember when I wrote it. Second half, reading it back, it sounds like someone else is adding to this because this is this completely different tone. It's like robotic. It's like a transmission from a satellite radio. Like, of course, no shit. That's like the whole. This is so weird. I didn't have anyone at this time really. I mean, a couple people, I guess. The shift, I suppose. I don't know who. it's kind of coming back to me where I guess there was some people who were there for me, but a lot of them were just seeking sex, and I didn't realize it. Most of them didn't get it. So that I'm a prude bitch and a whore at the same time, which we love it because I can make money both ways, right? And you'd still hit it if you could, but you can't. So, oh well. Yeah, this was a weird time. And this was before I met or got on the twin flame, right? It was like part of the healing that happens before you meet your twin flame because you heal separately, right? This is so creepy. More real than anyone I've ever encountered in my life. Believers in truth and vibrations and not giving fucks to anyone. I love them. It is so much easier to move on when there are people who are already better than anyone that ever left. That's so crazy, but I was 19. I suppose it must seem I am not learning my... I literally interjected that sounds crazy, and then I go into how crazy that is. I journaled so much that I literally did learn to manage my emotions, not realizing that I had PMDD, but having to deal with it anyways. This is so funny. Let me backtrack this one line, okay? It is so much easier to move on when there are people who are already better than anyone that ever left. I suppose it must seem I am not learning much from mistake after mistake after mistake, but right now it feels great. So, self-awareness, even in the throes of it, just having no choice but to just be hopeful and give it my all. And I'm I know I'm probably going down the same road, make the same mistake, but good perspective, right? Yeah, and it just took 10 years to keep doing this. It's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Even when I can't stop the negative energy building inside me, I feel alright with them. I can let it rest just long enough to enjoy where I am. I am happy here. It may not be much from the outside, but on the inside, it puts a smile to my face. I can be happy in times of fear. I can take comfort when I am in need. It is possible. I may be a wanderer, but I always find a place to love. The most important thing to do, though, is the most important thing to love, though, is you. Don't quit yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Don't lose the faith you have inside. Once the power of love. Did you notice I was losing my voice? It's not something that always happens in the later streams, and I don't feel like I'm smoking that much. I cleaned my bong a little bit and changed out the water. I've been drinking nothing but water right now. And I guess I've been talking for almost 7 hours straight, but what else is new? I grew up in restaurants, industries, and retail service. What? 10-hour, 14-hour shift talking to people. My voice doesn't just get lost unless I'm yelling, right? I guess I was singing, but I feel like I gotta get the right tone when I read this, is basically. The most important thing to love, though, is you. Don't quit yourself. You are not as bad as you think. Don't lose the faith you have inside. Once the power of the self is gone, it is hard to get back. People can more or less be replaced, but you are forever. Don't ever let it go. Don't let the power go. Let go of the bad, the people, the past, or whatever you have to lose, but don't lose yourself. People have me feeling like nothing, but I know I will be someone someday. I hardly doubt that anymore. I have had too many words spoken to me and too many hearts invested in me not to be. But in order to have everything, I must have nothing. I am running barefoot among broken glass, but I am going to make it across any distance, no matter the danger. Hell, glass is better than eggshells. I'm making it happen. The bottom is a great place to start. Things are looking up because they have nowhere to go but up. To start my life, I must start again. In order to go anywhere, I have to get moving. I have to get out of here. I have to do whatever it takes. I'll get somewhere, even if it means working myself to the bone getting there. I won't stop moving. I won't give a fuck. You think I give a fuck, but I don't. I've been put on this planet to help. I'm here to care and love. If I find people along the way that want my mind, body, and soul, that dig the way I live, great. If not, I'm going to keep moving. This is hurting no matter how... This is not hurting no matter how agonizing it may look. Interesting. Hey, whoa. You must be cute. Sorry, that's so creepy. Hello, Athena. You think I give a fuck, but I don't. Been put on this planet to help. Yada, yada, yada. If not, keep moving. This is not hurting no matter how agonizing it may look. It was a lie. I was telling myself, I'm okay. This is so funny. I guess. Well, it sounds painful, but yeah, I hear you. I freak out with a fucking intact... This is not how this works. They don't have a cue. Good Dave. Um, yeah, maybe would take the eggshells these days, but it is pretty intense, right? It's also intrusive thoughts. I still get them, and now I see, like, looking back, yeah, I was dealing with intrusive thoughts and physical pain. It's very obvious in the writing, and that's the thing is, like, now that I have this belief that when you use words like not and don't, you're negating the negative aspect, and whatever you say after that is the effect. And so when you just drop don't from those sentences, it's basically saying, this is hurting, no matter how agonizing it may look. I know what I know now what I'm glad I know then. This will hold me. You will control me. I might go away, but I will back down. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to look back and have a new mindset on language and the way spelling is spell casting, right? I don't mind apostrophes, but when you are shortening don't, it's kind of like a contracting, it's literally, what is that? I just said it. No, I didn't say it. I said apostrophes are used for contractions, right? So a contractions where you don't want to drop that O in a don't, in a no, not, you know what I'm saying? Haven't, you got to stop doing that. It's like a loophole you're putting in your own contracts. Putting you on real game, so don't ask for no fucking tarot readings, just go with the vibes. You'll learn in due time. And also, please pardon Tyler Durden. I'm usually this person, but sometimes, man, my uterus is hurting. My whole body, mind, and soul, for some reason, for the rest of my life. And the whole time leading up to this. Okay. Okay. I'm so close to being done and, like, still not done. Because it's tiring at this point, right? How crazy of a story. Yeah, because them L's are lessons, not losses. I know now what I'm glad I didn't know then. I am a sponge for experience. This will not hold me. You will not control me. I might go away, but I won't go back down. And all of this is just part of my greatest escape. Plus, you can't exactly grow old with those who refuse to grow up. Yeah, some people don't like my vibe. It's not really my problem, if you know. That was cool. Those. Cool. It seems like it's pretty much us, Siren. I don't know who the others lurking in here. I feel like we got people popping in and out. Is it worth holding on to? I did drink that coffee. I'm still trying to figure out how hard that's hitting me and if I'm up for a minute or if I need to go do other things. I don't mind the longer streams, but I don't know. Yeah, of course. I'm really happy that we finally got to that one. It was pretty good. It was probably one of my favorites. Really insightful, and honestly had that moment of like, whoa, like the command strip was weird, and it's like so telling because that was basically right before, well, here's the thing. At that point, that was probably like a year after I met no, listen. That was probably a year after. Cool. I'm glad you stayed. I wasn't trying to talk shit. The numbers like fluctuate sometimes, and it like kind of low-key cracks me up because I think that I say stuff that like turns people off. But you'll definitely get what you need out of this channel. We're insightful. This is the post-apocalyptic thoughts where we talk about the readings we just did. So we did love readings tonight, and later today / midnight morning, tomorrow evening-ish times like this before 6 hours pass, I'm doing 3-card zodiac pulls and Halloween deceased channeled oracle. Tonight I already did tarot for like 5 hours. Me. That's what this is. If you want to pick a number, there's only like 3 left at this point. Let's see. I'm scrolling all the way the fuck up because I literally should remember, but my brain doesn't feel like using its capacity for that. So we've got 3 left. Oh my god. The most intense ones that will be the most revealing, I bet. So you can pick one. We could read more poetry. Maybe we're meant to get through the poetry this evening. Ooh, she's like number 20. All right. Listen. Number 20 is a story. I don't think it's that. That's pretty short. Okay, I was like, I kind of have to read. But I also do ad breaks every like 20 minutes on the hour, 20, 40, 420. I made that joke earlier, but it's also so naturally flowing, isn't it? 2020 on the 420, 40, 20, 40, 220, 40, 20. Okay. Number 20. This is, listen, once again, 2011, working 4 jobs. I'm a waitress, a busboy, a hostess. What was my 4th job? Also a busboy, hostess, server. 3 different restaurants, 4 jobs, 3 restaurants essentially. And was working all the time, living out the Nissan, coming off all kinds of fun stuff, psychedelia. Coming off psychedelia. It's like teen friendship, high school, post-high school, whatever. And this story in particular, it's not that it was filler story, but this is like, of all these things being true, short, strange, and slightly deranged, this leans towards short and slightly deranged because this is one thing that's not true. But there was someone, one of the regulars, I can't even remember who it was, so they probably weren't super regular, but I feel like I picture him in yellow glasses with like those, old people got the I'm sensitive to light when I go outside glasses. And yeah, but I also picture someone with shaggy hair and a bald face, so maybe they came in together. I don't know what I'm picturing. I feel like I'm picturing Royal Tenenbaum and this guy at the diner. Anyway, he would sit at the counter, and we would sometimes sit with them. Not him in particular, but any of our regulars. Like classic diner vibes. But it was at Coney Island. What's up, David, not David? We're done with tarot for the evening. Please don't bring it up. We're doing poetry right now. And I'm prefacing that this is, of all the stories that I'm like, oh, these are true stories or inspired by true stories, this one is not. Hello, yeah. A 20. This one's not a true story. So it was inspired by something that this guy at my old Coney Island diner job, best mom and pop, R.I.P. to that one. What a loss. Wish I would have kind of eaten there one more time. And then to lose old Mexico on top of it, oh my God, I can't. It's tragic what happens in my life. Everything disappears slowly. But it's fine. Y'all got your shit, right? Yeah. So this one was completely fictitious based on something that I heard from somebody tell me at a counter of a diner, okay? 13 table kind of situation. 4 top at the bar. Number 20, what's it called? Sorry, I always do the title first. The Traveler, of course. So this is not based in fact or research or anything, so that's why I wanted to preface that it was inspired by what somebody had told me based, Because as soon as I start, you'll be like, now I see why she said that. Okay. I hadn't really expected to encounter the Dalai Lama when I was hunting for more of whoever I might be across the Asian continent, but I guess we ended up in the same place at the same time. A one-in-a-lifetime kind of time. And I think I needed that. People were lined up to be faced by His Holiness. He had a cup of tea in one hand and a fan in the other, and you got to ask him one question. Stupid questions resulted in a splash of tea in the face and a smack with the fan on the head. I stood there mulling over my entire life as quickly as possible, trying to come up with a question to ask him. Do I want to know his explanation of why we are here, or perhaps we got here, or perhaps how we got here? Do I want to ask him what numbers to choose when I go home and play the lottery? Maybe I could ask about him. How might his life be, and he too? I could even ask him a terribly hard math question. I wonder if he's good at math. The man standing next to me asked if reincarnation were true, and what exactly would happen if a time machine was built and you, in your past life, crossed paths with a present form. Splash, smack. I bet a time traveler told me this story. He didn't tell me all the details, but he was telling me the Dalai Lama thing. That's why I was like, this is not based in fact, but somebody told me that they did this and witnessed this, but I made up all the little questions and stuff. But some guy was like, yeah, I saw the Dalai Lama and everybody lined up and he did this. I was like, that's weird. Never heard anybody say that. I'm gonna write a story about it. Quick prose piece. Okay. I'm getting this crazy feeling in my chest. It's been a long time since I've gotten the, you know. But these messages are going deep, bro. I want to read that one more time, not catching my breath, but it's almost like I'm getting lightheaded. Like, this is so funny. The man standing next to me asked if reincarnation were true and what exactly would happen if a time machine was built and you in your past life crossed paths with a present form. Splash, smack. He moved on without saying a word. I was nervous. I'm not sure if I was supposed to be nervous, but I was. I think he noticed I was nervous because the longer I stared at him, the better I felt. The Dali stood before me, and I looked into his eyes as mine swelled with the mourn and despair. I somehow managed to fumble out the words to form the question, will I be okay? Splash, smack. He chuckled in my face as he turned away to answer more questions. Oh, okay, sorry. The formatting. He chuckled in my face, and as he turned away to answer more questions, he peacefully muttered, always. And I added this picture because it was like American colonizer moment. Ding, ding. I was picturing Royal Tenenbaum, right? So, Wes Anderson vibes, I guess, right? Pretty cute. That does not happen in Dirty Limited. Love that it's the 111. I'm gonna do an ad. It might be more than 60 seconds because I gotta go take a piss. I wish that I could like put this in front of I could probably move the camera, but it'd be a lot to get back in place. But it'd be really funny if you had to look at the album cover of me sitting on a toilet every time I use the bathroom. Would that be hilarious? I think so. God, I think I'm so fucking funny. If you have not seen the album cover, you can go to www.illymilly.com and go to the music page to see the full thing in its form while I'm taking my piss break. We'll be back for either more poetry or something else. But probably not tarot, because I'm like tired, it's late, but also like pretty into this, and y'all are like with it. It's fucking Saturday, so when I figure it out, I will. Thanks. Love you all. BRB. All right, y'all. I'm back. Mm. Yeah, I think that coffee is hitting. Gotta understand if you don't already know this or heard me say this. I've been drinking coffee since I was literally like a toddler. It's a little weird. It's like Italian as fuck culture, I guess. I don't know. It was more like we knew grown-ups drink coffee, and so my grandma would be like, "Oh, put a little spoonful of coffee in your milk." Like not a spoonful, but like enough to make it like a brown color, or just a little. And then it's just the rest of my life, you know. Hey, that'll be you in like a few weeks. That's yeah. So what if I just met you in Amsterdam? Honestly, if I had a passport, I would consider it. That'd be so fucking fun. I've never been. God, I should have. There was something telling me months ago to get a passport. This would have been the perfect fucking fuck it all trip I needed. Was to go fucking hang in Amsterdam with some fuckboy psycho fake sign bullshit 1010. Just kidding. But, that would have been so funny. Thank God I don't have a passport right now. My glasses. You guys have been re-gluing this for days. They're like pretty much donezo. Not donezo, I just need a stronger glue. I'm not even going to pretend like I haven't been using Elmer's. What? It's just like what's there, okay? It's like temporary fix, I know. I only wear them when I'm in front of my computer anyways. I don't wear them out and about when I'm fucking around playing with platforms at the park and whatnot. They're blue light blockers. So I'm just casually chilling, and I just would have to dig further for any other glue. So pardon me, I'm switching glasses because I can see when it's hanging out in front of me and it looks really bad. And they're so cute, so I need to figure it out or rip them off. But I like it so much, and so does everyone else. I guess I could re-glue all of them on or in the pattern I want, and maybe I should just remove them. It's about to be winter, it just feels like maybe. Ugh, God. I look like Milo now instead of a fucking cool Jesus cult kind of fucking all that polysymphonic orchestra people. Follow the day and reach for the sun was the other one, but this is like fucking not Adventure Time, but goddamn Atlantis, dude, right? It just is like the vibe, like some like nerd or something. I don't like these with this outfit. Okay, but I think I just have to transition into this. This is a different vibe than I was going for, but it does look good. You're not wrong. The mixed metal experience. I'm glad you took note of that. Thank you. Anyways, I'm back. I took a piss. What are we even doing? Talking about last minute trips to Amsterdam's coffee. Oh, I don't drink that much coffee anymore. I was lifetime coffee drinker, drinking it straight black by the time I was like 12, because it just the ratio of coffee to milk went, barista at 16. So, I remember my first espresso drink. We talked about it the other night. It was like a 9-course meal. Okay, very integrated in the world of coffee. Always been a daily ritual, all day, everyday experience. Actually, that's probably how I got so spiritual. Again, the Stragas pretend to be Catholic, and that's where we get Roman Catholic from. They disguise themselves as Christians so they can continue to do witchcraft with the protection of the church. It's like very clearly obvious, and Catholics are so in denial of it because they want to fit in with the other Christians and not think that they're doing witchcraft. But here we are. Okay. It seems like there's a lot of other kinds of Catholic or Orthodox or different sects of Christianity that have similar things going on. Especially crucifixion, like that's not a sacrifice. Like, bro, do you hear yourselves? This is so bizarre. And I can say this shit because I know it real well. My whole life spent dedicated to it. Thank you. Siren, you stream? Why do I not even realize that? Yeah, librarian since day one. I think the first time I realized that I could be perceivably attractive was 6th grade. And it was like a 7th grader type situation. Like my cousin's friend, like sort of being nice, where I first started wearing glasses at the time. And was like starting to hit puberty, but pretty much this look. And he was like, oh, you kind of like look like a sexy librarian. And that was maybe the first compliment ever. Thanks, DT, we'll just say. so sweet that I would remember that. It was like a baseball game or something. We were standing on a field. It was probably the first time we met, and that was the first thing he said. I think that was the first time I got a compliment. And I don't think, like I said, he really meant much by sexy. He was with my cousin, but it was sweet. It was like, oh, like not nerd, but sexy librarian. Like, you little darling, thank you. You should have never bursted into my ego like that. Keep hermiting. Like, come back Scorpio season. Especially because you're a fixed sign with a Scorpio moon. Yeah, take Libra season off. Continue to take it off. Talk to me. Catch up, with the, right? I took time off streaming. I must have started, somebody was following me since January, so I must have started Twitch in January, or I made an account. I remember starting streaming in February, but it maybe started in January, and then by March, I had to stop for a few months, and then sporadically was streaming like where I could, May through June, July, and then started doing it regularly July until now. So I took time off too, where I needed to cue in, listen, and I was doing a lot of meditation music, a lot of Enchanted Forest vibes, recessing, rethinking, create lots of more drawing for the first time in years. Like, I did that too. So sometimes you just gotta do it. And I'm happy to have met you. Cool, good. Cool, perfect. That was very intentional of everything around you. Okay. Should we finish the book tonight, y'all? You two have been on this journey with me for actually, Siren came through only a few nights ago, so you have heard so many of them. But it's so funny that it seems like the two that are the most invested in it almost. Not invested, but interested even. Because at this point, we only have 2 of these left, and we are ready for fresh, right? That's why I impromptu wrote a poem. I was like, man, I've been reading on my old shit just to catch them up a little bit. Amen. Always. Listen, as a person, as a Taurus, I do think it's my Taurus placement, but also like, okay, it's like Taurus energy to be chronically late and Aquarian energy to excuse it as in like divine, right? Where whereas I would do my best to attempt to be on time. I would just think if I'm running late, then I missed something that I didn't need, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just that close where if I had to be a few minutes late, then so be it. Or if I wasn't ready, then I needed to give myself time to be ready before I showed up. So I just always see it as divine timing, and I tell myself and others who have to deal with my chronic lateness, is that I will be where I need to be when I need to be. And I will have deadlines and have scheduled times, but with PMDD, the cramps, the dysphoria, the intrusive thoughts and ideations, like, it sometimes does take the anxiety that comes with, like, not the period, but the ovulation. God, it's annoying. It's always something. It's always a different day. So I've had to learn to show myself grace, even when I knew it could cost me a job, a relationship. It didn't matter. I always have tried to put myself first, but it's been very hard to communicate without a diagnosis or even the knowledge of this disorder and it being tied to my uterus, right? So all these back of the day stories, it's been a great way to show you how a lot has changed, but I've always been this person since day one. These are day ones. This is my day one. These are high school poetry mixed with like that years after, published in 2013. So everything published in this was written before I was 20. It's kind of iconic. Some of it's really morbid. We've read through most of it. There's 22. It's available on Amazon, but I don't even think I have access to that account. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Do not have a PDF copy. Used to just hand them out to people. For the most part, sold a few. It was a strange era. It was like my commerce. I was like, I ain't got money, but I got these books. Here you go, here you go, here you go. People say they like it, but I don't think anybody ever fucked with it super heavy. Now we've read them all out loud on the stream, and we've got 2 left. And how do I not remember what the numbers are? Wait, we just read 20? We read 18? We read 5? No, it's 3 and 5. We read 6, 18, and 20 tonight, so only 3 and 5 remain. Do we save them for another day, or do we just keep going with the poetry, flowetry, vibing? Oh my god, I knew this was going to come eventually, and number 5 being last is really like 5 viewers in the chat, 5 a.m., pretty fucking darling that number 5 is last. And number 3, god damn it, dude, this is the one that freaked me out. I mean, the thing is, I never intend to like put things on blast or like talk about certain things that seem like more private matters and things that I'd want to talk out with a person before I start talking about it to other people, especially in such a public way. But it gets, well, Flowetry is the name of a group. I did not coin that. I just like rhyming and also have flow. So, yes, my partner turned me on to Flowetry. It's pretty cute. It's like a female duo of poets to music, basically. They're really good. And I love their aesthetic because it was the 90s. I love that. Yeah. Hell yeah. I love how you really know your shit with the Hindu stuff. 71717 viewers just now. I was too slow with it, but I looked up. I was looking at the chat and then looked up and saw it. So 777. I almost won the fucking lottery this year because it's my goddamn My Name is Earl arc, and I don't need to win the lottery because money is not the only thing worth a shit, and I can pay people back and make them for the things that I've done without it. It'd be nice, sure, it'd be nice to have a budget. It'd be nice to have some fun. It'd be nice. It would be nice. But who needs it? I'm going to make up for my karma regardless. My name is Earl, okay? But I swear, somebody encouraged me to fucking play the lottery. Shit you not. It was my bus confirmation number. This is why it's like, shit doesn't feel real. Yeah, it's like a sim. It's like the synchronicities. I feel like it's either like the universe is like, girl, we've been telling you this for a long time. You're coming back to it. You see that it still is what it's always been. Like, are you ready? Yes. Okay. Nothing's happening, right? You have a lot of work to do. You haven't been focused, haven't been inspired, haven't been mused, haven't been doing it. You've been doing this, that's great. You're still working, doing this, look. But girl, the work, the book, the research, the thing, all of it. You got to do all of it if you want the stuff to happen. So the synchronicities get a little bit out of control, like looking back on this book and being like, oh my God, you had a copy. And then I'm like, oh my God, this, and it's just crazy. So literally earlier, it was this summer, Cancer season. I was going to the moon and bus ticket confirmation, whatever. The lady who was changing my times, she was super cool, didn't charge me a fee or anything. It was like so dope, so nice. And she was like, yo, that confirmation number, a lot of repeating numbers in there. You should play the lottery. And I never played. I never really bought tickets. I've done keynote and stuff at the bar because I'm a bar rat. But other than that, nah, man. Okay, sure, I'll play the lottery. So that night, I walked up to the local liquor store before I left town the next day, and I put money, a couple bucks, really, and I said, I don't know what I want, but I have these numbers. And I gave him numbers, 8 numbers, and he said, okay, I'll do the 1 4-digit, whatever, one way 4. He said that's what people do. What's this? I said, okay, great, thanks. The lottery that day had all my numbers. It was just the wrong sequence, like my numbers were all, it was 9, 1, 2, and 7 in, you know what I mean? So one of them was like 9217, I think, and the other one was 7172 or not, like something like that. And the lottery that day, the winning numbers that afternoon, where I had 717 something, 7771. Bro, when do you ever even see 777 on a slot machine, let alone in the motherfucking lottery? I was like, that is the win for me. The fact that I played those numbers, that woman told me to play, and I'm on my name is Earl shit, I knew it was a blessing. Like, this year was gonna be worth whatever the fuck I was going through, even if last week I was giving up hope and felt reckless, okay? 20-minute, let's do a 60 seconds, regroup. We're going to read number 3. It's a big deal. It's going to sound weird, and there might be a preface, disclaim, grossness to it. I already said all these other things about the Nissan Altima and the Caribou coffee, but yeah, there's lots to unpack with this one. Let's just BRB, take 60 seconds to clear our heads, and yeah. Okay, I am here. Ooh. I've been sitting pretty still tonight, and I think it's because I'm pacing myself, so I'm not getting overworked, overwhelmed, and jumpy when I'm feeling exhausted doing energy work. I've been pacing myself, taking appropriate breaks, having conversations, giving it time in between, not pushing it too much, scheduling for tomorrow, which no, I don't do schedules on this channel. I'm sorry. I know that's really helpful for people, but it's also like, damn, I suck at holding a schedule because I don't know how long I'm going to stream. I don't know what we're going to do usually, so it's hard to say when I can be up and available to be back again. You know, I just know what days for the most part. And sometimes days I want to stream or plan to stream, I just don't show up. That's why I don't like having a set schedule or like scheduling a time on here. I usually come on and do my makeup. Lately I haven't been because it's like, meh, it's the weekend. Ain't nobody got time for that. Y'all been out all night and now you want to hear about behind the scenes shit, right? But this is Poetry Flowetry Hour. Good morning. A Sunday morning. All right, 2013. Let's go ham, bro, ham. Number 3. We're getting down to the last 2 out of 22. We've been reading this poetry book by Illuminati Miss Sex's former self between the ages of 16 and 19. Published at the age of 20. 10 years ago it was published, not made, but published. Not written, but published, right? And it's cute, it has pictures. You can technically get it on Amazon, but I just don't know. I think I'm going to try to, I don't know if it's worth it or if it's just a sacred thing that some people have a copy of. We'll see. Number 3, Almost Home. So when I said referencing coming off drugs, living in my car, blah, 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 this was like a story I wrote while I was still living there and still hanging out with people and on drugs and like my first lesbian relationship with a straight girl in which we did absolutely nothing physical but had an entire kind of like wife dynamic, right? So she's my first ex-wife and we always have regarded each other that way even if we don't regard each other anymore. It was very kind of hard at the time, but of course, like, I didn't know I had PMDD. I wish people did give me the chance to like say that, but nobody's gonna give it to you, so I'm taking it. That's part of this whole thing. Like I said, if I'm gonna be telling you what happened 3 years ago, you might as well catch up on the very obvious notes that I took from 10 years ago, right? Well, more than that, 15.
and showing you how deeply I am affected by this PMDD stuff, and that I'm not using it as some convenient excuse, but that this is a long-time reckoning and learning experience that I have tracked and delicately created a safe place for myself within myself, because no one else ever did. Because it's a lot to hand to Tyler Durden, especially when it's like a 13-year-old girl. It's like, what the fuck? It's pretty scary. I'm still scary. It's always been scary. But now knowing what it is, great. Mind you, also, I wrote this in like 2011, and that is the same year that like Penny Lane was in my ear, if you know what I mean. I had yet to see Almost Famous when this happened, and I had yet to experience Almost Famous when this happened. But here it is. Number 3, Almost Home. And it's a really fucking weird kind of like I said, drug-induced, coming of age, post-high school, people who decided not to go to college, also psychedelic drugs, raver dynamics, right? Like the mom at the raves, rave babies, pacifiers. It was a whole culture. So I reread it recently, and it kind of not creeped me out, but was like, oh, lots to unpack there. But honestly, it was kind of a sign of the times and cultural. Like, we were raving together, right? Like, there's no other way to splice it. So just keep that in mind as I read this, because this one does get repetitive and creepy, but like this was more drug-induced writing, whereas most of this was like pre-drugs or post-drugs. This one I wrote when I'm still living in it, but it's still equally hopeful, actually, and just as depressing. Almost Home. Okay. They were lulling to dreams out in the garage, curled up on this one. This is true, obviously. That's like the whole point of me saying that I told you the only one that was not true was the Dalai Lama, and then the one where the dude dies in the desert, because obviously I didn't die in the desert yet. Hopefully ever. They were lulling to dreams out in the garage, curled up on hand-me-down furniture from her parents' house. She wanted to speak to her, but the chair was draining what little energy her body contained. She hadn't quite fallen asleep on her couch either, and she said, "Sleeping on this couch reminds me of home." I am always crazy about a girl. I don't even really like girls, so I don't know why I get so crazy about them. Maybe it's just because I'm crazy, or maybe I fall for the craziest girls, but of all the tales there is to tell, there are none quite like hers. Okay, bitch, I don't even really like girls. Bitch, yes, you do. And you don't know why you get crazy about them. It's because you're gay. Like, so funny. I was always very openly bisexual, girl crush, knew that I liked girls from a very young age. So, like, the phases of, like, it would always be that I fell for straight girls. I'm the token queer. And there was brief periods of time where I had queer groups of friends or queer people around me, and it just felt like anybody I'd be kind of like matched up with was too much like me or just not what I was interested in at the time. Kind of. I don't know how else to explain it. And also, like, lots of whatever, internalized homophobia, blah, 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 even though I've always been openly bisexual and everybody's always assumed I was a lesbian, so it's kind of like a weird thing, but I ovulate, so I'm like, dick. And when you take out the PMDD part, it's like, oh, do I actually like men? I don't think so. I think my body is sabotaging me to try to get pregnant, and I'd rather probably be with a woman. Weird, right? I'll just go with pansexual. Fuck it. I like the color scheme. It's carnival. Okay? Follow me on Instagram, at Elmistex. So yeah, this is really funny to read, because it's like, no, you just fall for straight girls, you fucking moron. Only after a couple of months of truly knowing one another did we become inseparable. These months felt like a lifetime. We collected a makeshift family, babies for us mommies to take care of, and got a house. We've been happy ever since. We have never been happy, but now we have stayed happy. It is the greatest feeling in the world to be so happy, to have it all, because here in our house, we have it all. We don't have much, but we've got everything we need. We struggle and starve on most days, but we continue to smile. We're still on top of the fucking world, winning and grinning, because no matter what we don't have, money, food, those material things, we always have each other. We have our family, and having that is better than anything we could physically obtain. Nothing is greater than love. Yeah, I don't fucking care. Listen, I had to get rid of all of them. I still struggle with, this one was so long ago. It ended tragically. We were civil after that, but we did not stay in touch. And I stay in touch with pretty much everybody I've ever met. So it was, maybe she wasn't as straight as I thought. Maybe it was like that weird, do we, don't we? We don't even know. I have no idea what happened, really, other than drugs and just being different people. And also, I have PMDD. It's hard to live with. So, I think I'm good on the karmic ends, but I probably still carry it for people, and that's why these things come up or people revisit, and I try to make sure others are okay and whatever. Yeah, it feels so wonderful, but also so many red flags. That's why I mentioned this is rave coded, right? I didn't want it to be obvious that we were on drugs and going to raves, and that's why I used some of the terms and phrases that I did. But what we didn't have, money, food, the material things. Literally you need survival mechanisms. What the fuck? You need food. That's not a material luxury. Y'all were eating drugs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Right. Okay. Weed, candy. We get it. It feels so wonderful to finally participate in happiness. I finally understand the things people do and why they do them. I finally have been let in on the secret feeling two people share with each other and smile at two other people about and so forth because they all feel the same way. Side note, I see this. This whole wonderful happiness bit is actually from the 21st century biblical rain story. And I scrapped it from that one and put it in this one. So this paragraph I did write in high school. And then I picked up and, you know what I'm saying? That was my base for this story, was taking it from the old stuff and putting it in the new stuff. So I'll do that sometimes, but other than that, this was all pretty much, yeah. Finally, I can smile the smile of insiders and not just someone who pretends that they know. You can listen to them, talk about it for days, and you can imagine it as well as humanly possible, but until you have someone to not only imagine but create with, you really have no idea, not a clue. But once you have it figured out, the years of not knowing just settle next to death or the results of an important test, and you forget those things quickly. You're happy, do you understand? Can you believe it? Happy. After a lifetime of denial or fear or disregard, it has invaded your heart, your mind. It leaves when they do, and I hope it's not soon. I hope they never leave. When I am away, I miss it. I feel lost without them because they are my world. I love them. I love her. It is so nice to feel this strange thing they call love. So that was the introduction to that other story I read, which starts with something else. But yeah, moved it. But one tragic Tuesday, love left. It's funny that I mentioned a Tuesday that I was writing at Caribou, but this was the week that this happened, so I know it was for a fact a Tuesday. This is so bizarre to me. But one tragic Tuesday, love left. It wasn't long, but love sped away faster than we noticed. The house was full of silence. Corner to corner, it was filled with tension. Behind the closed door, I cried out to her, but she didn't hear me. She heard me, but she knew not what I sang. For 2 days we were apart, in tension and silence. I could not leave the solitude of my room. I could only be alone if I could not be with her. I was barely breathing when love fled the house. Once again, delusional circumstances of paranoid thoughts that come with the premenstrual dysphoria of PMDD. Yeah, so I needed to be isolated and shit, but I didn't realize it was because my period was going to start in a week. What the fuck? I was just on drugs and thought my girlfriend hated me because we weren't really girlfriends. It was very tricky. But love returned in time for the weekend. We were uneasy to let it back in, but by Saturday it was like love never left. We couldn't understand how we let it slip from right there, right under our noses. I looked at her and we skipped the awkward half smiles of two people forgiving each other. We went straight into laughing like lovers tend to do. We laughed on Saturday, we laughed on Sunday, and by Monday morning, we were no longer functional when we were apart. We had not stopped smiling. We had stopped smiling. We had never stopped loving. We didn't sleep like we so often did in the house. We were too busy catching up on those 2 days we spent apart. So much heartache over 2 days. 2 days! In a lifetime, 2 days is practically nothing. But those 2 days felt like a lifetime. After a lifetime together and a lifetime apart, we were anxious for another lifetime reunited. So of course we didn't sleep. Of course we had to rejoice in our rekindled love.
We started with a special bath and moved from our bathroom for 10 into our living room for 20. We sat up in our chairs, whispering as to not wake up the babies that slept all around us. Okay, before we get too far into this, it's just funny because when I say special bath and I was talking about straight girls, yada yada, I meant Jamaican steam bath. So we were like, we had the shower going, the windows closed, the vent off, and we're baking out the bathroom at 8 a.m. on a fucking Monday morning while everyone was passed out from the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like, just to paint a picture. And I say this with so much love and affection because those were the party days and people remember those parties for the rest of their lives, even if for us it was just a fucking Monday morning. None of us live like that anymore, as far as I'm concerned. But it's just funny that it's all very poetic. It's rave coded, if you will. We sat up in our chairs, whispering as to not wake up the babies that slept all around us. We were so happy again after being not happy and not happy. It felt good to be happy again. We were so happy, we wanted everyone to feel it. We wanted to make everyone smile like we'd been smiling all morning. We went to fetch the house breakfast and gasoline and nicotines. We came back and we didn't quite make it in. Our love exhausted our bodies. We ended our adventures in the garage. Less house does not mean less love. Even at an arm's length away, even with opposing forces and inconveniences and with the tips of our fingers, it feels right. Where I am, here, now, it is right. Pick up the survivors of all these broken homes and bring them into our own. I always call this place we live a house. I always call this place we love a house. A house is merely a structure. A house is a unit in which we take shelter. A house can be built as a family, but it can be destroyed without one. We don't live in a house. We live in love. We are home. Yeah. We did a lot of Molly. That wasn't obvious. I don't know why I'm being so candid and open about it now, other than it was over 10 years ago and can't be tried for the same crime after like 7, right? Not that we were really committing crimes other than like some teenagers getting fucked up. Yeah, okay, shouldn't have done it. Sue me. Please don't. I have nothing. It's anonymous, right? I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring it up. I'm just reading this fucking poetry. Should I have not said anything about knowing that girl? Gosh. Some people like to bury and hide the past. I like to look at it, examine it, and see where I went wrong. Because I went through the emotions when I wrote it. This was a long time ago. Some of it actually makes me more emotional than you might think, which is why I have to like stop in between and be like, okay, so before I keep going or whatever. That one in particular is funny because my twin flame suspect, I gave him, mysteriously dropped off a copy of that book with a painting in like 2014, a year after I published it. I went on tour, like I kept saying in the book, like I want to get out of here, and then I met these people in the arm's length away, even when you're not reaching. It's creepy reading it. I'm like, holy shit, I wrote that before that stuff happened. I've always been fucking vision, prophet, whatever, psychic, and was like I was just doing drugs, trying to stay healthy and alive and off drugs and working at the time. I wasn't like doing tarot yet. Tarot came the following year, right? So at the time, it's like crazy to read that and see and hear like how it goes from my voice to like, what? This is kind of weird now that I'm reading it out loud. I feel like I even heard an inflection in my voice change where it's like, whoa, channel messages even back then, trying to like tell me what happens to keep me hanging on. Like somebody from the future almost, or like the deceased person looking over my shoulder, or even Jesus, because I went to Catholic school. Either way, let's roll that 60 seconds or take a breath. And shall we read the last? It's just a quick poem as the last one. And maybe I'll finish what I was saying about the twin flame thing just now. And that's why the internet fucks, my friends, because I can read without an audience, without a stage. Dude, I've had rose-colored glasses for years. The only reason these aren't rose-colored or tinted in any way is because they're just my blue blockers that I use for the screens, and I don't go outside with them. Yeah, I'm big into the rose-tinted lenses. All right. It's like we're getting to the end of a story time and into the next phase of life, kind of transitional. Everything's being revealed in Libra season. I'm the one revealing it. That's like the big joke that we didn't see coming. Oh yeah, it's because it's not a sleepy yawn. I lose my breath sometimes. It is a side effect of PMDD actually during this time, the week before the period, to be shortness of breath and just fatigued in general. But also sometimes with spirit messages, it's like something deep in my chest will resonate or get my attention or to get that lightheaded feeling. There's a myriad of reasons, but it's usually if I'm actually yawning and I say I'm not tired, I'm not yawning out of sleepiness. It's because I need oxygen. My respiratory breaths are pretty low. That's why I like yawn it out like it's nothing. Yeah, because it's like I'm just trying to breathe. Sometimes I have to sit and like catch my breath if it's like, and it's not anxiety. It's like literally just respiratory issues that come with PFDD, shortness of breath and stuff. Okay, so last one. The Art of Heart, number 5. I think that's the last one. I'll look through it one more time to make sure we hit them all. This one I really liked when I first wrote it and published it, but then I was reading it the other day and I was like, I messed up a few of these lines. I was like so confident with how good it was that I don't think I edited it at all. Yeah. And like your body breathes regardless, but you still have to like, and the average respiratory breath should be like between 15 and 20 in a minute, and mine's like 3 the most. It's terrible. I love that you can relate to forgetting to breathe. I feel like maybe it's the Taurus in us that's just like so calm, steady, wins the race in a field, bull, loner. It's like zen. Oh yeah, here I am. Hey everyone. Yeah, of course I'm breathing. Why do you ask? No, I'm not dead. Leave me alone. Yeah, we had to time it in my biology class a few years ago. I inhaled 3 times in the matter of a minute. But like I said, I mean, your body's still breathing. It's like subtle. A respiratory breath is when you actually inhale in your lungs. So I did it 3 times in a minute. And the kid who vaped, 5. And then the other kid with us was like 12, who also like smoked, but not. He was like, y'all are kind of fucked up. I'm like, yep, we should definitely quit doing whatever the fuck we're doing, right? The Art of Heart. I knew this task was going to be a difficult one, task being one weak understatement. I took this challenge knowing it had not ever been won, that this journey was never completed. It had only ever been ended in its ferocious tracks by death itself, but I am not afraid to die. This does not mean I do not love to live, but I do live to love. My love is the very thing to have taken me down this half-bathed path of indecisive motion and shattered emotion written by endless devotion. Because I do not fear death and do live my life for love, I would as easily die for love. It would be to die for life, and you, my sweet, are alive. For that, no journey is too long. For that, a challenge becomes a mere task. For love, I cannot lose, because love does never die. I could cry. Okay, this was written in 2012, because I know what this is about, so it's funny that this was last, because this was the latest poem. I needed filler when I went to go publish it. That's really funny. Not funny at all. It's really not a funny story, but it's just interesting to see that this was last and it was the latest written. It wasn't all in chronological order, but that is striking. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, Cal. I hate that Create Space isn't an option anymore because I hate Jeff Bezos so much and I don't use Amazon or Prime, but it might be the only way to do it. ACX is owned by Amazon. I could cry 1,000 years and it would not turn into a song. I could shed 1,000 more tears and they would still have no place to belong. There is no room for sadness, no matter how depressed we get. We have no time to feel this way because we know not the time we have. All this is but a grand adventure, and so should every step be. No mind the boots are heavy, we will fly. I picked up this world and rolled it over my shoulder because I could see it quake with the dangerous thunder. I could see no light to come. This weight I harvest on my neck has become so hefty, I feel it breaking my spine. But I will keep this lifted so long as you are mine. Until I see a smile return into your face, until I see you walk proud from this place, I will carry all the weight. Bones so brittle are bound to break. Until the day you laugh with ease, not a day shall pass that I don't try, for us here in love shall never die. Okay. Pretty much me confessing my love to another woman that doesn't realize I love her or something stupid like that. Yes. Yeah, I'm good at that. It's what I do. And people are like, you're so violent, angry, and narcissistic. And it's like, bro, I'm sorry I have PMDD. I am literally trying to figure it out. I spend most of my free time researching and experimenting ways to heal and alleviate that. So far, no dice. You can ask the thousands of women I've already interacted with via the support groups I'm in. Please recognize that that is who I am. Sure, I'm depressed and suicidal, but fuck it. Have you seen the sky? That's my MO. Where I'm like, no, these things are totally real and you're valid for thinking them. And, sometimes the sky looks so beautiful, it's like, I could just kill myself right now to go out on a high note. You ever seen a sky like that? Boom. Okay. Just kidding. Florida, it's PMDD. And then it's like, I don't want to get flagged or people think it's a concern thing. It's just that there's really no answers. Yeah. It's pretty wild. So we finished the book. I'll read the titles once more. I think we hit them all. I flipped through the pages to double check. She Who Lives, How to Roll with the Punches and Not Get Hit, Almost Home, The Mad Hattress Pours Her Bloody Organ, The Art of Heart, Biblical Love Adventures of the 21st Century starring the Mad Hattress as Eve, Mused Mad, Suck Dry Succubus, Bad Bird Sad Word, A Breakfast of Yellow, Red, and a Clockwork Orange, The Aftermath of the Mad Hattress Dabbling in Others' Business, The Healing Powers of Substance Abuse Entertainment, The Mad Hattress Approaches a Life-Altering Ultimatum, The Dirt of Earth, Symbiotic Relations, Invisible Reflections of Reflected Light. We forgot number 15. I didn't include it in the numbers. Damn it, 5 should have been a high note, but this is literally what happened immediately after 5 was 15. That is so funny that this is happening. 15 was also written in 2012. So that was the latest poem. That's crazy. I knew there was one before, but then when I was like, oh, there's 5 numbers, narrow it down. Forgot about 15. Sunshine, Two World from Mad Hattress. Great Big Something, the Mad Hattress takes a drive featuring Robert Frost, The Traveler. The Mad Hattress develops a stranger condition. X marks spot. So I think that's it. 15 real quick. It's another poem, so it's like a fast one. Your energy pulls me, curious head. Let me read the title again. Symbiotic Relations, Invisible Reflections of Reflected Light. The DMT era. Your energy pulls me, curious head, to lay you rest upon your bed. The feeling of feeling yourself, down a highway or up a bookshelf, through the fields of hair or dumpsters of gold, only to find nothing was ever really there, and what wasn't cannot be destroyed. Quit reality and be employed. Make a stack of dreams come true. Certain this is done with you. Riddled in aquatic codes, this will sink, we only think. Speak when spoken to, and speechless, sharing secrets that we still keep. I've made a few edits to this book, but this one I have, but we still kept. And it's like, keep literally rhymes. Why would you randomly not rhyme when the whole thing rhymes? So stupid. Yeah, there we go. That makes way more sense. Yeah, for sure. Now I think we're done. That would make sense. It's funny because it's like a 30-minute read that we did over the course of a week.
Yeah. Just checking it out, make sure we hit them all. Wait, I don't think we did number 12 either. Am I fucking stupid? The Healing Powers of Substance Abuse Entertainment? I think I thought it was a different poem. I don't think we read this one either, but it's short, so I might as well, right? We're in it now. This may have been 2013. These pictures are from 2013. Not my concept. Concept by Apathetic Zebra. Location supplied by Apathetic Zebra. Photographer Caitlin Marjorie. Model me. This is The Powers of Substance Abuse Entertainment. I ran out of killers when you ran away, and I've been thinking of you for days, but you don't say much of anything anymore. Did we read this before? I'm in distress because I'm purposeless, but I propose a toast to this thing we got going on. Maybe we did, but I don't remember it. I say you give me a chance to teach you a dance. Maybe we did. Been doing for the last 20 years it was made for you and I to do. Fuck, I love you. Maybe someday I'll be able to go to the store to buy more because I'm down to 4 and you're out the door, left me on the floor, and I can still feel. I don't like that. Okay, so that one definitely did it. Just read that one. Yeah, now we're officially done. So 2 slipped through the cracks, but we got the rest of them, yeah? Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Really do love that book. I go through phases where sometimes I'm like, nah, I was hyping myself up too much. And then I'm like, dude, I was between the ages of 17 and 19 when I wrote this shit. Well, 17 and 20. 16 and 20. That's pretty dope. It's pretty good. I can't even pretend like it isn't, you know? I'm proud of myself for that one. That's why you can imagine it was super cool, like, you know, being in high school, being curious about drugs and starting that psychedelic journey at 16 or whatever, and reading the works of Ken Kesey and Hunter S. Thompson, and reflecting on my own writing from back then, and being young and being inspired. Yeah, I know. At a young age like that, when I was struggling so much and really had nothing left to give, and still gave what I could, you know. So, you know, 10 years later, it's cool that I could, that the power of necromancy grants me the ability to, like, communicate with these same people that I, like, not necessarily idolized, but looked up to and was inspired by and was reading along to. And now, in that I said that I was meant to whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's exactly what I meant by that, was feeling on par with these writers or whatever for no fucking reason other than in the moment Spirit was trying to tell me something, and then I'd come out of it and be like, I don't know what the fuck I was on. I should not be so confident I'm a mess, you know? But raw talent has nothing to do with stability, and being childlike and youthful in nature has nothing to do with maturity, right? Just like holding a job has nothing to do with growth. So, it's cool. It's cool. I like looking back and seeing it, right? It's been such an interesting year. I didn't think it would be as reflective as it is, but honestly, I should have seen that coming, because back in like January, February, we started reading this book, and with the move, I don't even know where it is, but we were reading this book about 2012, and 2012 was like Apocalypse Now, Mayan calendar, also like just a 2,000 year period after Jesus, marking another 2,000 year period to come, end of the world, a lot of conspiracies, whatever. And now 10 years later, how far have we gotten? Pretty damn far. The world's almost entirely different than it was back then. And if you don't realize it, it's because you are not old enough to remember 2012, or you haven't thought about it yet. And when you really reflect, like I said, this is what I was doing in 2012, like not using a smartphone and having Facebook, but like I think Twitter existed. I think I made my Twitter account in 2013. Twitter was older than that. But just like stuff like that, where like Snapchat didn't even exist yet, you know? So it's like the world today is almost entirely completely different than it was back then. It's honestly insane to see the growth of 10 years and 1 decade, right? And yet being not very much further mentally or on a political progress scale or, economically anything. We are no further ahead now than we were 10 years ago. It's crazy. Even though we've had all these advancements and fast paced blah blah blah, we've seen almost virtually no fucking improvement. Like as a society. It's wild. Really wild. Should meditate on the messages to come. We're gonna take a couple extra minutes before the scheduled ad break right now. Y'all, let me know how you're feeling. Is this just Saturday night, Sunday morning? We're having a good time. We're vibing, enjoying the messages. We're all up pretty late at this point, but I am feeling it, and I'm totally cool with feeling it out alone. But y'all are quiet, but hearing attention. So the book's over. That's what I'm saying. I'm surprised anybody's still watching. Are these just like real bot hours? 8 people. That's like more than has been in hours, but nobody's saying a damn thing. And then the homies that have been with me since the beginning, I imagine y'all almost just as exhausted as I am doing this set. Yeah, it has been. It really has been. If you fall asleep in the next ad break, I'll be back in a minute or two. I'm going to see how I truly feel. Yay, I love that. I don't know if that means you're still invested or if you're like off to dreamland, but we're doing our scheduled ad and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Any of y'all in the place wants you speak up or something, okay? So, BRB. Okay, and the number of viewers increases while the number of chatters decreases. We're back for at least a little longer. I decided to switch the lighting since many of us are winding down. Thank you. I don't know what you're referring to, but appreciate that. I changed the lighting so the screens would be darker and be more in the vibe that we're trying to achieve of relaxing, winding down, and moving towards the end of the stream. It's been a super hype night, and I drank cold brew coffee not that long ago. Why the fuck do I have 10 viewers at 6 in the morning, 8 hours into my stream? I'm cool with it. What's up? Good morning. Are you here for like a morning tarot? I feel like now that I've changed the lighting, I have a little bit more in me where it's like getting real funky out here. It's getting to be them late hours, bro. What's going on? And why is no one saying anything? Thank you. What intermissions? Like poetry and stuff? I'm gonna have to start freestyle. I'm gonna have to start reading my new stuff to you guys now that the book thing's over and it went over so well. But yeah, what's going on with my stream? Why is this a thing right now? Not that I mind. It's also like cool, I guess, but oh, I totally get that too, yeah. That's why it's like, how do I read a room? Oh, literally was like, what? Hi, thank you for speaking up, Bill. Farms, neighborhood. Is this like a bot thing? Is this like, no offense? Wait, is this like literally Bill's farm? Do you stream your farm? I'm sorry, you have like an actual picture. I didn't mean to be an asshole, but I kind of am. Fucking asshole. Oh, you created your account August 8th and start following me on August 14th, I see, Bill. Sorry, I don't know why I'm nosy. What's your sun sign? And what the fuck do you mean your dreams are connected? Tell me right now, because we ain't got shit else going on. Bill? Farms, neighborhood. Oh, tell us about your dreams. You mean you literally just woke up from a dream? That's what I was saying. Like, is this the morning crew looking for some daily insight? Let's do some initiation. Y'all got lucky. I said no more tarot, it's poetry hour. But it's because the people at the end of the night who are like looking for that one last reading definitely have that like never know when to quit vibe. But if y'all are just waking up, let's do some initiation cosmic vibes for the day, right? Because right now, if you're just waking up in this reality, when I wanna stay inside my dreams, oh, I'm awake now. But thank God you wake up. Oh, I forgot to pour myself some water. There's something about every day I wake up, right? That's the song. The other one that comes to mind, obviously, is Nico. I need to look up her birthday. Okay, no, for sure. It's been a pleasure having you again, Siren. I'm glad you found me, and I'm glad you stuck around, lady. And I'll talk to you soon, I hope. I don't know. I think the plan is to stream tonight. Like I said, Zodiac reading tonight, Halloween Oracle. Right now, we're just doing Cosmic Initiation, some heavy messages in a light body. And then I think I'll be back Monday night as well. And I'll probably take Tuesday off, which is ironic because I feel like Tarot Tuesday, but honestly, leave it for them, right? I care not to compete. If y'all want the day, have it. Yes, of course. Thank you as well. So, good morning. Sunday morning. How are we doing? Let's get some insight for the closing of the weekend. Oh, fuck yeah, he said FBI. Fuck yeah, your dreams are connected. Do you even know where you are? What did we talk about when you joined here in August? Were we talking about X-Files? Because I brought it up earlier tonight. I've been talking about alien conspiracy and PMDD and all sites of shit. Of course your dreams are connected. How did you know you were coming here to find me?
Sorry, I didn't mean to get so hyped up. It's like too early and too late for that shit. And then I read it and was like, ooh, this once again feels like that episode of Rick and Morty where they have him in the diner and he's like, did you guys really think that your simulation was going to pull it off? I'm not buying it. That was like, oh, you're trying to get me to answer how that works, aren't you? You're sent here. You are the FBI surveillance in which you speak of. You're like, I dreamt it. Am I in now? Yeah, right, Undo. You're one of them. I'm just kidding. I don't even know you. I have FBI dreams because LOL. I don't even know what that means. And that's what's like cracking me up about this is great. This is literally exactly what my stream needed at fucking 6 in the morning. 8:08:08:08 on the time. It was literally 8 hours, 8 minutes, 8 seconds when I said that and 11 views. We love some angel number sequences. And you started following me 8:8. Really, bro? Who are you? Kidding. We're not going to put Bill Farm's neighborhood on the spot. We're just using some... And why am I yelling? Does it feel like I'm yelling? I feel like there's people trying to sleep and people just waking up. And I'm on 11 and I need to tone it down. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to hear that. No, I really love that. Look, giver of light. That's kind of where we're at. I live in the dark. And I embody darkness. And it's because I am a giver of light. And so when you find yourself in the way of darkness and you don't understand how it is and why you're there, and all you see is light, and you hear a message, you see and feel something, right? Giver of light. And it's the feeling of universal compassion that pulls you towards the light, that guides you to the source, right? Guardian angel. Protection in all your movements. See how it's just an outline of the mandala? Because ultimately the mandalas are for you, and the angels present themselves as the mandalas in their fullest form, but your guardian angels stay in the background. They stay just a blueprint, merely the architect for what is to come. They want to have as little influence as possible. Isn't it interesting how you can see my mouth and I'm talking with this thing, and it's almost like that's what they look like, these like alien kind of things with the big bulbous space in the head, but then the moving mouth and the shape. Y'all see what I see? I didn't even realize it until I was talking, so I don't really want to get into channeled messages this late in the stream. I was just trying to do some light stuff, but these every time a guardian angel comes up, it's like, wow. Law of limitation. Bro, here's where I'm lost. Bill Farm's neighborhood. Usually I shorten people's names to just like, oh, it's Pico, it's Siren. You should be Bill theoretically, but for some reason your sketchy ass name and your FBI talk, Bill Farm's neighborhood, has me calling you the fuck out directly, even though it's all in the chat. I am confused on what is real and what is dream stuff, and I don't know what you mean by industrial engineering speech principles, and I don't know if this is a job industry, or what the fuck you're talking about. But I kind of dig it. Can't say I understand it, but it's definitely intriguing. And I'm glad that whatever the hell I was saying got you to the place you needed to be. And that's what I try to explain to people who are new on this channel, to just relax and enjoy the spectacle that is the messenger, right? Illuminati mistakes with the decks, but sometimes we don't need one, and there is no cue, there is no line. You're here right now, and that is all you need to stay aligned, right? I love that. Are you like a serial killer or something? Should we be concerned? Are you a bot? This is weird, right? Is this like literally the FBI is like, we were debating on how we were gonna, and you just dawned on me that I just have to confess my obsession to you. That's what the FBI said. They're like, oh, girl, we are so into what you do. Can we please pick you up at 8? I'm like, no. Like, please? No. What?
The FBI? No. Initiation. Kidding. But yeah, it's there. I don't really know what this conversation's about. Is what I'm getting at. I think it's super on brand for the channel. I think I'm doing a great job bullshitting as a Taurus is what I do. I have no idea what we're talking about here, Bill Farms neighborhood. And I love it. Laughter. Laugh it off. Laugh it off. Oh, super soldier. Got you. One of these dudes. Okay. So, remember the last guy? I don't know if anybody who's on my streams is usually here. Remember that dude who was Pico, you are still here. Remember that one guy I had to like ban because he was like kind of like doing this thing where he's like the satellites and then it became religious. Should I get this dude out of here or what's going on? Oh, okay. Well, okay. You know what? Okay. I'll give him a minute. Seems very not bot-like to eat, right? I'm not even trying to be rude. It's hard to discern. I'm on, it's me real life, but it's anonymous chatters and like it's all fun and games until people maybe are just trying to troll me, and so I have to have more discernment than boundaries. But robots don't eat, so I'm gonna let this one ride out for a little longer, as long as my homies are here with me, and I don't get stuck alone with troll or something, right? So when we mix your laughter with my spooky tunes, if the world does end tomorrow, maybe it starts again with you. Two of my favorites in the deck because they're rainbow spiraling, different patterns, different shapes, but same concept. Initiation and laughter. When it all finally happens and it feels like it was never going to come and it was so long of a wait and you thought it wasn't worth it in the end and turns out to be great, just remember to laugh it off. Remember to, when you're confronted with demons and misunderstandings, just instead of jumping to anger or remembering how you felt then, just be able to see it now for what it is, right? It's not about forgetting the past or foregoing the past. It's about accepting the past for what it was and being able to react in a way that aligns with you in the present rather than aligning with the person you were in the past, right? People who are in denial of the past or say that wasn't me or I'm different now or let's not talk about it are kind of like basically admitting that they have yet to deal with it and their reaction to the past is going to be the same, essentially meaning they have yet to grow, right? So people who are willing to talk about the past, but maybe it seems insensitive or desensitized, it's because their own growth journey, where either maybe no emotions, never felt anything for the situation, or maybe even likelier, they just have gotten to the point of growth where they no longer react in the same ways they would in a moment or an instant. Very cool. Law of continuity. Things continue. Things must go on. It's not about chronological, it's about continuous, right? So simultaneous time being, each way. Law of limitation, only dictating what you can, universal freedom, everybody does their own thing, Aries season, blah, 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 something weird cut in the deck there. I guess it's the Paranoid Conspiracy Channel. I just don't love when people start talking FBI, CIA, dreams, projects. It's like a lot. Leo. Pico, you still there? Because if you dip out, you gotta tell me, bro, because I can't stay here these hours with all these strangers. I'm 8 hours deep, man. I know I don't start making sense and the paranoid thoughts come in. That's why I don't like doing tarot after such a long stream, but I don't mind talking, right? So, might just be time to call it a night. See if anybody barks or bites. But I did want to be like, oh, cool, let's get some morning draws. But it just feels like maybe that's not at all the vibe. And it is still kind of those waking zombie hours of the night. Another Trinity. Well, make it something beautiful then. Make today the best day ever. Make all your wishes come true. Look into the sky and say, yes, it's what I want, and yes, I'm allowing it to happen, and yes, I'm letting it unfold, and yes, I'm going to continue to pour into it, create it, love it, nurture it, and grow it so that I can have it. Law of limitation, the ones you put on yourself, and the ones that others have in the form of their own boundaries. Universal abundance. Amen. 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 Thank you. Thank you. That's why I was like, okay, he said BRB, I'll let it play out. But that's what I'm saying. If you dip, you got to let me know because I don't want to stay if you're not still here. Safety in numbers. Just kidding. But like, you never know if it's like a fucking Russian spy bot or a troll or someone who genuinely feels that way. But that last time the guy did it and he was like sending Bible verses by the end and we had to block him, like, I'm not trying to go down that road either. So we got to have the warning flags. Sorry, y'all. Universal abundance. Tap in, let the journey pay off. See yourself, see the worth, see that you always were who you are now and that you deserved it back then, let alone at this point. It is weird that you say American code because I was like, transcoded media. And everyone in the chat was like, oh, cool, transcoding, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you guys realize I meant that in a gay way, right? And then you're like, American code. So it's kind of on brand for what we were talking about. But how long have you been lurking in the shadows? Is this a coincidence and you actually did just wake up from a dream? Or have you been silently watching this stream for so long that you feel like you're in a dream because I put that in my bio? Okay, some people are sus. Fair. I am trying to determine whether or not you're a real human being or not. No offense, Bill Farms neighborhood. Okay, that's the very dilemma I'm having. It's not necessarily what you're saying, it's the way you're saying it. It came out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting it. I did encourage people to speak up. You shared your mind. But the last time somebody brought up a very similar topic, they ended up sending Bible verses, etc. And it's okay. We can talk about the Bible. I'm a confirmed Catholic. I know all about the Bible. Okay. And that's maybe why I'm skeptical and not doing either one fully, right? Let's take 60 seconds to let you work it out with yourself and for the lag to catch up. Okay. So I hear ya because we were just talking about, avoiding contractions when it comes to grammar and not using the word not. But yeah, I banned bots, dude. I'm not trying to get spammed out, and it seems like we might be descending down that road. And your bio is a little weird, talking about Mr. Rogers' neighborhood and war. Yeah, it's not okay. I mean, it's fine, but it is easy to understand. It's hard to implement, okay? I get it. Maybe you're really struggling. Maybe you're a genuine person. But I neither embrace nor ban you. And what say you then, when I have chosen neutrality over everything? But in the end, I still align as chaotic good. So if I need to kick you out for the betterment of the rest of the community, I fucking will. Right? but know that I am true neutral right now. Will you continue to test it? Or do you want to be more direct in what you're thinking, saying, and telling us? Instead of your own codes, speaking of someone else's codes, as if we're not all speaking in code regardless. My community matters. That to me should get a ban right there. This is my community. The people who are here day in and day out, have conversations with me, show up every day. I don't care if they're bots. They've done a great job convincing me they're more human than some of the humans that I know, right? Yeah, right. It's so simple that they think there's more meaning behind it. Me and you are not a thing. Period. And no, we are not going to put ourselves over anyone else in the community. LOL, yeah, he needs that Darknet. It's so bullshit going on for him. What the fuck? It honestly does feel like one of those tailor-made trolls where, like, the timing of it, very peculiar timing that this account was made and followed me, and now comes on here randomly being like, CIA, FBI, it is what it is. You ban me, you block me. You block me, you embrace me. Like, yep, I get it. Bill, or is it, Bill Bobbert something? What? I can only handle so much also. But, yeah. Me and you matter more than your community. Oh, that's good. I think, hey, if you ever want to talk about it, we can definitely talk about it, but we're not doing the cryptic stuff. We're all pretty open here. We get vulnerable. We talk about conspiracies all the time. That's the thing. If I'm not digging it, it's definitely you, not the conspiracy, right? We'll try again. If you know when to remove yourself, then you're welcome to try again, okay? Mwah. Billy Goat's farm, neighbor Bob, whatever the fuck, Mr. Rogers' goddamn neighborhood, okay? Okay. Wow. It's really been a fantastic night, and like, it's almost like quit while you're ahead and end on a high note instead of having weird situations like that play out. And out of a handful of people watching the stream, it's awfully quiet for not getting a reading. It's making me wonder if this is time for me to go. But also, it is such a good flow and it has been such a good vibe. I'm wondering why am I even still here? It also is experimenting with time with the streams, right? Where the later stay up now, the later I'll sleep, the later my stream will be tonight. I can do the overnights the next 2 days, but then I gotta take Tuesday to kind of recalibrate, start early during the week because earlier crowd. But this is just, it's interesting to have like a handful of people watching again. Like it's what, 7 a.m. now? If he gotta go, maybe we all gotta go. Maybe we should call it Pico. I'm alright. It's like, it's like a really good trip that you have with like your buddies, or you go on like cool adventures and you have good conversation. You can tell you're coming down. You can tell the trip's kind of like wearing off, but you don't want it to end. So you just stay up and keep fighting it because honestly, sleep deprivation will make you hallucinate a little bit. And so you can just keep riding that wave. And then 3 days go by and you haven't slept. And you're like, what the fuck, man? But there is a lot. I think one thing that I'm going to do this week, in addition to the other things that I'm trying to do this week, is write more stuff down and try to like, if I can't schedule the streams, I'm going to try to plan them out better so that I don't forget, stay on track, and kind of like can give a heads up to what we're doing. Example would be, I'm going to write down that tomorrow's stream is meant to be Zodiacs. Okay, so later today stream. This is the blue one. Okay, let's just read it. Today's stream to be announced should be much later, obviously, because just 8.5 hours. I'm hoping I pace myself where I don't feel so totally exhausted that I have to sleep longer than I was awake, but I should be back tomorrow evening, and what we're going to do is Zodiac 3-card draw, Shadow, Self, it's going to be, okay, that's it, Shadow Self, 1 Daemon, 1 Halloween Oracle, and 1 Thoth. Okay, so that'll be the plan for the stream tomorrow. Later today. We'll probably guess it'll be around midnight 30 in somebody's time zone. So be here or live in fear, basically. I think I should just go. I think it's just too quiet. 8.5 hours. That's a decent shift for any job, isn't it? Glad I actually paced myself, took breaks, and don't feel completely exhausted at the end of my stream. But we read all the poems in the poetry book, and it's time to keep going. I think I might take some notes. I suppose I could take notes with y'all, but I think I would like to listen to my music and let my head buzz in peace. I love you all so much for being here. Sorry it ended on a weird note. I wish anybody would say something so that's not like the last message, but honestly, I gotta go is the vibe. It's been a long, long night, and it's now a beautiful Sunday morning. Make yourself the French press. Listen to Nico. Pick the lavender. Paint the walls. It's Libra season. Anything and everything is possible because you're going to try it all. It's fall, baby. It's what you're supposed to do. Hit the cider mill, the apple orchard, the everything. Oh my God. How long have you quietly been lurking here? You just don't like us anymore? Okay, sometimes people don't feel like being social. It's nice that you showed up at all. I just am thrown. I thought it was sirens at first, because these are blue light blockers, but not prescription, and the other ones are prescription, so I just was like, oh yeah, siren, and I was like, wait a sec, it's Source, dude, what the fuck? Wait a second, have I been talking to you longer than I realized? Like I said, I switched to the non-prescription, no, it was definitely sirens, okay. Y'all have purple on my end and like both subscribers, so I got confused. And Source and Siren, it looks the same. Yeah, so for real though, how long have you been lurking? Did you just get here? You can stay a little while? No, I'm kidding. I need to. Oh, okay. Yeah, and it wasn't much. I did those little few cards. It's almost like I knew you were here and did a little tarot reading for you before I signed off. Yeah. Yeah, I started late because last night I started at my usual time I start, earlier, 10-ish, and no one was there for the first like 2 or 3 hours. It was like 1 to 2, 3 people, and no one was really saying anything. And then by midnight, shit got popping. So I was kind of like, okay, tonight I'm gonna start later, start at like 11, 12. Because I knew this would happen where people were coming in late. It's like, it's the weekend, I prepared for this. What is a stupefaction reading? I love how you put, like, are you, it's so funny. Who are you asking? Both of us? That's so funny. Source. We're literally so excited to see and talk to you that we're like forcing conversation upon you that you did not necessarily subject yourself to. I also have not heard of a stupefaction reading, and I wonder what that's about. Damn, it is exciting, but at this point, now that I've called it, I think I'm actually genuinely tired. I'm going to look up this one last thing, because what is a stupefaction reading? But then I am going to go. Just literally making someone stupid. That's kind of what I was thinking because, like, the general nature of the term. Oh, that's weird. Yo, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You like were quiet for a reason and then popped in to say goodnight. Not trying to force conversation upon you or let him do so. Um, it would be kind of fun. I definitely have given people images that come up when I talk to them or talk whatever. Listen, we're calling it 8.5 hours, clocked it, long ass night. Thank you to everyone who tuned in and carried the conversation with me, carried the vibes with me, and appreciated the messages as they came and resonated with them. If you like my shit, show it. Follow me on my other platforms. It's at Illy Millie or at IL Mistex on everything. If it's not one, it's the other. Illuminati Mistex with the exclamation point. You know what it is. www.illymillie.com. Buy something, book something. Go spend some money, bro. Just kidding, but whatever. Thanks for being here. Loved every second of it. More poetry to come in the future, more readings to come in the future. Love you all so very much. There was something else I was going to say in regards to the reason I was saying that in the first place. Probably won't come to me. Poetry. Oh, I was going to say there's still a Discord. That's why I was like all my socials. I'm still trying to figure out like exactly what the purpose of Discord is, and I feel like when it was on my laptop I understood it more than now I have the Discord app, and it seems that my Discord is more or less just a conversation like via text. And so I just wanted to extend the offer or invite for people to join the Discord. And if you want to continue to ask questions or continue the conversation, I can reply to the Discord during the day or before I start the stream, because it does sometimes take a little much. Oh wow, I didn't even realize there was new messages and shit. But yeah, you can join the Discord if you want to continue these conversations while I'm winding down. It's just when the stream ends, and of course I have boundaries. I'm sending the Discord link in the Discord. I'm going to send it in the chat. So if you have more questions, I will still be willing to respond via text. And once again, still figuring out exactly how Discord works. Trying to send a link. I don't think I have it posted anywhere. But yeah, I got some shit to do. So I'll be up for a second. But I gotta quit the stream. So here's the Discord. You can join me over there or leave notes for tomorrow. Anything you learn or want to talk about in the morning when we wake up, reconvene around midnight, whatever time zone you're in tomorrow, because there's no telling when we're actually gonna be here. But you'll know when to show up. Anyway, I love you all so much. Thank you for the support and helping make this my life, as it's my dream to just be able to be myself, talk about the things in my mind, even if it is a weird and uncomfortable place. Yeah, for sure. I was just like, what? What do you mean? Okay, I don't know anything about that. This is like my server. It's just us at this point. It's a couple of my friends IRL and someone who was on the stream the other night. Yeah, it's just made it 2 days ago. Nobody's really using it. Somebody sent a picture that they drew of me. Remember, you were here for that. This ain't no toxic bullshit. I'm just trying it because people have not even recommended, requested Discord. Okay, yeah. It's like a certain kind of crowd, I guess. And I know when to discern and ban people, when not to. Where the fuck are y'all coming from? 10 people. It's 8 hours into my fucking stream at 7 a.m. and here we are. What are y'all doing? Go check out my website if you want to know more about me, and you can watch some of my past readings. illymillie.com. And listen to my music, and look at my pictures, my art, and all this other stuff. You can read about me, read some of my write examples, get to know me as a person rather than just a tarot reader. You can also, what was the other thing that was so funny? illymillie.com, and then my link tree is like, what, linktr.ee, I think, /illymillie.
So if you've been keeping up on the readings this week, and there's no more for you to watch, I started the process of uploading all of my past Twitch streams onto Patreon. So you can pay $5 for the month and watch hours and hours of past streams from the past year or so, not even. Hundreds of hours, pretty much. Still posting them, but it's cool to kind of reflect on how the year's been going. So you can find the Patreon in the link tree. I love you all so much. Thank you. Have a great Sunday morning. Enjoy your French press. Enjoy your music. Enjoy your musings and your inspirations and your breakfast. I love you, love you, love you. Good night and good luck. Love you so much. We'll see you later. All right. Good night. Oops, I'm not coming back. I was playing one more ad and forgot I never actually ended the stream. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I love you all. Good night. Send questions, Discord thoughts, whatever. Have a great morning. Enjoy your coffee. Can't wait to catch up in like 12 hours. Great, great. Have a great day. Make today your fucking bitch, okay? Good night.